lie, man, the earth is not a ball. We should use our fucking eye. Damn, I thought this land was our land. Sadly, I'm mistaken. This land was fucking taken, and this money that I'm making's gotta go. We gotta start spending, cause it won't be here anymore. Wake up to them kicking in our doors. Until then, ask your friends what they're fighting for and tell them where the truth's at. It's as easy as that, then we can watch their house of cards fall flat. Right back to the place that we started at. All alone, no home, sad songs, dirty bones, and the list goes on. From the water that we drink to our air that's full of drones. Anybody wanna try me, man? I really wanna go. Guaranteed you don't care about what you think you know. All the lies involved, we see through that shit. We have problems solved and you would rather just quit. You cannot argue against it. The curvature is missing, NASA admittedly lost it. Look into it, it's here. Truth is sacred, sun is near. Electromagnetism, I can't make it any more clear. Quit your running from the truth, you have nothing to fear. You're a dummy goof if you think we live on a sphere. The curve is missing, spark up a blunt, crack open a beer. Kick back, we have a lot to say, you have a lot to hear. Online, there's a lot of discussions to be had, but nothing compares to when it gets into your head. I'm telling you, you'll want to tell everybody what we all said, but these demons want you to run from the truth and go with them instead. Don't listen to the liars, don't blink, try to think for yourself, and you'll see flat earth is the only missing link. All the news is just set out to distract you. Look for yourself and look up, they're trying to attack you. Nothing we can do about it, only look and listen. Now you know, the earth is flat, the curvature is missing. Now you know, it's not me, it's all you. That's the question, it's all you. What do you find to be true? You need to fucking listen. The curvature is missing.
Missing.
Walk around my city, there's nobody fucking with me. They're all thinking that I'm crazy. Absolutely, definitely. You can go ahead and try me, you'll just have to sit and listen. The earth is not a ball. I said the curvature is missing. Your life is a lie. The whole time you have been tripping. Everything you're doing to the world, I find it disgusting. If you love it, you're bluffing. The ones controlling us are nothing. Take a look around, you'll see I'm looking for something to help us. This is our own world. They're trying to hide us from the truth, disguising proof by dumbing down and lying to the youth. Nobody can tell me what's going on because none of it's true. Mind controlling and conditioning you for abuse. The truth is the truth, you cannot fucking refuse. If you do, then you lose. There's not much more you can do. You just don't fucking care, do you? They're lying to you through the news, and manufactured society is corrupting all our views. As a matter of fact, I did the math. I know the earth is flat, and if it isn't that, then tell me where the curve is at. All your lies are really bad. Stupidity makes me sad, and there's a lot of people mad. But look, the earth is fucking flat. Rip a pen or pencil, start taking some fucking notes. Twist a couple Dutches with me and give me a fucking tote. Write this down, when you're done here, your paradigm will be broke. You'll be left alone wondering what they're doing to our home. Like a snow globe, the earth is round and covered by a dome. No such thing as gravity, stay woke, don't dwell in the unknown. Up and down on a flat plane, you need to check your tone. This is a warning, 5G is coming, put down your fucking phones. You need to fucking listen and look for the dark transition. It'll be here any minute, soon the world will be spinning. They're gonna tell you your vision and guarantee you'll be missing all the shit you have in this prison. Soon the whole world will be tripping. This is our own world. They're trying to hide us from the truth, disguising proof by dumbing down and lying to the youth. Nobody can tell me what's going on because none of it's true. Mind controlling and conditioning you for abuse. Going down. I walk around town just waiting for things to change. I know it's here, I can feel all of their plans and all this pain. has us worried about chasing fortune and chasing fame. Give up on it, this future's looking grim, this time and money is fucking lame. We really need to do something about it. I'm sick and tired of shouting at all these zombies around me. Look up at the sky and see these visions kinda trouble me. Wondering how long it will be until this prison around us starts crumbling. Honestly, I think we're beat. This world just keeps on testing me and tearing me down mentally. All of this motherfucking weed, anything to keep my cool and regain any sanity. And while bros go to school, their parents are getting so mad at me for ranting and rambling all about how flat the earth is. Instead of doing anything about it, they just laugh at me and call me crazy constantly. Based on broken hypotheses, earth is not a ball. These things are easy to see. Why even would you believe these powers that shouldn't be? Just relax and get a cheat. I'm taking you all with me to the flat side. This is where the truth's at. Time to take a step back. You just have to face facts. Water doesn't curb. Stars are set up on shelves. Only you can take that back to your lab and analyze it. You won't though, because you know you'll be just like us, never remaining silent. Pick up a pen and write it. Pick up a mic and recite it. I mean, you could just stay quiet, but not me, I riot. I really wanna know what the fuck is a globe. Why do they need us to know what the fuck is happening? It seems like demons crackling through clouds with lots of spiraling. Those are just clouds, bro. No geoengineering the whole time. The world has been pulled over your eyes, making you blind. I'm telling you to seek and you shall find that all of the symbols and numbers, they all have rhythm and rhyme. Wake up, calm down, this is only the truth. It's not your fault that you don't have proof. Sorry searching, man, you're just gonna lose. You're looking tired, dude, just hit snooze. Go back to sleep like the ballers do. The earth is flat.
Dopamine.
Okay, not a fucking joke now. You need to take a look around. All this shit is going down in your hometown. Do you not care? All you wanna wear? Take a deep breath of air. It's about to get real. Jump in the deep end, don't pretend that you have any proof, you better think again. All that shit is just part of the scam. I'ma try to explain, just understand that I am not the man. If you want the truth, you gotta take a stand. Into the rabbit hole, take my hand. Don't let your lives get broken by their twisted plans. Flat as the earth, man, the curvature's missing. Think any different, your paradigm's twisted. Proof of a ball, it never existed. Only fake asses, cartoon pictures. Anything else is lacking logistics. Show me some shit and I'll paint you a picture. Come on, bro, just wake up quick. Gravity's fake, we're the only ones in here. You really think that we don't have facts? Sorry to tell you, the whole court's on our back. There's evidence in every corner, stacked. Earth is flat and that's that. Look at the globe, you should already know that none of it's true, man. It's all gotta go. Our lives are nothing but a one world show. Forget about life and smoke some dro. Roll it up and look into it. Our skies are absolutely full of shit. Seeing you put up with this is making me just wanna quit, but I won't, cause I have your mind to fix. The Illuminati aren't done with it, so before it's too late and before we're too baked, you should free your mind real quick.
I wrote that whole rap before I even heard this.
Listen, open your ears and listen. Flat as the earth, man, the curvature's missing. Look, open your eyes and look. Their plans are here like an open book. Listen, open your ears and listen. We're in the middle of a dark transition. Look, open your eyes and look quickly before your soul gets took.
That's the whole discography right there, dude. That was
Damn, dude. I'm not even playing around.
It was out of order by one song.
Yeah, that last one you played was the first time I ever rapped, ever, like on a microphone, like ever said words in a rap like out loud. Like I wrote to that beat. That's how you make music, is you write to a beat. So like I wrote to that beat, and you heard that like satanic breakdown at the end. I heard that after I already wrote the whole rap. So I was like, oh shit. Like I wrote to the beat so good and fast for the first time ever. And then I heard that like in the middle of the beat, because I kept rewinding the beat and writing to it. And then I got to that part and I heard that and I was like, oh shit, like I fucked up. Like I gotta pick a different beat, and like, but I just went with it anyway. So that's the first time that's my first track ever. That one.
That's good stuff. You got the antecedent, like
that was my start. Like that was my.
Have you got the data, bro? Have you got the data for like your just your bars separated from the actual songs?
I'm definitely going to be listening to that music when I'm going around town. That is wonderful.
Right, I'm going to pin it in the Music Box Commands room as well as a list for people. So yeah, and remember as well, guys, when there's a bit of cleaning space, plug these guys and make sure you plug them and play the tunes, and also.
It's just a shame. Could somebody tell me how to download the SoundCloud track onto my phone, so like as a video, so I can upload it to YouTube? Because I can't do that. Like I can't compress the set. Like, can you compress the SoundCloud video into a video?
I'll
like,
try and do it for
into a
you.
video and then post it into a live stream, so I can save that 3-minute video, so I can upload it to my channel. Because I can't compress it.
I'll try and do it for you. I'll try to get it done. Yeah, just give me a day or so.
Because like, if I could get it just like as an album, boom, I would post. I would love to post that album. I've been dreaming of that.
Yeah, man. It's nearly all there. I think some remastering would be great on it though, like for real. Like
have you tried SoundCloud to MP3 and those kinds of downloaders?
No, here I am. Here it is right now. But even just to MP3, I need to save it as a video so I can upload a YouTube video.
No, you don't.
Well, you download it as an MP3 and then you just make a video to the MP3.
It's really easy, yeah. Very simple, bro. So you make the MP3 file, and then the MP3 file, when you make the video in a different editing suite, right? Yeah. Like I said, I actually have access to a studio at the minute, right? Okay. So like a full-on studio as well. And like I'm supposed to be making a song at the moment, right, with someone else. Because I'm yet to drop a song. Everybody knows that my house got flooded, whatever. But so effectively, I'm just saying, would you be willing for me to call you when I'm there? And see what we could do when we're there, because and also there's another guy in here called Midi that could help. And again, Drace can help as well, dude. Like Drace makes amazing fire songs all the time. There's so many people in here that can help, basically.
I mean, all I need to do is really get myself a computer, I guess, is the answer. Like all the doors would open if I could just figure out how to.
Let's try and get you a computer then. All right, let's try and get you a computer. Right? So, DM me, okay? Remember, you know who I am anyway, right? Okay. So you don't really need much as in terms of RAM and stuff like that. Even a little laptop would do for now. To be honest, you can pretty much do this stuff on a tablet if you really know what you're doing. Like.
Because it's like as soon as I can get this, I'll be able to get past the writer's block and write more. It's like I haven't even been able to promote this yet, so why would I even put any effort into like? That's how I feel.
It should be super easy. I sent Karma my MP3s, and she actually makes the video on her phone. And then she just sends it back to me, and I upload it to YouTube. It's super easy.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I need somebody to make me that video. Like, all I have is like iMovie and shit. I don't really want to do that. I just save the video straight from RapChat and upload it as a video.
Dude, I think the lyrics are good enough though, and the beats, that you should segregate them out as files, right? Send them to me.
Well, what I do on
someone else that's a producer. Listen to me a sec, and then let us level it correctly.
Yeah. No, I want to re-record it. I'll
remaster it. Yeah,
my voice, like re-record, like using like my voice, not like segregate, like just send it to you.
And well, there you go. So okay, if it wasn't
like I need to find a studio quality mic.
Listen, wait. That because we've been doing this a little bit. We know about little headsets and also little mics that are cheap, right? That you can plug in via USB to a device, right? Record it, and then get that file sorted. Boom, and then the beat itself can be cleaned up in the right suite. If you've got the beat separate, and then you can record yourself separate, someone can put it together for you and remaster it all for you. Like, people in here are willing to do this stuff. Trust me. Like, Drace, am I right? Like,
yeah, they have tried for me. I'm just not that good of an artist, so you should.
You're good, but like you've got the talent, bro. Like, people are gonna want to do it, bro. Like, it promotes the server as well, so.
Yeah, if I could just get back into writing too, I can only imagine the shit that I could come up with now after fucking freaking out at people and all my angers kind of went away. I can record a little bit differently. I can put a little bit more emotion into what I'm saying too. Like,
yeah, go with what you are in. Yep.
I feel like I can really re-record and like become famous for fuck's sakes.
Well, it's not necessarily even about like that, right? So it's not
I'm just saying, like,
famous, but-
listenable, like the replayability.
That's exactly it, bro. Right. As well, Chemtrail. You wanted to get on me with this thing, right? So if we're playing them through here, yeah, I'm trying to start up this partnership with this other Discord, right? It's got 30,000 members. It's highly active. Like I said, I went in there the other day and I did a rap battle. My first time in a freestyle in this place, and I beat this guy. Basically, he's like one of their top rappers. Like I just smashed him to pieces, and effectively, like I want to get like a little flat Earth crew that are in there rapping against these guys, right?
Yeah, I just can't freestyle. That's the thing.
You don't need to freestyle. No, that was a freestyle event. They hold different events. That's what I'm trying to say, brother. Right? So we need people that can do different types of things. Like I can freestyle. That's cool. I can cover that part, right? Again, we need different types of people for different types of things in there. Like I've already like I'm already a little bit known now because of that. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So like already when I DM'd the guy who created the server right away, he's just like interested in listening to our tunes and stuff and all that shit. And they're a big server, right? And they're very professional, right? As well. And I want to create like a symbiosis between us because I've noticed people that make music seem to be people that are reciprocal to Flat Earth, right? It's already, my strategy's already working. I've had a few guys come in, right, already, okay, from there. And one of them come in today. He was incredibly intellectually honest and, you know, it was just, yeah, and he came in from there, from the work that we've been putting in over there. And then, you know, his brother's quite a big person over there too, right? So, like, the point is that we wanted to either do like we're either going to do something like either a rap battle at a certain amount of people members shared across from one server to the next. This is what I'm saying anyway. I don't give a fuck what this is what I'm doing with my own initiative, right? To get the cross play between the two, right? And these guys do huge live streams, thousands of people watching, right? As well. So like they're willing to plug music, new tracks, all sorts of stuff, bro. So like once we get in there and we start, you know, doing this thing, right? It's something to start the ball rolling. That's effectively what I'm saying. It's an outlet for the rap that goes on in here to put it into the vernacular of someone that's more established in that game, yeah, right? And then to have those people siphoned off over here as sort of like a payback for the siphoning of this stuff over to there, right? And like to effectively create it.
I'm down, dude. I want to take the music seriously. I've been wanting to for a long time. It's just I don't want to do social media. So I'm kind of intimidated to put my effort into it because I know it's going to involve getting a fucking social media something or other. Like I can't just promote it off rip. I need something. I can't just go in there fucking nothing. I need something. Like I can't just go in there with SoundCloud. Like I need album. I need something, dude. We need something good. Like I just don't know how to promote it. That's why I said I want to print 5,000 physical copies and just lay them out on people's driveways. You know what I mean? Like there's no chance that nobody would listen to it. Somebody would pick that shit up. But before I do that, I want to remake it so it doesn't say anything about smoke pot. I want it to be like 8 inches per mile squared. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. I tested out the program I showed you earlier, and I could download your thing in MP3U format. I don't know.
Yeah.
That should work.
Yeah, good. I looked at the website and I was going to download it. I mean, if It's like a subscription thing. If you have it and you did it, dude, I'd really appreciate it. I'd upload the album tonight.
Yeah, no subscription. You just post in the link from the top.
I
and
think if
download.
you if that happens, I think I'm gonna go onto my SoundCloud and rename all of them so they're not like satanic Bible names.
Well, once you've downloaded the files, you can rename them to whatever you like, and then once you merge them with the picture or the video you're gonna use as your video for YouTube, then it gets its own name anyway.
Word. Yes, please. Anybody living on a ball is indoctrinated. I mean, you can see why I just repeat that all the time, dude. It's like I don't promote my music, so it just comes out in like spurts. Like that's all I do. I just repeat that little saying all the time. It's like, dude, did you know I make music? Like, fuck, I don't know what else to do. So I just go, anybody living on a ball is indoctrinated. That's what all my friends know me for. Like that's how much I want to promote my music. Like don't get me wrong. Like man, like I want it out there. I just don't know how. I don't know where to start. I also say I feel bad for anybody that thinks they're living on a ball. I say that all the fucking time too. And they tell me I feel bad for anybody that thinks they're living on flat earth. Like they always make fun of me and shit. Yo, you're right with saying that musically inclined people kind of pick up on it. Like you're totally right because I noticed I show them my music, but in the beginning they're like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck flat Earth, this and that." And I show them my music, and I show them it again, and they're like, "Dude, I kind of see what you're talking about. Like through your music, like I kind of get it, dude. Like you're explaining it through your music somehow." Thanks for the support, dude. I think you guys definitely deserve to hear that. You know, I didn't record it for no reason, you know, so I appreciate it big time. If it can help you kind of get some ideas even in your head, like for your own shit. Like, we'll give you money if you can prove you're living on a globe. I bet you won't, right? Like, what?
So how do you say it, chemtrail? If you believe you're on a globe, you're indoctrinated?
Yeah. Anybody living on a ball is indoctrinated.
If the sky resets overnight, it's a clock, then ain't it?
See what I mean? Like, I love flat earth music. It's so much fun. I can't listen to anything else. That's why I made my own music, because it's like, I can't listen to this fucking garbage, dude. Like, if 6ix9ine can say whatever he wants, then I can say whatever I want. Fuck you.
Is he gone? Oh. I was just about to ask him if he's heard my music.
And we've all heard your music, bro. I don't think I ever told you, but man, I'm a fan of your music. Oh, somebody's calling me.
No one's gonna say anything. I'm just gonna play Chocolate's song because that's one of my favorites. Seems we have new commands.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flatten their guns, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copperly, in the wall to ever show for nevermore. Been a rap for your tonight, or a scientific, or a sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the dark of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up, like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globetards step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globetards wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. Your brain's obliterated, finished, and unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leap? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks in the head. She keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you bros never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. It's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hear through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Woo! Yeah! Yeah!
Was that not supposed to talk during that?
That was like non-stop gravy. That was like a gravy buffet.
Yeah, that was Chocolate saying. Welcome, Donovan.
What's up,
welcome
man?
to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Do you have any questions?
I think if I'm in the right place, I think everybody has questions. Honestly, I don't know where to begin. For real, for real. You know, I'm recently trying to get really, to introduce myself to astronomy because I don't know, I don't know too much about that. I'm like layman when it comes to shit like that. Like I don't recall ever even looking up too much. Now that I think I was thinking about that shit today. I was like, yo, I'd never really looked up like that.
Got some good news for you. We're all laymen when it comes to astronomy, right? Because nobody's story is any more scientific than anyone else's story. Because in order for something to be scientific, you have to manipulate the variables. Can you manipulate anything in space?
No.
So as far as Neil deGrasse Tyson goes, and me, a high school dropout, is he any more scientific with his explanation than I am with mine?
You're asking a biased person because I don't particularly believe in Neil deGrasse Tyson as a scientist or otherwise. So I kind of keep it moving when I hear him talking. So I think the proof is in things that you can determine for yourself. I mean, ultimately that's what quote unquote science is supposed to be anyway. It's like shit you can repeat through observation and things that you can study for yourself and you can actively participate in.
So it's not what you know, what you think you know, it's what you can prove? Is that what I kind of heard you say?
100%. I mean, I'm sure all of us here, or many of us here, if you represent Flat Earth, or if you're inclined to believe in Flat Earth, you probably had some type of intense discussion with somebody, and during the midst of that discussion, they reference information that they themselves don't know. They're like quoting it third-hand, fourth-hand information, and they're saying, well, we know, but they don't know themselves. They're just saying, because this person told them, well, and we know for a fact. And, I never represent information in that capacity.
See, but some of the math just doesn't work out no matter what. I mean, in my opinion,
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, in my opinion, the best credible source that we have is the one and only Guinness Book of World Records. So there's that. So if you know,
I'm sorry, you kind of messed up. You said is the what?
Oh, sorry. So if you know how to do math, which I'm not certainly an expert on, but as it turns out, to make a long story short, we see too far. In fact, we see too far all over the earth. You know what I mean?
No, I get that. But I was just talking to the moderator, and obviously we're having a discussion as to how I came about Flat Earth, or the assumption or the belief, and more than likely, as far as I'm concerned, because I'm 75% certain. I'm not 25% uncertain. And
okay,
I came to.
Oh, sorry. So sorry. I apologize.
No. I was just gonna say.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I came to, when you talk about believing in the math, it wasn't so much the math. It was just common sense. It was like. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I've heard you say a couple times the word belief. And the truth is self-evident, so that doesn't require any belief.
No, I agree. But what I'm saying is that, all right, so for instance, when I was more than inclined to believe in Flat Earth, or I won't call it Flat Earth, I'll call it a closed system, because I'm uncertain as to what this existence is. I won't proclaim to know what I don't know. But what I do know is that when we start talking about the existence of vacuums in infinites, when you reference a high pressure medium, which would be the quote unquote Earth, or the spherical Earth, in reference to an infinitely existent space or spatial vacuum, then you're just speaking in absurdities, because in theory, in principle, it would never work. And then you start discussing the propulsion and the system, of rocketry, and how all of this stuff would function as far as radio waves and all of these things in this in the void medium of space, it wouldn't work either. And then when you start talking about how a satellite will facilitate information within the void of this space, that wouldn't work either. So that's what led me to be
so radio waves, there's documentation for that communication that shouldn't occur. So yeah, it sounds like you're kind of familiar with the topic. Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
looking at my phone.
That's cool, but yeah, to that capacity, but there are aspects of it that I'm not aware of. So like when people start discussing, horizon lines and distance and the curvature of the Earth or the radius, I don't know the radius of the Earth. I'm not gonna lie, I've never sat down to think about it. I never really crossed my mind. I just, again, I accepted it for what it was. It was like, the Earth is round. I was like, oh, okay. But I was never like, well, how round is it? You feel what I'm saying? I never took it that far.
Yeah,
but
sure.
but there are concepts that I've encountered through my journey of understanding where I'm like, oh, so that makes sense. Like, for instance, the degree of the sun being relative to, the degree of temperature. Like if you look up and you see the sun is 90 degrees or in parallel with the planet, then it would be, 90 degree in temperature. Like all of these things correspond to seasonal changes and overall climate and all that. And once you start becoming aware of that and how, ancient astronomers used to pretty much, create calendars and create systems like the astrolabe in order to determine these factors based off the principle, these very common sense principles. And it's like, I never believe somebody who overcomplicates a subject. If it's quantum gluons and quarks and leptons, then you're reaching in the realm of.
From my understanding, it's really interesting that, like timeanddate.com, that's not based on observations.
You said it's not based on observations?
Correct. I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
No, I'm not aware. So what do you mean specifically? You're saying time, the date, like the calendar and all of that?
No, the website, the official website, timeanddate.com.
Oh, what is it based on then?
I probably shouldn't have said anything because I'm not like well on the topic, but hold on, just
give me your understanding. It's cool.
No, I might have a website saved. Hold on, let me look real quick. I think it has to do with stuff like the geophysical year and like the Saros cycle, and but don't quote me. But my point for bringing it up, this is going to be my way out of this, is that people assume that it is. Wouldn't you say that's fair to say?
People assume that what is? I think calendars is based on observation.
No, I didn't say calendar. Like timeanddate.com. I do believe it tells us when the sun rises and such.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume it's based on observation, but
but it's not. You should. I'm not trying to sound like a smart aleck or anything, but you should look into it if it's that interesting to you. I know there's others that are more
specific. This specific website.
Yeah, timeanddate.com.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
I wish a wild India would appear. Hank, are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
I believe you're talking about the time and date thing. I think it's more based on the model than it is actual sunset times. I think that's what you were talking about.
I wasn't thinking of any model per se. What I was saying that it was not based on observation; it's calculation. And I do believe that would be from a flat Earth, not a globe.
Well, in somewhat defense of them, you can really predict things by calculation. I mean, calculation is really based upon the periodicity and excuse me if I said that word wrong, but things are predictable because there's an inherent rhythmic process to life in and of itself. So you can make general assumptions about things, and that's what mathematics is. Mathematics aren't numbers; they're ways to quantify rhythmic. Yeah, thank you. Periodicity.
But you didn't get that word wrong. You got prediction wrong.
Well, thank you, sir. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Periodicity. Yeah. Mathematics aren't just numbers or abstractions. They're ways to.
Yeah, they are abstractions. Yes, they are.
They're abstractions, but they're ways to infer periodicity. You see what I'm saying? So if
no,
let me make my point. If you say, let me clarify.
They're not predictions. Then you screwed up. Predictions, they're not abstractions, but they are abstractions. You're not going.
Predictions are based. Predictions are based.
No, they're
upon
not.
Rhythm.
Not scientific.
They are. When something happens cyclically, when something happens in a cycle, then
shut the fuck up.
No, you didn't.
You don't know what a scientific prediction is. You're using prediction out of context. Mathematics has nothing to do with it.
I have a question. Wait, so the sun and moon are local?
Are you asking somebody else here? I just came in.
You just slid into the room just now.
I stopped because I heard predictions and mathematics and periodicity and diarrhea of the mouth Donovan up there that doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
How local is the moon and the sun to the Earth?
No one knows.
Yeah, we don't have a claim on that.
But it's closer than NASA says it is, right? Or is it farther? I don't know.
Well, I guess you could consider the solar eclipse that the United States had in 2016. The shadow with the path of totality. I believe there's a claim out there that says it went the wrong way. And then also it would be the shadow is the wrong size also. So there's that. I don't know if that's helpful, but.
I have another question. So, do y'all believe the speed of light is as fast as people say it is? The speed of light.
Yeah, and what is the one-way speed of light? Tell us.
So, speed of light, 300,000 kilometers a second. Do you guys believe that?
That's two-way. What's the one-way?
So we could calculate how far the moon is off the speed of light. So if you transmit a radio signal to the moon, and
that's two-way. What's the one-way?
Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay. So if we key up a radio and a radio signal travels at the speed of light,
please.
What is my question?
No. Answer the question, please. What is the one-way speed of light?
One way of speed of light? I'm just talking about the speed of light in a vacuum of space, when it's like a radio signal.
Yeah, you're talking about the speed of light, two-way speed of light in an imaginary medium. Like, it's like saying, here's the speed of the Ice Queen's magic in Narnia. Okay?
I think someone should probably point out to you that light travels different speeds through different mediums, much like how sound can travel different speeds through different mediums. Really quickly through steel, really slower through water.
But there's a limit to how fast light could travel, especially through a vacuum. It's going to travel near its limit because space is a vacuum.
But we don't live in a vacuum, so what's the speed of the one way of light here on Earth?
Yes, yeah, I don't know that you guys think that space is not a vacuum. Like, I respectfully, what is space to fly Earth? Like,
so let's clarify here that there's space between you and us, standing next to each other. There's space between us, but you should make sure to refer to it as the vacuum of space when you refer to outer space. You know, that mystical fairy tale they tell us that's above our heads, allegedly.
So, what is above us?
The vacuum of space, doesn't it? Well, above us would be the walls of the container somewhere up there, and somewhere far out there, the walls of the container would come in contact with the ground, because you can't have gas pressure without a container. So we're, by definition, by default, inside a container.
Yeah, but what's above you is the sky, and what's below you is the ground.
So we've never gone past this container.
Ding, ding, ding.
Not that we know of, no.
Okay, so NASA's fake, right?
Well, NASA's real, but everything they do is fake.
So like the rocket launch that people watch.
Yeah, so a rocket or something like a rocket went up and then away, but it did not go to the vacuum of space like they're claiming. No, it did not.
Check out live stream voice text. I posted a GIF there. Tell me, do we have teleportation technology today?
Sorry?
According to ESA, or the European Space Agency, they showed a teddy bear being teleported into the ISS. Now, am I supposed to just believe that? Where is this technology?
A quick question: who was the guy who was disagreeing with me earlier? Because I would like to. I want to finish my point before he muted me. I don't know who muted me, but I definitely wanted to finish my point as to what I was saying about.
Your point. I muted you, then I unmuted you, and now you're not going to finish your point because you didn't have a point and I destroyed it. Now let these people finish their discussion, and then me and you will get the fucking cases.
Ooh. Actually, that is a good point. So that teddy bear reappearing out of nowhere, teleporting. So we've had the CGI technology since NASA has been a thing, right? 1960s, 1970s. So you guys know with the computer world, the inverse square law, and basically the computers, like, you ever heard of Moore's law with computers?
Yes.
So in the 1960s, we wouldn't have computer technology as powerful enough to generate photorealistic images.
Yeah, they didn't fake it like that then, did they? Look at the actual stuff, and then you have to admit to yourself that this isn't the same. They fake it differently, and they fake it much worse.
I'm sorry to cut you off,
back
bro.
in the day. So please go back and look at the claimed real things, and then you will know.
No, I'm just saying there's a difference between photo and a rendered image when it comes to the computer world. A photo does not have to be created by a computer, while a computer generated image has to be rendered in a software by a computer, which would require quite a lot of processing power, especially for the 1960s, to make a photorealistic image of.
You're strawmanning us.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry? Might cut out.
You are strawmanning us. We never claimed that they used that technology of the modern day back in ancient times, or back in the day.
So they had
We didn't
different
claim
technology?
that. So you are making a straw man that is inaccurate. I already debunked it by telling you to go back and look at the original footage, and you will know that they're using claymation and older visual tricks that are super simple, like modeling and other things that are very commonly used in videography and movies. And then as you continue to watch the content that they give you, then you can see, oh, it's getting better and better. Oh, they're using different techniques now. Oh, and wait, they're fading into the screen now instead of, oh yeah, this is totally different.
So they use claymation to create.
Back in the day, yeah. In one of the first, does anybody have the video of the first?
It's the Russian cosmonaut who turns his head and the helmet moves with him.
Yeah.
Hey, Drace,
Who was I speaking to earlier, bro? Because I really do want to have this
Shut this
discussion.
fucking guy up. Hey, Drace, have you been in here for a while?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to drop out and come back in. Your mic's crackling.
Yep.
Now, Donovan, shut up until these people are done with their conversation.
Hold on. First of all, me and you were in the middle of a discussion, and
up. Damn. Please, gentlemen and ladies.
So I guess show me the footage. Or which chat are you gonna show the footage, or are you gonna screen share? Oh, okay, I see.
Drake's radio check.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Sounds
10-4.
Wait, so that's the footage. The one's supposed to be right there.
No, I don't have the claymation footage. That's why I asked people for it earlier.
Okay.
I've seen it multiple times. It's one of the earliest spacewalks, and once you speed it up, it becomes very bad. And the globe underneath it turns in all directions. It's really badly done. But by back in the day standard, it was all they got, and people just saw it once on TV, and then that's it. Then they started getting more creative. Like if the last one I posted, for instance, is from a parabolic flight that had Mach ISS on the inside, and they used that to fake a lot of the things during the 1990s. And you can see that because they have cuts every 60 or 80 seconds. After every 60 or 80 seconds, you see a flash of white light, and then they're back. It's really bad. The faking is so bad that you honestly have to lie to yourself if you're going to believe it.
I still need the footage, but I guess what's his name could finish his argument.
Don't worry about it. He ran away.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess I could have another question.
Can I ask really quick? What was the argument? Because I'm the one that let him in, and I want to make sure he understands. I don't like people playing fucking games with me.
Yeah, let him back in if he wants to come back in. I was going to get to him right after we were done with their conversation right here.
That was the Donovan, right? The Donovan guy? Okay,
yes.
okay.
He's got detention.
Yeah, he's back in the lobby.
Yeah, go ahead. Let him back in. I just want him to shut the fuck up until they were done. Then he can train wreck himself here in a couple minutes. Are you guys done?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
No, he's not back in here yet. I
Yeah,
just want to make
give
sure
him just a minute. He's in the lobby right now. I don't know why people can't realize that there's a live stream voice text as well. I just don't understand.
Lost in the lobby.
I even sent him the link for the live stream. So, but yeah,
tell him it's okay. It's okay. We got hot chocolate, and somebody will rub his feet when he comes in. It'll be all right.
Music will start here in just a moment.
There'll be some music playing. It'll just be sweet. Nice and smooth.
Does anybody have the gif of the claymation, the astronaut that looked to the left and his helmet moved with his head?
Oh yeah, that's the animation.
We probably
one.
have it.
Oh, I
Does
can't
anyone have
remember
it?
I can't remember the meme, but I know it's a meme. If you can get the meme list, which is freaking huge.
Is it like the rolls list?
I got it.
Yeah,
It'll only
holy
take me
cow.
2 hours to go through.
Two freaking hours. Yes, 2 hours.
A lot of memes.
I mean, it took me that long just to find the mail.
I remember that scuba suit from way back there, man. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no shortage of NASA fuck-ups, bloopers, anomalies, all sorts of stuff.
We need to find somebody that can isolate that picture and right there. You know, when he goes right there and just blow that thing up. Because it is difficult to see still, right? It's only for a second.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's like 6 hours compilations of NASA fails now, so it's getting pretty long.
Yeah, the American Moon documentary is 3.5 hours long.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I seen that one. That's too funny.
Bernie.
I thought it was Jason with a mask on with a chainsaw.
That's Bernie. The mittens, Bernie and his mittens.
You sound like you'd like mittens.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, like mittens, yeah.
Where's Donovan? Where's
He's-
Sunshine Superman at?
He's having a moment.
Did someone
That's all
say?
I can say.
Did someone say sunshine?
We're gonna give him his moment. He's speaking in the chat right now. I don't know what he's saying, but he's like typing. So give him
Is
just.
he
a
hurdy-gurdy man or is he
I
Sunshine?
don't know. Okay, I don't think it's a misunderstanding. I think the mod is a guy, for whatever reason, is prone to emotional outbursts and overreacting. I had a very responsible conversation with a young lady up until as well as, but I think this isn't the place for me. Well, all right. You bad. So bad.
Oh man, what did I miss?
I guess you'll never know if you don't try. Then okay.
Oh, can you tell him I apologize?
Oh wow, that is
Yeah, tell him Q's turning over a whole new leaf now. It's not going to be that way ever again. He just realized his error.
Most the error of my ways.
I'll be really nice. Where is he? Is he up in the lobby?
Mm-hmm.
Where's lobby text?
At least he.
Yeah, lobby. He's still not understanding that we have a voice text, but it's okay. Let's not get on him for that.
To give him a little credit, he at least understands that gas must fill the available space. So.
Oh, and he keeps saying something that the bot deletes. It's so funny. Bro, he told me shut the fuck up. Unacceptable.
Oh.
Yeah, but did he only do it once?
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Okay, so it's only
what's
once. then.
unacceptable
Come
is you
on.
not coming back in.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. Mm-hmm.
Oh God, don't get into What the heck?
Oh my
wrong
God.
fucking server.
Hey, that was a perfect meme for QE. Look at that.
What's that?
Curve hunting since 2015. Well, maybe it wasn't exactly 2015.
Nice.
Got that military motif in there.
Does it?
I posted one for you, Jenny. Yeah, I posted one for you. Bernie and his mittens. Yeah.
Anybody want to make guesses on what the name of the the meme for the helmet turning? Remember that one? Anybody want to take guesses on what the meme might be called?
I have no idea. I don't even know which one you're talking about.
It's one of the early spacewalks where the dude turns his head and the helmet's not supposed to turn and the helmet turns.
Oh, is it one above? It's like a Russian cosmonaut or something above
Yeah,
here?
it might be. It might be.
Yeah.
I think you go to YouTube and you type in 100% real spacewalk, definitely not fake, or something like that.
That might work.
Or like ultimate flat Earth proof. Or no, sorry, globe Earth proof. Flat Earth is destroyed.
Jenna, you are Bernie friggin' Goner. Yeah, that one, right?
I like this
That one.
What the hell is that at 78 speed?
Oh boy, this one's good.
Yeah, it's been sped up.
Where's Bernie at in here? There. It's hard to see him. You are gone, girl.
Oh no, this is just getting started. This is good.
Of the mittens because my fingers can socialize within the mittens. When they're separated, it's like society. They're much warmer when they are in a social environment. This is why mittens are far superior to gloves.
Oh man. Ooh. Good stuff.
Someone should send her some fuzzy earmuffs to go with the mittens.
Gloves are for the capitalists.
Hmm.
In communism, you don't deserve each individual digit.
Does anyone want to speculate on what they think UFOs are, real quick? Since it doesn't seem like we have a...
Oh, that sounds like a good one for QE.
Yeah, that's right up.
I'm sorry, let me rephrase that.
Let's do one better. How you feel?
I'm sorry,
How do you
what's
feel about UFOs?
No, I know. I've that's kind of what I want to know. QE, how do you feel? I want to know your feelings. I know that you don't have any concrete evidence, but I just want to know what you think about them.
I have no opinion on.
You don't think that there's objects in the sky that are moving in ways that maybe we don't have the technology to recreate?
Now, what I say, it's going to get into a religious discussion, even though it's not religion, and so I don't want to do it.
Okay, that's fair. Does anybody else have any?
There's definitely no aliens anywhere.
Yeah,
Because
I know.
to have that, you'd have to have evolution. You'd have to have the billions of years fairy tale, and you'd have to have the friggin' universe with trillions and trillions of stars. So that ain't it.
I completely agree. I just I do think that there's lights in the sky that are doing something, and I'm just curious as to how everyone
in the
feels.
sky that are doing something. Should be a song.
They're moving around. They're doing stuff.
They're doing it all day long.
With muffins on.
With muffins on. Yes, sir. Take it out of the heat.
They're plotting about
Like-
twinkling and sparkling all night.
Like over Phoenix, big triangles.
Yeah, before I became a flat earther, I've witnessed on 2 occasions something that I can't explain how it would be reproduced. I've seen orange orbs hold their position in the sky and then just blink out of existence. And what's super interesting is I got it on film, and my camera at the time, it picks up something completely different than what I was seeing. And then, yeah, so I'm just, I want to know how people feel about it. I know that nobody's got any proof.
We saw something the other night that was looked like one of the wanderers, but when we took a picture of it, it looked freaking totally different than what I was seeing. It was really weird.
Sparkly.
And the photo was showing it change size.
That's exactly what. Yeah, the things that I ended up getting video of were like pinpoints compared to what I was seeing in the sky, which was very
Well,
bizarre.
if they're in water, they're gonna change size.
This thing was flashing like a freaking fire truck light. Blue, red, white, yellow, orange, stuff like that. Rapidly flashing.
I had come in for this. I was on the YouTube. What do you mean you see stuff doing things that is outside of the capabilities of our technology?
Oh, I don't think that we have the capability to like stop in midair after like obvious increased acceleration and make 90-degree turns.
Really? Have you not seen any drone videos?
I'm talking. This was like 2007, and it was I was in a third world country, and we were in the middle of nowhere, and all the animals on all the farms in the surrounding area started going nuts and making noises.
That's a cute story, but you don't think that we have drones that can do that?
No, not at the speeds that I saw. Yeah, no, just to make myself known here, like I'm a mod here.
That's cool. I got you. I'm just trying to learn you something if you'll allow me.
Yeah, please.
Oh, mod is.
So, these liars, they always work with sleight of hand when they're trying to seed things into people's minds. So when people are thinking, there's no pilot that could survive these kinds of maneuvers and we don't have that kind of technology. Well, yeah, they weren't talking about drones though. Drones most definitely could and probably have for a long time been able to do these things that you've seen. And I can point you to a video of some jet drones doing exactly what you thought wasn't possible.
Yeah, sure, shoot it over. I just think there's more to the phenomenon than secret military stuff.
It's not secret. I just told you.
Okay, not secret military stuff.
More to meet, CI.
Exactly. Transformers all the way. Is anybody here familiar with David Paulides and his Can-Am Missing 411 project?
Yeah, I've listened to that.
Okay, that's pretty unexplainable. That's, and out of respect for the victims' families, he doesn't speculate. He's not going to say aliens or Bigfoot or whatever. He just keeps it very factual. And one of the videos that I watched recently, it was almost identical to something that I've experienced, and I'm just like, yeah, there's something to that. I mean, if they'd lie about the shape of the Earth, they're probably lying about a bunch of other things and want to keep it under wraps.
Yeah, just watch that video that I posted in the chat.
Ha! He's in the hallway.
Now I'm kind of interested though, because I got one side of someone's opinion that it's not secret government stuff going on, and QA said it was, in his opinion, humbly, a religious, almost borderline religious debate. So it seems like there is something to be kind of hashed out there, but I get it if not everybody's interested.
It's this simple. With suppression of technology over 100 years, you have no idea what's been invented.
Yes,
So-
exactly. Or how much technology.
But I would like to
Thinking with-
wait. Let me clarify something, okay? UFOs and then being under the impression that they could be aliens from space is most definitely a religious belief. Now, what I'm showing you is something practical that you've never seen. Two different things, both exist in the same world. One, a religious story. Two, something you've never seen. So, that statement that you just made was kind of inaccurate for me.
Yeah, but UFOs and believing that UFOs are aliens coming from the vacuum of space are mutually exclusive, because I myself have caught a UFO on camera before, but I don't think it came from the vacuum of space.
Yeah, I never once claimed that aliens and UFOs are synonymous. I just mean unidentified flying objects.
I don't think that QE meant that UFOs were people's religious belief, like you just kind of tried to package in, though.
Oh yeah, if he wants to correct my statement or what I understood him to say, he said, I don't want to get into it because it will become a religious discussion, and he didn't want to do that. And so I said, oh, so there's some sort of religious connotation to what he feels UFOs might be.
Nope. I said religious discussion, then I qualified it. I said it's not actually religion, but it's considered religion. And I said it probably wouldn't be a good idea to go down that road.
Because you can't verify these things, right?
Yeah, I can't verify them. I can get there through deduction pretty easy, though. Right?
Yeah, maybe I didn't have all the best words, but that's essentially what I understood.
You need the best words, man. It's always about the best words.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I mean, dude, I'll talk about flat Earth in front of a bunch of globe earthers any day. I'll take a fucking UFO story to a bunch of flat earthers any day. It's all the same. I'm always questioning, the narrative.
Yeah, just be speculation. I'm sure the militaries of the world have technology that we are unaware of. I am absolutely certain about that. I've seen it firsthand.
Well,
But it would just be speculation, right? If we went down that road.
Absolutely. That's nice. Yeah.
The recon video from Afghanistan alone from the scout sniper was enough. For me, when you see somebody running across a battlefield with troops fucking just walking around everywhere, guns, and you just see this blip running. Like past all of them, like shit didn't just happen, like he's not in their compound, and they don't see him.
Hey, yo, crack villain.
Oh no, we're gonna get into the beats now and shit, right?
Uh-huh.
Chicka baka.
Well, I'm gonna put you in one of my new songs. What country do you live in again?
Missouri.
Missouri?
Misery.
Seriously? You live in Missouri?
No, I don't live in misery.
Okay.
Misery?
I got
It's a
misery
joke.
tattooed on my right arm, dog.
Ride, man. Here
It's
we
a
go
joke.
again.
isn't it? I mean,
I thought that was weird.
He lives in England and Missouri.
I have the word misery tattooed across my right arm.
no way, that's mad. I should move there just so that we can have that symbiosis.
I'm getting company on the other arm. I'm gonna get company on the other arm.
I played your song earlier as well, bro. Yeah, nah, mate. I'll make a tune with you, definitely, mate. So,
Yeah. Hey, so you said England you're from?
you should ask QE to make a song. Have you heard QE's album? QE's
You know
got
who started this shit? We just
QE's
talked,
got like
we just
5
talked about
albums.
this, man. Well, hold up, Crosso. You know who started this? Anthony Riley.
What started rap?
No, he started this song thing with Flat Earthers. It was him, then Adam, did his, and I said, I gotta do something against Adam. Then I did mine, and then it all went down the pooper.
All right, so it was all crap after you're saying.
So Anthony, I'm gonna string his ass up.
Yeah, you're gonna string him up for that. What?
I am.
Okay.
Hanging from the rafters?
Wait. So you made a song, QE?
I made a few of them.
Well, send them to me then, bruh.
What do you mean, bruh?
I mean, send them to me, bro.
Dude,
he's got a recent one.
I just did another one. Ba Rooney.
Rooney.
Oh, really? Oh, so you're doing like jingles type shit, right?
Rooney. Yeah, I got that. I got.
Hey, QE, you ever do any volunteer work as a lawyer? I got a case coming up, and you'd be a good mouthpiece, homie. You know what I mean? Seriously.
Do you not
better than the lawyer I got?
You don't want him rapping you in court, mate.
No, well, I'm sure the way he tears apart other people, I wouldn't want to debate him.
Oh.
If I was a Glober, I wouldn't want to debate you. And if you were a Glober, I wouldn't want to debate you.
Hey, Jers, you bunch of knuckle dragging crayon munchers, pay attention.
Dude, I want to put one of those clips in my song, dude. That's just so funny when you say that.
Hey, Drace, don't give him them songs, man. Just give him ammunition and shit.
Whoa,
what happened? I was just playing that, and all of a sudden it got deleted.
There you go.
Hey, so QE basically made jingles.
Jingles, I'd use the Doors and Jimi Hendrix and the Stones and
For real?
Jackson Brown.
Oh, tough shit.
That's more my style. Wait, do I know something? QE, like, rap isn't my thing, you know that?
That's the best.
What?
I answer QE with QE.
So
Yeah, tough shit.
Oh, tough shit.
Well,
You do realise that rap ain't even my thing like that either. It's like,
Tough shit.
it's something that I think is enjoyable, but that's about it.
Wait a minute.
You have constant loop on that thing or what?
It's gonna be so good.
No, I'm just pushing it manually.
Listen up.
Okay, attention on deck.
Listen up. Go ahead. I gave you a T-zone, man, Sonny. You drinking again?
No, what, bro?
Brad, your mic's going crazy, bro. I don't know why.
Whose? Are you talking about the one from earlier, QE? I don't know how to read minds, bro. I know you.
I said, well, listen up. I thought you were going to play tough shit.
Oh, okay.
Get it?
I missed the Q.
My word.
I missed the QEQ.
I know.
QE. I missed the QE.
Yeah. Now it's contrived. Forget about it.
Turn the EQ up for QE.
He had to teach you how to do it.
Oh, tough shit. Oh, tough shit.
Turn up the EQ.
Oh, tough shit. Oh, tough shit.
All of you.
Oh,
Creepy to hear that from yourself.
I'd rather hear him say, QE, hear him say bone over and over and over again.
Bone?
Yeah.
Bone?
Bones?
Soft tissue and bones?
Bones?
Oh boy.
Okay, did everyone get the gist on the gyro compass today? Everyone listen to that. No.
Is it a short presentation or
The numpty clip.
Oh, numpty, no.
No one caught the I told you guys to listen to that.
Good thing we're here now, though.
You need to listen to the
Oh my god.
That's how you
some
learn about
people-
that stuff, man.
Well,
You
some
know?
people got to go outside sometimes.
Well, you don't have to listen. You don't have to listen to it. Holy shit.
Just post
man.
it.
Whose mic is going crazy? You didn't have to listen to it live or something, but make sure you stop by and get there. There's good stuff in there, man. So I take a little liberty with a few of my guests, right? But it's good education stuff. If somebody comes up with a gyro compass, I'm going to pick one of you flat earthers out here. Who am I going to pick out?
I ate a gyro sandwich the other day.
Not
Bueller.
Who wants to discuss the gyro compass?
I do. Tell me everything about the gyro compass.
It's my contention that as soon as you fire up the gyro compass, it points to true north. What's your response to that?
Magnetic north?
No, it points to true north. That's what the Baltards think. When it's fired up, when ships fire them things up, that because the Earth spins, that thing will point to true north all on its own.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
So does it do that regardless?
That's what the Baltards say, that as soon as it's fired up, because the Earth spins, it'll point to true north. And, check this out, when you go over the imaginary equator, that it'll flip and point to the South Pole by itself.
That is such a lie.
Citation.
That's such a lie.
Okay, since you guys didn't listen to the Numpty clip, you're going to have to endure it. Sonny.
I'm gonna play it now.
Thank you.
This is unbelievable.
So there. Hold on a second.
This is pissing me off, and I haven't even listened to it yet.
I have it just about at the ready here. So, all right.
Can the rotation of the Earth can the rotation of the Earth power my car? The plug-in.
All right.
Okay, prepare yourselves.
Shit.
We have Baltard brain surgeons. Cert. Here he comes to save the day. More on man. And color commentaries from crossing into oncoming traffic. Left lane. April 2021.
Have you ever looked at a mechanical gyro compass?
Yes. What's next? My favorite color?
How does the mechanical gyro compass work exclusively to a globe Earth?
It exploits rotation. It's exclusive to a rotating Earth.
It's exclusive to a rotating Earth. Wouldn't you have to first demonstrate a rotating Earth to even consider making that claim? You begging the spinning question space monkey fallacy? I'd like to see you try in the face of the strikes. Strike 1. The semicircular canals of the vestibular apparatus of the inner ear, which detect angular movement. Why isn't anyone feeling angular movement whilst in recliners on Earth? Por favor. Uh-oh! Your favorite spinning ball space monkey religion is dead right there, numpties. I have a novel idea. Take an A&P course. Clowns. Strike 2. Complete and utter lack of Earth-based Coriolis effect. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these bozos don't even know what the Coriolis effect is. And finally, we have time-lapse inertial reference frame moon and star rotation.
Fatality.
Which pummels at the very core your spinning space monkey into the incoherent oblivion. Steve Rye 3, you're out, numpties.
If you can demonstrate some other cause for a gyro compass to do what it does.
Ay, caramba!
That's why we love you, Baltards. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. OCD-like. So you want us to demonstrate some other cause for it, the gyro compass, to do what it does? You didn't state, let alone demonstrate a cause in the first place to avail the opportunity to give you some other cause. Juvenile shifting the burden of proof fallacy. And do what it does? What does it do? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these incoherent, mindless, wiki-parroting, mouth-breathing wallies think that gyro compasses, when spun up presto magico, point to true north. think I'm kidding?
Gyro does not process. Gyro compass points at north, at the geographical north. And it does that because it is a frame of reference by itself.
Told you. Geographic north is true north. It's where all their fairy tale meridians converge to a point in the north. His mechanism here is, the gyro compass is a reference frame by itself, which is not only utterly meaningless, it's a non sequitur fallacy on nuclear steroids. Tantamount to saying the carousel is spinning counterclockwise because it's a reference frame by itself. Allow me to lift the veil for you if you never heard this disheveled 2015 dumpster fire before. From HowStuffWorks.com, a spinning gyroscope, if supported in a gimbaled frame and spun up, will maintain the direction it is pointing toward, even if the frame moves or rotates. In a gyro compass, this tendency is used to emulate a magnetic compass. At the start of the trip, the axis of the gyro compass is pointed toward north using a magnetic compass as a reference. A motor inside the gyro compass keeps the gyroscope spinning, so the gyro compass will continue pointing toward north and will adjust itself swiftly and accurately even if the boat is in rough seas. Periodically, the gyro compass is checked against the magnetic compass to correct any error it might pick up. So, folks, a gyro compass is set at the start of the trip by a magnetic compass. They then convert magnetic north and azimuth to true north using magnetic declination. See map legend, and it depends on your start location. The gyro compass is also checked for accuracy periodically during the trip with a magnetic compass. Why? Well, to ensure accuracy, especially over long distances, because the magnetic declination changes. Duh. They add or subtract the magnetic declination from the magnetic azimuth to get true north. No spinning space monkey fairy axes needed.
Gyro compass does not deviate that way. Points north.
Points north.
It only processes when it's looking for true north.
Looking? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these spinning space monkeys are batshit insane. Reification fallacy. A gyro compass is an inanimate object. It doesn't look, smile, run, jump, get bad breath, or do the hokey pokey.
Or have feelings.
In fact, it's a textbook pathetic fallacy, which is the attribution of human qualities to inanimate objects. Simply pathetic.
Do you need any further evidence besides the fact that it works?
The cherry on top color commentary brought to you by the Baltard brain surgeon crossing into oncoming traffic, left lane. It works. How does underwear work on a spinning monkey ball? Baltard logic, underwear works, therefore, spinning monkey ball. Left lane.
Uh-oh.
Should have changed lanes. Doubling down on his riveting color
Insurance
commentary declaration, left lane.
Uh-oh.
Screws the pooch again.
And the fact that it works is self-evident.
One could only imagine the maelstrom horror Stanford and Harvard Law are going through to recruit you. Here he comes to save the day, moron man.
Back the gyroscope to make it point north. It spins from any direction you start it, and it seeks north.
So it's seeking north, except
when you go south of the equator, it reverses and seeks south.
What a fucking liar.
Is that magnetic south?
Wow.
What the f***? Let me get this straight. When a ship crosses an imaginary line, the now magical gyro compass endowed with Sauron orc powers from Middle-earth, presto magico flips to the non-existent South Pole. If you stroke its gimbals with pixie dust from Gondor, can it point to the dark matter between Jimmy and Amelia? You bozos need to be institutionalized. Immediately!
On the southern hemisphere, it points to the southern pole.
Here he comes to save the day! Moron Man!
Back the gyroscope to make it point north. It spins from any direction you start it, and it seeks north.
And on the northern hemisphere, it points to the northern pole, the celestial one.
Celestial?
Gyro compass points at north. Points to the southern pole.
Looking for true north.
It seeks south.
Gyro compass points at north. Points north.
Moron Man!
It reverses and seeks south.
Looking for true north.
It seeks south.
Points north.
It points north, seeking south. While
South.
north points south.
Looking.
North.
Looking for north. It's still looking. I bet they don't even know what a gyro compass is for.
I bet you.
Ask them that. Be like crickets.
Yeah, I wanted to share that with you because you might run into that.
Yeah, that was good. I'm going to watch that again.
Yeah, I should too.
We don't want them to catch you unawares with their fairy tale stories, so you got to know what they're talking about. Know how to bust them.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Speaking of Bones, we're gonna hear them again.
Bones?
We got Bones. We got signature numpty clips starting next week. Remember, I'm gonna christen October the Flying Wasp. So we're gonna start off with Soundly, and then and famous Jack Horner.
Good old Soundly.
Yep. He's going to lead off the signature numpty clips next
Sitting in a corner, eating his curds and whey.
Wow.
So there you go. Now we can move on.
That's incredible that would come out of somebody's mouth.
Yep.
How where did that person come from? Because they should be raised. They need to be erased.
There were four of them.
Okay, so this is my. All right, so I hope you don't mind me sharing a few notes I took. Okay, so we have a magnetic compass that goes to graphic north, aka true north, but we have
No.
Okay.
Nope.
It goes to magnetic north.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
The magnetic compass.
That would be to say that geographic north could possibly be unknown.
No, the magnetic compass points to the magnetic north. If you ever look at maps, like military maps, the top of the map is always facing north, right?
Right.
To essentially true north. And what you do, if you want to convert magnetic azimuth to your map, you have to add or subtract the azimuth from. You get the information in the map legend. So you're just taking magnetic azimuths and plotting them on the map, but you have to do a little calculation.
The declinations that you mentioned, is that what you're referring to? Okay.
Yeah, and it depends on where you're at in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But the gyro compass needs the magnetic compass. So you could point it to magnetic north, and then they just make the magnetic the declination change to convert it to true north, and then point it there, right? So it always needs the magnetic compass first, and through the whole trip, you got to check that damn thing.
Okay, yeah, that is definitely should raise an eyebrow, but
yep.
So the idea of true north, like away aside from the old heliocentric model perspective, couldn't true north or geographical north be considered unknown?
Well, they think they know it.
No, not they. Us, not they. I mean us. Us. You're like, right.
Well, us. Yeah, it's a map. It's a map conversion, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so I mean like the Urbano Monte map, like that type of map.
The what?
I'm not saying it right. Sorry, I never say all the Oracle people's names right.
The Urbano what?
Monty. Okay.
The full Monty. I did that last night.
Sure. Congratulations. Okay. Yeah. All right, QE.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, so thank you so much, Miguel. All right, so I have this belief that there would be lands unknown to us. That's I waft into things that are, I mean, so what is the determination for true north, I guess? What curiosity would go
True
to.
north is the position that sits 90 degrees below Polaris.
Mm-hmm. Where that imaginary axis comes out of.
Yep.
Okay.
So, am I getting this right? That you're using the rigidity of in space of the gyroscope and then magnetically,
yes,
finding north and then adjusting the gyroscope to show them where it is relative to that shit.
Yeah. Now they pointed to true north off the magnetic azimuth.
Yeah.
And then it spins up. It's not going to move. Right? Because, in ships, they got rough seas, right? You're going backwards and forwards, and you'll be all screwed up in a matter of no time in rough seas, right? You'll also get screwed up if your trip's really long. Because, like I said, the declination will change on you, and you'll be off course, according to the map. Right? So it's all based on the convention on the maps. Follow?
Maybe, possibly. I'm gonna listen to your video again. I put it on my watch later.
Okay. Just be aware that these knuckleheads will bring that up to you. Don't see. That's one of my missions with the Numpty clips was to educate you guys into their arguments, so you're not caught unawares.
So I take it there's no type of citation given from anyone on this, pointing south bullshit. Right? There isn't any, is there?
You'd have to go to Gondor.
Oh my God. All right. I'll have to get myself a cloak.
Well, go ahead. Do it yourself. Go ahead. Look up gyroscopes. And South Pole. I never did it. It would be a fun exercise, though. Let me try it. I'll try it. Hold on.
Yeah, why not? Right now.
Yeah, we'll do it right now. Gyroscopes and South Pole. South Pole. Get ready to have your ass handed to you, QE. North Pole. Okay, axial either. You could no. No, if a gyro completely free is spun with a gyro axis on the north and south pole of... I'm not getting much. It's not going to do it by itself. You'd have to adjust it, right? You'd have to point it magnetic north. And if you wanted to point it south, you just take the other end of the fucking compass and point it that way.
Yeah, couldn't you theoretically just point it west and make it point that way? It has nothing to do with the poles.
You could if you wanted to.
So it's not looking for any poles. They just set it that way, and they're just dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, never thought about pointing it west. But it isn't going to change direction once it crosses a fairy tale imaginary line. It's not going to all of a sudden say, oh shit, we're in the south. Let me switch over. Those guys, they're cute when they're that age. They're batshit insane, man. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. But that's what you can expect from spinning ball space monkeys. They'll just make shit up. I told you, man. They're like anti-globers. They don't even parrot the correct glober bullshit. Right? They're like this left-wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up.
Ain't that something? That's spectacular.
I don't see how people can do that. I really don't. And be actually serious? No, I can see it if you're joking and stuff. If you're trying to be funny, that would be hilarious. But these people are actually serious. They're not only actually serious, they think they're intellectuals. That's what the truly hilarious part is.
Mm-mm. Okay, cut the shit. Where's the GIF where the astronaut turns his helmet? Help us out. How about the motorcycle one? Oh, wait a minute. No. Did I play that one on here before?
What's so funny, Sonny?
Just looking at the numpty list titles.
Nice.
Even just that's funny enough.
All right, which one? You gotta say.
The Astronomy. Astronomy. That's a hilarious one. We should play that one.
Sure, why not?
Was that a drunk bastard who?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, I love that
man.
one.
It is hilarious.
Hilarious. All right, what do you got for us, Sonny?
Here we go.
Renee, do you have an experiment?
We have an experiment already.
No, Renee, do you have an experiment of mass attracting mass?
Hey, do you have an experiment of bullshit?
No.
You have this experiment.
That may be true. There's only one way to find out, Renee.
You are a cult leader.
There's only one way
You
to
are
find
a
out.
cult leader.
You Jim Jones. There's only one way to find out, Renee. And how we find out if what you're saying is true.
You are a cult leader.
There's only one way to find out.
You saying Chemo's a cult leader? How many ball tards am I holding up?
And that way...
There's one way to find out that you're an idiot. Answer a basic astronomy related question,
Astronomy
idiot
is
boy.
not science, Renee.
No, you don't even understand basic astronomy because you're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. Excuse me while I get angry. All right, I'm going to shut up. This boy is a tool. He's a tool.
I thought Chemo was a cult leader. Now he's a tool? Can you make up your mind? Also, astronomy. Is that close to the whiskey bee, the brand bee, and the Bloody Mare bee?
Renee, look, it's pseudoscience, and we don't...
You are a fucking fool.
Now Chemo's a cult leader, a tool, and a fool. And that's the second time you said you were going to shut up and have it. Are you in the drunk?
All right, I'm done. I'm going to shut up.
It's the third time, John?
A basic astronomy related
That's not
question.
science. Sorry about that. No science.
Ask me. Answer me a basic astronomy related question.
Yes,
Come on.
It's not scientific. I can't help you.
Ask me a related, answer me a basic related astronomy related question. Answer related. Come on.
Oh, let me answer. Ask you a basic astronomy related question and you give me an answer.
All right, let's try and I'll put my religious hat on. Go on, let's do it.
Are you ready?
I've got my religious hat
Answer
on.
me.
Yeah.
Are you ready to answer me a basic astronomy related question?
Let's go.
And don't you dare say perspective.
Okay.
Okay. As seasons progress, the sun rises and sets at different regions of the horizon as we go. Why is that possible? Why does that happen?
Perspective related question perspective.
Are you ready for? No. Are you blatantly lying?
No,
You're a denier. Are you ready? You don't know jack diddly shit about astronomy.
Wow.
That is blatantly obvious.
Well, I know.
Are you ready for question? Are you ready for question 2, Mr. Dumbass?
Go on, then. I'm ready.
Okay. So, why can Polaris, the constellation of Polaris, be visible during a certain months of the year in the northern hemisphere during certain months of the year, and in other months of the year it cannot be visible. But if you could, during the months that it can't be visible, if you could magically turn day into night, you could see Polaris. Why is that?
So, Foster Brooks, you think the constellation Polaris, the constellation Polaris disappears for months in the northern hemisphere? How many space-time altering benders are you on per year? Have you considered clouds?
A model is your model. You don't. Are you ready for question number 3?
Hey, relax, everyone.
Chemo, are you ready for question number 3?
Yes.
Let's go to question number 3, Chemo. Okay, so
Did you forget it? You dumb old-
I said the flag conversation. I don't know God was just fucking everybody. I don't take a photo. I got everything. Yeah! God! Flag is off. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, you're a dumbass.
Come on.
You don't know jack diddly shit.
I'm talking about
You don't even understand basic astronomy. You're a dumbass. You're out here promoting your bullshit on the internet, and you don't even understand basic astronomy.
Renee,
what
stop
is
trying to roast
wrong
chemo.
with you?
But Renee, look at the model that I've provided for you. We have a working model.
Chemo, you.
It answers the second question.
Jump in a ditch.
Hello? Anyone home? I'm sorry, I was going for a conversation. I just told you and he's well, first of all, I can't understand. You know, I just came out of the street and it was bloody great
Let them vent. Let them get it out.
I'm sorry, people.
Don't prevent people from
People like this son of a bitch, they fucking aggravate the shit out of me. They're pieces of work, and they need to be tossed in a ditch. Incredulity. You're incredulity as it possibly can get.
That was insane. What the fuck? Oh,
Yeah, isn't that a good one?
I'm wiping away tears. Thank you, Sonny. That was great.
Now you know
I'm
why I
so
was
glad I don't
laughing.
wear makeup.
Now you know why I was laughing just looking at the titles.
High five, bro. I gotta add that to my funny list. Jeez. Man, if I'm having a bad day and I'm pissed off, all I have to do is listen to this shit.
Mhm. Yeah, that's true.
Oh my gosh. All right, what else you got? I don't know if you can top that one.
There's one from. There's one. Where's this one from?
What's up, fellow fatties?
Hey, what's up? Who was that?
It was California Nightmare.
Oh, what's up, California? What's happening, man?
Not much, man. I'm here at work listening to you guys talk amongst each other.
Right. About to play another numpty clip here.
All right.
But I'm gonna surprise you. You might have heard it.
Hopefully not.
From a few days ago. Just trying to catch up on the numpty clips. Don't want someone saying I wasn't listening to the numpty clips.
Who would ever say that?
I don't know.
Me?
I thought a little birdie was on my shoulder.
Is QE AFK or still in here?
Nah, I'm still here, man. I'm waiting for him.
Oh my god.
Oh
my
god.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I was wiping away tears from that one.
With astronomy.
God, I was just, my head was back. and I was just cracking the fuck up. It's like, what the fuck, man? Woo! That was a lot. That's a
You
lot.
like Constellation Polaris was one of your favorites.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. The Constellation Polaris.
Which one you gonna play?
I'm not saying.
Oh, a surprise! Yay!
Because a model has explanatory and predictive powers.
Hours.
A scientific model can predict after its prediction, i.e., scientific hypothesis, has been validated by experiment. However, your little vroom vroom motorbike model can't. Next block of instruction: how to spot a sail on a sailboat.
That's why we are so obsessed with a model.
You're so obsessed with a model because you're a moron. Number one, I've clearly established that you don't know what an actual scientific model is. Number two, the equivocation fallacy models you've conjured in that pea-sized piece of horse manure you got between your ears haven't even reached wiki reification fallacy status, which is scary by itself. From your alma mater wiki. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. Number three, when you finally breach reification fallacy status, as a good majority of your ball-tard spinning space monkey brethren already have, you're going to realize, with assistance from your fleet of slobber nurses, you actually don't even have that. All you have is Diary of the Parroted Fairy Tale Narrative Mouse Syndrome.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! Reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models.
Get lost, dummy!
So when a flat earther tells me they don't have a model, that's basically them saying, I don't know, and I can't even guess. It's admitting you lost before you even showed up to the table.
Retard! Hold on, Chemo, where's their model? Have you seen it?
That model, they don't have one yet, no.
Let's see
Sure,
it. Oh, they
check
don't
out
have
Google Earth.
What the f***? Your ball-tard spinning monkey ball model is Google Earth?
Say it ain't so.
That little charade was renounced publicly, quite vigorously, over 3 years ago by the lowerarchy of your crayon-munching clan. Sounds like you're just making shit up.
Do you think elevation is the same thing as curvature, sir? Because that's just dumb.
Look at you, big dummy.
Elevation isn't curvature. Elevation is elevation. However, the hallmark characteristic of curvature is changing elevation, as in elevation drop. In this specific case, 8 inches per mile squared vertical drop off a tangent from your feet in every direction. You have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I've shot lasers off the moon. I actually shot it off the moon, and I know that because the first time we attempted the experiment, we missed the retroreflectors and got no signal.
Oh, brother, another bouncing biscuit. This delusion wasn't and never will be a scientific experiment. Interestingly, on May 9th, 1962, MIT bounced a ruby laser off the moon. Where were the retroreflectors then, you retro
dummy? Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
You already played that one.
Yeah, that was earlier, I think.
Yeah. What's up?
Don't want anyone to miss it.
Jeez. That's another good one.
Man.
You could do Moyoc, man. Velocity causes time.
Okay, dokie.
If you want to, I'm just saying.
Sure. I don't mind.
No, if no one wants to say anything, you could.
Moyoc, moron, man. Velocity causes time?
Yeah.
That sounds interesting. Okay.
Here he comes to save the day. Moron Man. May 2021.
We go with the best information at the time, and that's what we move forward with.
So phlogiston was the best information at the time, and they just moved forward with that. How'd that work out for them?
I have a theory why the mice exploded in Australia and they started taking over the grain stores.
Wrong. That's not a scientific theory, moron. You're referring to a colloquial theory. That is, a wild guess or abject speculation, as opposed to a scientific theory. From the University of Rochester PhysicsLabs.edu, a scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. All you did here is faceplant into a clumsy, moronic equivocation fallacy.
And then later on, I find out that theory was wrong.
Shocking. You mean to tell me your abject speculation was wrong? Who'd have thunk it? Here he comes to save the day, Moron Man.
And that was a problem. And then we figured out what the problem was later on. Or maybe we didn't. Maybe we had a theory of it.
Are you high right now?
So let me get this straight. You figured out what the problem was, then maybe you didn't, and then you conjured another abject speculation? When does your Rhodes Scholarship end? Moron Man!
That was your dependent or independent variable for
dependent? Dependent is time.
So time is your dependent variable?
Yes.
What's your independent variable of the cause of
variable
time?
is velocity.
Velocity is the cause of time.
Are you serious? Are you...
Dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Correct.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
What's velocity?
Go ahead, skin it. Skin that smoke wagon and see what happens.
Time over distance.
Say hello to my little friend!
So velocity is time over distance. So 50 seconds per 200 miles is velocity. Time over distance is a non sequitur fallacy, non-unit of measure for anything. You must have been going for distance over time, as in 200 miles per hour. You're still wrong, because that's speed. Speed is a scalar, where velocity is a vector quantity. It's got magnitude and direction. You'd not only fail 6th grade intro to physics, you'd bolo a 2nd grade basic reasoning course. I'm embarrassed just listening to your dumbass. It's anybody's guess what abject stupidity is next to projectile diarrhea out of that ball-tard blowhole of yours.
Now, if you do that, now we can also naturally, if you want to stick with this stupid ass natural thing.
So natural science is stupid ass. Well, that follows coming from you and your ilk. It's merely standard fare you get from fanatical religiotards. You ever hear of science versus religion? Well, that science is natural science, by the way. That's why you bow your back against it. Thanks for confirming. Psst, we already knew.
Retarded asshole.
We don't need to hear the foreword from your autobiography.
My hypothesis is that mass attracts mass.
You don't start with a hypothesis. You start with an observed phenomena, your dependent variable. Number 2, mass attracts mass is the poster child of circular reasoning. Number 3, the independent variable and the dependent variable can't be the same. Number 4, you or anyone else for that matter can't even define the friggin' disheveled monkey. Mass. At the very best, it's a concept. And concepts don't physically attract each other, moron. In conclusion, if your 5th grade general science teacher said, okay, to pass my class, post a viable scientific hypothesis regarding anything, and you responded with mass attracts mass, you'd be taking 5th grade general science over again. You numpty.
So, what's your independent and dependent variable?
Oh, God, really? Yeah, really, shamalama gamma panda retard, science illiterate. Now go sit your dumbass down in a corner, and if we need any snacks or refreshments, we'll signal your natural experiment birds humping slobber nurses, and they can help direct you. Other than that, just sit down and shut the fuck up.
'Cause I don't know, mass is your independent and dependent variable, or what?
Let's see, I'm trying to think with my dependent variable. I really don't like these terms.
Here he comes to save the day, moron man.
Okay, this is not
does not have that. Hypothesis is just a proposal.
Ay, caramba!
A proposal is the act of offering or suggesting something for acceptance, whereas a scientific hypothesis is a predictional supposition into natural cause and effect relationships. You dumbass cracker! Do you make synthetic fur balls for ceramic cats? Here he comes to save the day, moron man!
Waves are not associated with with tides.
What the hell did you just say?
Waves are not tides.
From NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, .gov, tides are very long period waves. Listen up. Here he comes to save the day, moron man. Take the next 3 days off, then quit.
That's all, folks.
Yeah? Here he comes to save the day, moron man.
I'm liking all the adages. Oh, fucking mic not working again.
The hell? Go get the jab, man. What the heck happened? Did Sonny vapor lock? Sonny!
Sonny. What song was it?
Vapor lock. Wow. Wow, yada. I'm trying to freaking eat my dinner and Q's yelling from across the room. I should turn your I should turn your cracker ass off when I'm trying to eat.
Yeah, dumbass cracker. Yeah, I did.
Oh man. No, closest I come to vapor lock is laughing at those numpty clips though, bro. I tell you what. Make sure you're in a safe place when you're listening to the numpty clips.
I almost got in an accident listening to the astronomy one. Couldn't stop laughing.
Somebody should play a song or a clip.
I'll find a song so Q you will leave me the fuck alone. Any requests? Oh wow, you guys just played that a little while ago. I better not play it again. Any requests? You have a request, Jenny? Not really. Hold on.
I could. Give me a second.
All right, I'll probably find one, but I'll play it next.
That's fine. What you got?
Oh, that's pretty good. This has.
Boing.
This was played 1:30 a.m. So that's been a while. We'll play it again. Didn't play it.
Well, shoot.
Wonder why it does that sometimes.
What were you gonna
Took a
play?
minute for it to play my song when I tried to play a song earlier.
That's weird. Yeah, it's saying it's already here.
I want to hear Karma and Drace the System.
Drace probably has that one handy.
Whip it out, boy.
I'm scrolling through the bot.
Boy.
Yeah, it didn't play my last one. What the heck? Try it again. No. Very interesting.
All right, extremely curious about Drace's link he put down.
A sec.
Oh, the link I posted is just Boney M. It's copyrighted.
Oh, okay.
But
It looks very Soul Train.
it does, doesn't it? I'm not even familiar with that. Really, what a trip.
Soul Train. We had Soul Train, we had an American Bandstand. How about that? Something for everybody.
How are you guys feeling tonight?
Feeling.
What'd you say, Sonny?
I'm laughing because he said, "How are you feeling?" And QE just muted and deafened himself.
Too funny.
Squishy in some places, a little bit more dense in others.
Sonny, are you gonna play something?
Yeah, I'm gonna play this one real quick. It's not the one you asked, but and it's still not playing what I'm trying to play. I don't know why it's not playing. The bot's not playing.
That's unfortunate.
Okay, let me see. Thank you for using our service. Okay, let's see if I rejoin. I haven't done. Okay, let's try it again.
One more time.
Strange little bots.
Are you playing YouTube videos?
Some of them are, yes. This one is. It's music. Okay, coming right up. Let's see. And still not playing. How weird.
Let's go pause something.
No, we stopped and okay, let me see if I can play that one. We stopped and we tried to reset. And it's not playing.
I'll sort that out right there.
Which one you on now?
I'll sort it out.
We're having trouble with the bot. It's not playing anymore for some reason.
Right there.
Okay.
What do you want to play?
The last one would be good. The system, Love and Wisdom Harmony, track 9, Karma and Drace.
Where the fuck is that?
In the music bot commands. Are you in the bot commands?
I guess I could give it a go. I got the video up on my side. And I'm just.
Jockey Music seems to stop working when we make it join for some reason.
It's saying
Better when we just let it play. I don't know why.
it's saying it's ready. No, it's saying it's ready, but when I try to play, it won't play.
She might get it to work now. I just disconnected the bot and then got it to come back. But I think
Okay.
what? Wait a
Switch the
yeah, wait there, wait
exclamation
there.
and the
Wait there,
M.
wait there. Wait there.
Truth prevails. How you doing, Truth prevails?
Now it should play. Yeah, wait there. Let me just try this, alright?
It says it's been kicked from the voice channel.
We finished doing this, mate.
Okay.
I kicked it from the voice channel.
Yeah, figured.
If it doesn't work now, then it's not working.
No.
Yeah, it's not working.
No.
It's being overloaded because everyone's using it at the minute.
Yeah.
We got a Me6 bot.
We'll give it a try in a little while then.
I was about to ban his ass.
I think Truth Prevails might try it again. I don't know this bot.
Massive earthquake happening right now. Probably more eruptions.
The bot is the music jacked up right now. Oh. Okay. Oops.
Well, it may just need some time because it gave a message a little earlier that said something went wrong. Our monkeys will be right on it, so maybe just give it a little bit of time.
I tried it and then Crack did a clear right after I tried it.
Yeah, we should just let one person try it, let Crack try it a few times, and we'll see.
Meanwhile, in Australia, people are upside down. It rains upside down.
Computer says no.
Access denied.
Does the bot have a limit on how much it can play or something? What's going on?
You know how they raise you in the system. Let your throat block the stuff you get the twist then. On your own, when you're grown, never learn to school at home. Paying for school alone, get you into the phone. Do you know how they raise you in the system? Tell you lies in the past.
The quality is awful.
Yeah, it is. I'll stop it. I was thinking that. Like, this is kind of painful. Aww. Listen to it. Yeah, that's an old phone. I was giving it a go. I guess I won't do that in a moment.
Okay, get ready. I'm gonna switch to the alternate method.
Nice, Sonny.
Mm-hmm. One moment, please. Oh, only on YouTube.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they raise you in the system, stunt your growth, bluff us host, you get the gist then. On your own, when you're grown, never learn to school.
It's far better than when Jenny was playing it.
Yeah, that's a step up.
Into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you care, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing log.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, that your life will be their best man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, low past scriptures. Taking money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth that mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, choose a must, close a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your God, where's the rod, you don't get shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a cut in all the band, but your content is a crime.
You can list them. Grow the line, genuine, happy baseline. Grow a spine, get online and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the story
system. Captain Jack under threat, so hard to lead them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let it this go. Ultra Choco, cracking crypto, Babylula, QA, make it sound it's such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Alrighty.
This is my fucking jam.
The last day's getting way too wicked. It's just like ancient books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship six, and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lines and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lines and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say?
My bad. Tried to switch channels and stopped. Should start it over.
You're literally worse than a jockey bot. How dare you?
She said, sorry, the earth's flat. It's flat, no trick. I love that.
One more time.
You better not fuck it up this time, Sonny.
One more time.
It's just like ancient books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic, following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic, made the world agnostic. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick it and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
That song is a hit.
It's an alright attempt, I guess. I guess.
Gateways he touches becomes fire.
I'd like to see someone on the globe side do anything like it.
So what's more likely? Listening to music in a vacuum chamber or gas pressure without a container?
It's like whenever the Globers do something creative, it's always anti-flat Earth. It's never pro-globe. It's just Earth is not flat. Fuck them people.
Where did you hear that from?
Well, I'm just saying, if you look up proof of a globe, you'll never find it.
No, wait there. No, you just made a fucking claim. I want it backed up and validated right now, brother.
Citation.
Citation needed.
I think he's the citation.
You're Zanuck,
Oh,
right?
he's Zanuck.
Zanuck.
He's channeling Zanuck.
I am the citation. One minute.
I have
How is it,
65 professions.
How is
Oh,
it
yeah,
in the
those
Bahamas,
oil rigs?
India?
What? You saw
How is it
Santa
in the
in the
Bahamas?
Bahamas? Kayaking?
Oh, no, I got told you was in the Bahamas. Someone said that you was in the Bahamas. Just chilling.
And I'm in the Bahamas?
Yeah, like all the admin is just,
That's,
just
that's so
chilling in the
fucking funny,
Bahamas.
man.
Yeah.
Someone gave me a Bahamian dollar bill today. Which is kind of weird coincidence that
Really?
you bring up the Bahamas. Yeah. That,
Fuck no. Bro. You see, like, I have got this weird, like, thing with me. Like, remember when, like, I knew when everyone was going to be made mod and shit, right? Like, and no one told me. It's just, like, I can, I don't know, I just read patterns and shit. And the sound in your voice made me feel
got
like
special
Bahama,
feelings. Sorry.
Yeah, who killed that cat? Who's killing a cat?
Yeah, how dare they? How dare they?
I'm strangling that cat, bro.
I was just talking about how I could hear the Bahamas in his voice from a note, bro. Like that was some woke ass shit right there. I was like,
What time of day is it for you there, crack villain?
Time of day? It's 3 in the morning, brother. Okay. Yeah.
Who's the Gulbers? I didn't come in here to talk to you guys.
You didn't? You didn't? Oh.
No.
Oh.
I want to stream with somebody.
How about we? The admin hates us.
I'd be screaming at you if I hated you. I want to scream at a Gulber.
Glover.
Where did Kiwi go? Kiwi run? Yeah, he ran. We ran. Yeah.
Glover.
He must have seen what me and Truth was writing in the music commands about his ass. I was saying I was going to tape his mouth up and make him sit with Brian Cox and Neil deGrasse Tyson for a couple of hours. Yeah.
You know what burns my ass? People that talk shit in a lobby and refuse to come in here. But they'll talk mad shit in there.
Man, those types of people, right? Sometimes I'm just like, do I just ban those people or like, what do I do?
Just play with them like a cat plays with a mouse, you know, just slap them around a little.
Rip it.
And you eat them.
I was going to say, because my cat used to just rip.
You can't just like drag one of them over in. You can't drag them in
Sonny,
here.
you were reading my mind. Yes.
Is anybody able to just grab their ass and drag them in here?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Legally force someone to join the voice.
By the short hairs. Drag them into VC.
Well, one thing we can do is cog diss them and then have someone set in cog diss, right? Yeah. Okay. And be like, if you want to get out, go into the VC, right? And then effectively once you're in the VC, be like, the only way we're going to take the tag away from you is if you spend 10 minutes in the live stream, right? I've done it before and got a few motherfuckers in. And like, you know, force a debate out of people basically. But like forcing debate out of people is pretty low bar. But when it works and they actually like have a good debate, it's kind of cool. So
let's just politely ask them. Hey, anybody listening in the lobby, feel free to come in, please. Come on in.
I don't know why people.
No, cog this. If you want out of cog this, then come in and debate. Otherwise, I'm going to ban you for life.
That sounds fair to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why would you bother coming into Discord unless you want to be on voice? That's what the whole place is about, basically, almost.
Yeah, I'm suspicious of people who don't use their voice.
So, yeah, time wasters.
Oh yeah, Q. I've got where's Q? He's not here. He ran away. All right.
I got kind of an indication he could be back. I couldn't say for sure, but.
Well, when he's back, you tell him I want to speak to him, alright?
Will do.
If you play too much
tell
music, you unsummon QE.
I'll tell.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'll tell him the bot break. I'll tell him that crack ass.
This usually works.
Oops.
This usually works. What about the Aether guys? Yeah, the Ether band. The Ether. That usually summons him.
Make fun of him for not being able to pronounce.
I'm gonna get Lemon as well.
Ooh.
He's like, I love it. He calls me. He's like, crosso, crack. And I'm like, dude, I know you can't actually say it. And he's like, yeah, I can. I'm like, nah. crack villain, no cross. No, it's like wait there. Cross though, crack villain, no cross.
So is a crack villain like a bad guy, or is it crack villain like a slave?
Right. So
Crack
it's like
ass.
right.
So a villain anciently was a slave. Well,
do you not know the
like
story
a slave.
behind my name?
Do I need to know it?
All right, you tell me your story because I didn't realize you had an actual story.
A bunch of Mexicans used to call me Indio.
No, I meant not that part. The bit
Because
you
it's a
said.
pejorative. It's like calling someone a nigger in Mexico. So they say
Oh.
Indio because all the
For
girls used
real?
to like me. Yeah, for real.
Yeah, because it's a derogatory term for an Indian. Well, it's how you say Indian in Spanish is Indio, right? So
Yeah,
they'll call people Indios or Oaxacans and all that stuff just because they don't like people that live south of them. Imagine
That's
the
kind of like
The
kinda
girls
like
called
a
me
guy
Hercules, and they didn't like that shit.
Ah,
Because the girls were Mexican too. I worked at this place where it's pretty much all Mexicans.
Mexican girls
Well,
love.
not just Mexicans, you know, Latin Americans.
They love white.
No wonder they called you Indio.
Indio.
They really didn't like you.
My wife is like dead against like not being. She's not racist, but like
Your wife?
yeah, she's dead against like you know.
I never knew you were married.
Oh,
Crack villain's married?
You do now, bro. You do now.
You got any naked pictures of your wife? Because I was wondering if you want to buy some.
Wait there. Where's the ban button?
If
Where's
you
the
want to
ban
buy
button?
them back.
There's no ban button for this dude. What the fuck? Who is this guy anyway? Actually, yeah. Can I buy them? Because like, yeah. How much?
I've only made 3 or 4 copies. Don't worry. Can you believe that like there's people that try to like get like their naughty little movies off the internet? Like that's ever gonna work?
Yeah. No. You're better off putting like more on to flood it out.
Yeah, that's almost true, man.
It literally
You
is.
just put so much porn out there, like everybody's like, seen it. I don't even want to watch it anymore.
Someone tried to blackmail her. Like, yeah, like I'm gonna send pictures of
3 snaps and an
you
H.
naked to your mum, and I was like, what? Like for real? You're gonna send naked pictures of me to my mum? Like, watch this. I sent like 20 screenshots of like loads of pictures of me naked that I sent to my own mum. And I was just like, yeah, I got you beat. You can't do shit to me. No one holds me hostage.
It's like, bring it on, motherfucker.
Yep.
I mean, send a naked picture of your mom. That's like the least effective thing. I mean, she saw you naked come out of her
That's what I'm
naked crotch.
saying.
I mean, like, that's not really gonna shock her.
My mum, I don't know. My mum's blind. She didn't see shit. No, I'm joking. She.
Wow, what a surprise. That was a human that came out of there?
Oh, that's the thing, bro. It's like, what a silly
Humans
crap,
are
like,
fractals of each other. Someone told me that once. Tripped me out.
Fractal.
A fractal is self-similar, right? Self-similar repeating pattern.
I wasn't trying to copy Sonny.
But everyone is different, though. That's okay, Jenny. Feel free. I'm okay with that. I think imitation is the height of flattery.
Sure, you're my bro.
Sonny, you imitate me all the time. I appreciate it.
And I do have your permission to call you crack ass, right?
I just realized
Crack-ass villain.
has changed his name. It's actually quotation mark cross crack villain.
I know, now it's quotation cross crack villain cross.
Yeah. I like dealing with the DMs, dude. It makes me feel important.
Wow.
So start calling him crack ass villain.
Crack ass. He's English.
Crack ass.
You do realize I can make your lives live in hell, right?
Oh, what?
Very interesting.
What?
What? I can just make my monologues go on a little bit longer. That's all I do.
No. Oh, kidding.
Sometimes they need it, though, don't they? Let's face it.
Is it static?
It's getting erratic in my head.
Erratic, static.
Right, so anyway, explain this to me. Why does a pencil stick to a wall if I just apply a little bit of pressure and I push down?
A pencil?
On a low gloss paint, not high gloss.
A pencil sticking in the wall? Oh,
Yeah, I can stick a pencil to a wall, right? Just by pushing it against it and then pushing up or down a little bit with a bit of pressure.
That'll make
So I
the
just
pencil
saw these
go in the
kids
wall?
doing it.
Can't you go just straight in with the pencil into the wall?
Oh, you could do that, but I'm saying on its side, bro.
Not my walls. Some of 3 sides are concrete, so that won't work. But yeah, the other kind of wall, yeah.
Why not? I mean, like the inside, right? On the plasterboard bit.
I wish I could stick a pencil in through the wall of my neighbor and stick it in his ear through the wall.
You bastard!
Stop banging on the freaking wall, you tweaker.
When I make loads of noise really late at night, yeah, like, and I know I've just overdone it a bit, I'll open my window really quickly and just scream like, shut the fuck up, whoever that is. Just to like take like the onus away from that it was me. So like everyone's like, yeah, it wasn't him, you know.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes people are banging. Sometimes people are banging at like in the middle of the night. What the hell are people working on in the middle of the night that has to bang on my wall? So a couple times I got so upset. Sometimes I got so upset because it's in the middle of the night. So I took my broomstick and I hit the ceiling like
made a hole in
it. Bam, bam, bam. It was so loud.
Wow.
God.
Angry neighbor.
I'm glad I didn't make a hole in the ceiling.
People bang on your walls, like, what?
I didn't hear any more banging after that.
That's nice. Then it was
Dude, I would
effective.
seriously lose my shit if someone was banging on my wall, bro.
Yeah, man. Now sometimes they still banging on it, and they're expecting me to be banging back, and I don't.
They're lucky I don't live next door. I'm telling you right
they're
now.
like banging like.
Yeah, my house is fully detached.
Really?
Yeah, they're trying to do like little knocking signals.
That's fucked up, dude.
I know.
That would drive me crazy. I would. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, hopefully they just calm themselves down.
Get a life, maybe.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, that's highly annoying.
Oh, so hey, check this out. We're floating this idea. We might have an off-topic night.
Yes. Yes.
But it has to be semi-related to flat Earth, meaning
yes,
it has to be something
Nice.
like evolution, Big Bang, dinosaurs, something like that. You know what I mean? So you know how we kind of go off.
Donut.
What? Say that again?
Let's talk about the moon map.
Donut Earth.
Donut Earth.
Did you say donut Earth?
And if it's successful, we're gonna keep it going. But depends on whether like people can like. We have an off-topic night. We don't want it to bleed into the live stream like when it's over or all week or whatever.
Yeah.
So we see how people can control themselves.
I got right. So I come up with a cool idea for Cog This, yeah, right. So basically, when they get in there, they get the choice of like just being in Cog This or like a little game, and they play the game, right? And it's just like a multi-choice type thing, right? And it's like basically flat Earth like stuff, right? Where they have to get it correct. They have to read the information. Maybe go for like FE Core, like the Black Swan, and they have to basically understand the arguments in order to get out, right? So it's like, and then there'll be like an end boss level, right? You know, and effectively it's just like, you know, simplistic questions that prove that they understand the elements to it, right? So they can get themselves out, right? But like,
there's no hope. It's never going to happen. We could ask them globe questions and they would never get out.
True.
They don't even know their own model. You think they're going to know flat Earth? Jeez.
Yeah,
But
I like Indio's idea because then we can relegate people who want to talk about something else to that night. We can be like, oh no, Wednesday. That's when you.
Yeah.
Talk about it.
Yeah, exactly, Drace. A release valve.
That's
It's a
a good
secondary
idea.
purpose.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, no, that is a good idea. For real.
Because, like Big Bang, evolution, dinosaurs, all that, they always get brought up a little bit, because it kind of ties into it. Climate change, like all these other things that rely on, the globe Earth concepts that people also take as reality, right? That if the globe is wrong, then all these sub topics are also wrong.
Mm-hmm. Because they're like, then what about dinosaurs, man?
Yeah. How do dinosaurs work on a flat Earth?
Dinosaurs. Yeah.
He said dinosaur.
They live on the other side of the pancake, dumbass.
We need to do a Beavis and Butthead edition.
No.
I know. Yes.
You've got to be careful with the comedy sketch stuff, some of it though, right? Because like the Globers will just see it as us. The Globers will see it as being produced by Globers.
Bungholio. He said bunghole.
Oh.
But the off-topic, it needs to be structured. It can't just be like people keeping stuff out. So it's going to be
way.
It's going to be like one thing. Like we're either going to like
and one-on-one. It needs to be one-on-one. Not everyone jumping in.
Don't be a dillweed
like you just did.
It's a dillweed.
Yeah. It needs to be someone's going to take charge of it, basically. Something like, okay, say the topic's evolution. It needs to have a moderator that's going to moderate the debate, whatever side people are on.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love to do
Precious Metals. They always have two people who are like hosting it, so you need
MC
people to host it.
Yep.
I'd love
They do a
to
great
host an
job.
Evolution night, to be quite honest with you. Evolution is something I've been debating long. It's really easy. There ain't much to debate, right? But
well, I mean, I like to expose the ridiculousness of it. I mean, worse than evolution is abiogenesis. Organic, inorganic, right? So your granddaddy's a rock.
Yep.
Ooh.
Again,
yeah.
Michael Behe's work, Darwin's Black Box. Read that. You've ever read it?
You're just a complicated rock, man.
Boy, they sure elevated themselves up to a high level of rocks.
No. Get it right, man. It's not your grandfather's rock. It's your great.
Hold on. Did rocks do sexual reproduction?
Wow.
Rock sex?
I was going to wait for someone else to answer that.
We're just a bunch of rocks, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
It rocks.
Sounds so exciting, doesn't it, guys? Like, aren't you happy about
I'm
that?
so stoned right now. How about that?
How does a rock get stoned on a flat Earth, man?
Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry. Thank you. I'm done.
Did you ever watch Monkey Magic, India?
I have no idea what that is.
Oh no. Your picture looks just like a character in it as well. I know it's from something else, but I'm just saying.
From Kill Bill.
I know.
The cruel tutelage of Pai Mei.
It's a cool character, dude. It's kind of how I actually see you, though, which is kind of a problem.
I know, right?
Well, that's how the Globers feel when he's like, I'll beat you like a dog. That's what I feel like when they come in here saying stupid stuff. I just want to take a stick and just beat the hell out of them.
Nice.
Metaphorically, that is.
Yeah, metaphorically.
He wants
of course.
Trying to break the new ruin, yeah.
I'm not talking about violence for the purpose of causing pain, but discipline.
but intellectual.
This new rule was hard to not. It's really hard, you know.
Intellectual
Bad Glover.
slapstick is
Bad
allowed.
Glover. No, down.
Licking his balls again.
Thinking about them falling off the ladder from 30 stories is hilarious.
Wow,
My goodness.
To the flat Earth. Well, I guess
You really
in a
are
slapstick
from,
kind of way.
You really are from Somerset, dude.
They really are humping that globe like a dog, aren't they?
Oh my goodness.
You just heard that, really, Sonny.
I could think of more brutal ways, but I was being nice about it. Maybe that's
That's what I mean. I could tell you would be a nice way. That's what I said. I can tell you from Somerset. That was like a nice way, you know.
I'll still be nice, even though you are the one falling off the 30-story ladder. I'll be nice though.
Yeah.
So this is something else. We talked about this a long time ago. Doing a GoFundMe or a Patreon for an experiment, but we could never come up with no one could ever agree on what we wanted to do. Some people want to do high altitude balloons. Some people want to do long distance observations. Some people want to do laser tests.
Mm-hmm.
Long distance observation. That'd be the simplest one, right?
We're talking about something crazy. We're not talking about just we're going to send up a high altitude balloon with a camera. We're talking about sending up a high altitude balloon with 2 cameras, right?
Mm-hmm.
That are spread apart. You're going to make a big ass gondola. So the cameras are going to be separated by, 50 feet, whatever we can get, right? Use PVC pipe or something. Then when it takes the video at the same time, you can load it up in VR or with 3D glasses, and it'll be you'll have a 3D picture of the Earth, dude. And you'll be able to tell.
Whoa.
Because you have stereoscopic vision.
No way. Okay.
That'd be badass.
All right. Dude, that is amazing. Okay.
So whatever distance the camera is apart, that would be like if you're a giant. So say the cameras are 50 feet apart, it would be as if your eyes are 50 feet apart.
Yep.
And you're a giant with like 50-foot head.
So listen to this.
Dude. I recently watched this video. I could probably find it, but it was an exercise essentially on how to look that in stereoscopic vision. I think I brought this up to you before, but
crossing your eyes. You brought up.
But I couldn't do that. I could only do the parallel. So, but anyway, I thought that was so stereoscopic vision. That's that would make for all right, so would you be able to make a photograph with that?
Could make a video.
Make a video. You can make a You can make a walk around.
Okay, so
you can make a live VR game out of
it. Yeah, so you could have 2 images simultaneously. You could watch it.
Yeah, the hardest part about it is getting the camera aligned and having it stay that way.
And then stitching it together quickly as well.
I got pretty good at the parallel, so hopefully it would be that way and not the cross-eyed.
Also, some NASA clowns, astronomers, made something called I know you were around when we were toying with it. It's called a dragonfly. They made a dragonfly camera. Mm-hmm. So they took they had an array of cameras that was something like I think they used 4x4 maybe, so 16 cameras all on one thing, and they were taking imagery with that.
Wow!
And the point of that is you can do Matrix style, motion. So you can actually do it. You can actually take an image of something and tilt it in software. Really? So you can rotate it. So you could take images.
When did they do that? What year about?
Well, they started doing that at me. That was I don't
know. I'd have to look it up.
Different.
Well, no. The reason why I'm asking is because of the progression of gaming and such. So, anyway, go ahead.
To do those little motion stuff, they take the whole wall is camera lenses.
Like a ring of it.
No, yeah, they can do a ring or they do a wall, and it's all camera lenses, right?
Yep.
So like anywhere they want, you can at any particular timestamp, you can rotate around like in 3D, like you can spin around whatever. Say it's a person doing a kick,
Mm-hmm.
you can rotate around that person. Like say you like okay, timestamp 20 seconds, you could just spin it, so you can look at the person from multiple angles.
And stitch it all together in real,
Yes,
and then
exactly.
play it afterwards in real time.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep. I have
It's
a way of
basically like
doing
a
this. I
3D
did this
model, but
for
with
C
photographs.
once. I can sort of do this like kind of by like just stretching images and their angles out, and then like changing the corners of them a little bit, and then like changing your perspective of it, and then what it would appear to look like. You can kind of do it between well, you can do it with images like in an emulator, right? You can kind of do it like virtually, like as if it's pretending that it's doing that. It's really cool, actually, that you can do it. Trying to think of it. I have to think of. My tablet may have some images like that on it. I'll try and show you guys one day. Because I was trying to show C one day. I was like, you don't need to keep drawing the same drawing and then like doing stop motion. I was like, just do this and then just rotate it a little bit and then maybe do like quarter of the amount of drawings type thing. Really rudimentary version of that, basically. It worked. Right, so this is an idea I come up with, right? Is India even still here? You dropped out.
Yeah, it looks like dropped out.
Got a phone call.
Could try the bot again. I guess. Maybe.
I want to do a laser test and a black swan all in one thing. All in one thing. So a drone in between this island, basically, right? That shows an orthographical view of the actual laser, right? And then obviously the view from the laser. And then effectively, yeah, like I said, the person on the island receiving the laser. And basically seeing it from above. Maybe using 2 cameras and 2 drones so that you can have them like a couple of miles apart to look at the laser and then stitch it together. So you can sort of see the laser, sort of have them hover from water level and go up to see it from above. So you see that it's not curved at all. And then obviously, so you have a black swan, something you see that's 19.7 miles away. And then at the same time, obviously, you have, like I said, right? Basically a black swan mixed with a laser. That's the perfect location for it. I cry when flat earthers join the street. Fall into my hands, I command my spirit. Fall into your hands, why have you forsaken me? In my heart, forsaken me. And you're my forsaken me. In these walls, I'm hiding like a prey, but I fall like a victim. Even though I'm fighting every day, we suffer the sickness. It's funny how the mind plays tricks on you. Picturesque like asphyxia.
Oh, yeah?
Long story or short. Did you say, oh, yeah?
Yeah, I did.
Wow. Oh. It's money, 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 money. But the permanent holiday, Santa Fe ain't gonna fade away. The permanent Babylon, because I'm not in the manipulation games. Take it away, take it away, take it away. Give it back. The next 7 cent, the mother cent. Got my gone to my the permanent holiday. Not to Santa Fe, we ain't gonna fade away. Manipulation games. I am doing so much answers and so many mysteries. Why you're so few, but you're in the unnatural state of nightmare. Living so scared, unaware. The spirit that rules their lives, as consumes their minds. The spirit of bankruptcy, financial impotency. Money. It's only this is such a good so it seems we keep in the lies. So I could make words. I control the words I'm speaking, manifest the words I'm speaking.
Manifest words speak. I just be pressed. I make own decisions. I won't be manipulated.
Relation, control and manipulated.
Revelation made my life a celebration. I will be the change I'm seeking. Manifest the words
I'm speaking.
to be impressed, and I will make my own
Manipulated.
Inundated, I will seek the
revelation,
a
celebration.
Change I'm seeking, manifest the
What's the words I'm speaking?
I will make my own decisions.
Permanent holiday.
Time to play and
ain't gonna fade away. Permanent Babylon. Manipulation games. When you take it away. Not 57 cents. My shoes to follow. Take back the power. We got to take back the power. We got to take back the power. We got to take back the power. Take back what we have stolen from our hearts. We got to take back the esoteric knowledge. Our Lord, for too long they've been keeping us alive. To take back the knowledge. Take back the knowledge. We don't let this be our final word. Take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final word. Take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final word. Take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final word. Take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final word. Take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final word. Take back the knowledge. Take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Our final word. Take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final word. Take back the knowledge. Take back the power.
Alrighty.
Honestly, love that song.
I was vibing with it.
It's money, 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 money. Hey. Save enough and over I can say you wanna be the only one who wants to really play. You know the games they play. We know the games they play. We know the games they play. So take it away. How long does it take for your voice to heal? Anyone know?
Guess it depends. Maybe there's some herbs you can use.
Ginger is good.
Like I got a new laptop the other day, and as soon as I got
We got ginger. Sonny said ginger.
my cousin still on my new laptop, like well not a new one, but the one that's like the one I just got, and like I just lost my shit. Like do you realize how long? Like I haven't had a way to get on there. Like, I literally, mate, I was just like ready to just basically destroy. So obviously, I'm not gonna beat up my cousin. So yeah, my voice ended up taking the brunt on that one.
We only have one shot at this guy, okay? A little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No, god damn it, man. Okay, what direction? East, west, north, south, northeast. Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. Dit. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
makes me feel leery, 'cause maybe things are not like they seem. So am I really spinning on a giant ball, or is it all just make-believe? Is the earth a sphere? Is the earth a plane? Now it's hard to say, oh yeah, like a program for a video game. You move how you move, but you think it's insane, yeah.
35 and counting. Students have just said fast. It's been a good count.
Look at it go. Staying on.
25 seconds and counting. We are still go.
There you go.
20 seconds. Guidance alert. The guidance system now going internal. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Ignition sequence start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Launch commit. We have liftoff.
Every time I'm gazing at the morning sun, looking through the lens of my eye, I change my direction and then I ask a question. Is it moving or am I just high? Well, maybe all the reasons for the change of seasons is not the way we think it should be. So could we be the center of the universe in an alternate reality? Am I standing still? Am I circling round? Now it's hard to say, oh yeah, an illusion in a magic show. I search for the truth because I wanna know, yeah.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
Every time I'm rocking on the face of the world, looking through the window of life, I feel outdated, but I appreciated the wisdom of embracing the light. Well, now that I am older, feeling kinda bolder, I think it's time to play what I feel. So I'll jam a few chords to a drum machine and a solo with the strings of steel. Are we going up? Are we coming down? Now it's hard to say, oh yeah, just computers with the software code. We do what we do and we think what we're told, yeah.
Okay, like who was that?
Here, I'll put the link. Yeah, that's one I found on found it on one of the Flat Earth playlists. I forgot exactly where, but there it is.
Yeah, that was good.
what this guy does, because I am 100% not lying about anything I'm about to say.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Here we go.
Hey man, how's it going?
Okay, that's after I sit there and wait on him for a minute, right? He's like a little behind. I'm waiting on him, and he shows me where I'm looking down just to kind of like. There's no reason to show this part of it, but he shows it. But it's no big deal. It's still good. I still have faith he's gonna be all right.
Hey, how's it going, bro? And my name is Austin Whitsitt, and I'm originally from Tennessee. I'm 29.
Still looks good though.
This is actually at the end of it. This is at the end of it because when I first started the interview, I was saying things too coherently and specific, right, and intelligent. So he at the end, he's like, "Well, can you do a little like intro where you say your name?" So
wow.
I did that, right, and so he took that. We'll move on.
Years ago, and been looking into it ever since. Austin er en såkalt flat earther, det at jorda er flat. Og det stemmer jo selvsagt ikke. Det blir betegnet som pseudovitenskap, at det rett og slett ikke har rot i virkeligheten. I thought it was the craziest thing ever, man, but
that part's the only one that, oh man, I did it again. Anyway, who cares? So you guys saw it, you can bring it back, I'm not doing it again. But that was the only part that he didn't really hit me too hard, right? It's like, I thought it was crazy too. I've been looking to it for years. You can look into physical measurements of the Earth and has the curve at a certain rate. Doesn't do that anywhere. But like, that's not bad. But I mean, he didn't put the second law of thermodynamics or the radius value or anything like that.
Of course not.
And he asked me, you saw the Mad Mike part. This really puts into perspective how dishonest he is, right? You saw the Mad Mike. He asked me about Mad Mike and the flat earther that died trying to do a stunt. Now, did you know that he actually admitted he wasn't a flat earther, as did his publicist in an interview, and they just did that for fundraising, and he didn't even shoot the rocket over 2,000 feet, which any real flat earther knows that would do nothing for you to prove the Earth is flat. You can go in a building higher than that, so that doesn't mean anything. He wasn't a real flat earther, and he was just a crazy stuntman that was always doing stunts that were very, very dangerous, and it was bound to eventually happen, right? But he didn't put my answer in there because he wanted to put that narrative where flat Earth's dangerous. It's the hippies. Flat Earth's dangerous, and look at what flat Earth's doing. It's got people going doing crazy stuff like trying to shoot their own rockets, and they die. Right? But so I explained it, but he definitely wasn't going to throw that in there. Then he asked me about different conspiracies. He asked me about 9/11. Well, what I said about 9/11 was so like irrefutable. He couldn't put any of that in there, right? So he cut out literally like 98% of the interview, where he had nothing he could say because everything except for what he showed was like too on point. And he tries to ask me about, do I think that the election is rigged, which you two actually sent you for that. And I'm like, I think that every president's related and tracks back to English royalty and how kind of let's pick out the family reunion every 4 years. I think it's called divide and conquer. It's just a false binary, and then they keep you going left or right, black and white. And it's just a big, illusion. Like Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are such enemies that she was on the second row of his wedding. He can't use that answer either, right? So it is what it is. That's
ridiculous. Because that's all that they put on the show was just that was it.
Well, there's a flatter section. It's a longer flatter section. I just clipped that portion of it. Like it's a little bit more. No, I think that is the only flat Earth part though, because before it's like talking about like Trump and stuff. So that's all they put from me and from Flat Earth on the show. It was a segment about conspiracies,
Wow.
That was pretty funny.
Wow, and this is why you can't trust the news because they.
Well, I don't care. It's like it's not like I wouldn't.
I'm just saying that. Like, this is why when they talk about that Gabby girl, you gotta really comb through it because you just experienced firsthand what they do. They chop up things and they totally present something that didn't even happen.
But yeah, I mean, I do a pretty good job of not saying too many things. That's what's good. He got me to introduce myself again at the end, where I was just over the conversation, and he's like on this frequency, and honestly, 30 minutes into it, I was like, this is dumb. Like I was being really nice, but I was just like, I was just over it. That's why I'm like looking away. Someone walked by, and he's like, he liked that. Or when I said I'm not crazy, I'm like kind of looking down, so it looked kind of crazy. So he's like, oh, that's a good one to use. He just looked through 30 minutes of footage. But it is funny, though, that I've been on, I don't know the exact station or how many people that reached, but I've been on the Portugal national news on this tour as well. So I'll take it, right? If they come to Wits It Gets It, if they look up my name, come on over here, bro. Come on over here and see how crazy flat Earth is, right? Because you can't debate it. So it's whatever. It is what it is. But I didn't tell you about that. I didn't find out till like a few hours before the stream.
Okay, yeah. That's actually pretty hilarious.
Yeah. So it happens. So cool. Cool stuff. Well, I'm glad you came on and kicked it. I feel like I should be asking you more questions. I just can't really think of them. But you're down to make more music, correct?
Absolutely.
You know, a lot of people are asking if you have a channel. You don't currently have a channel.
No, I don't want one.
And you were somewhat plugged into the Matrix a while back, and then you just kind of fully detached and deleted social media. Media and all of that would laugh in their face and never give them the time of day. And that's actually one of the main reasons we have the issue we do, where females aren't very vocal or out in the open, right? Jaron described the same thing as with his wife. Numerous flat earthers can tell you that their wives get attacked, and they know that that's a bit of a chink in our armor because we're going to defend our girl, right? And so it's sad. It's sad, but I think it is eye-opening to someone that's honest. The people that are fighting us are the people that can't say a sentence without dropping the F word, the people that can't talk about a female unless it's sexual, degenerate, talking down about them, sexually objectifying them, just very, very degenerate, depraved, nonsense psychopaths that stalk, email, watch all of our content, has emailed me about Kai like 50 times, like keeps up with her, spams the comments constantly about her, makes stock accounts to come. If you really think about it, right, it's why would you want to be on that side of things, right? We're just chilling, and we just want to speak the truth, and we want people to have a good time. We want to show people that flat Earth isn't like the end of the world. It's quite the opposite, and we're enjoying life. We love life. We're having a great time, and there's nothing to be upset about. Yeah. So cool. Well, thanks for kicking it.
Thanks for having me.
We may do a show together sometime or something, but you're not really interested in having your own channel as of now, right?
Correct. Yes. I'll let you deal with all that internet chaos.
Right.
But if people like do want to debate, they can come on the Flat Earth Discord server, and if I'm in there, you can debate me. You're so smart.
Someone sent a super chat. Kai, what's your go-to proof? Explain simply.
I'd say second law of thermodynamics, entropy. I always use this one. If you have someone's hotboxing a car, you have something in the car, smoke in the car, you roll the windows down, the smoke in the car fills the available space. That proves that high pressure uncontained will eventually want to disperse and fill the available space. So if rockets are supposedly going to this vacuum space, and so should your oxygen. So your breathing, aka vacuum space, is not real.
There you go. Basically, what we'll do here.
Yo, what's up, fellow flatties?
Yeah.
Base debunks. Okay. Bob says, with Cuddy maybe producing a new Glowbusters theme, it's definitely a paid gig, wink base.
Heck yes.
Yeah, she's down, bro. That would be fire. And we don't have to worry about copyrights and all that nonsense. Then we can find a copyright beat. And Kai's got that drip. Yeah. With you from the south, yes. Oh, she looks better with every word. Back up, buddy. No, I'm just totally kidding. It's like Kai's already missed. What's it? Interesting. All right.
This Mrs. gets it.
Mrs. gets it. Yeah. This missus gets it.
This missus gets it.
All right. So cool. Thanks for coming on. Maybe we can do it again. We might do a show together. And that's about it. And then you'll have your music where we'll have it publicly accessible, SoundCloud, iTunes.
Yeah.
I'll always throw it on my YouTube, and you'll be out there like that. We'll make you some music videos. Maybe you could make a channel where it's strictly music or something, right? I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Disable the comments.
Yeah, for sure. So, all right. Well, thanks for coming on, and I hope everyone enjoyed. And yeah, it's been cool. You got anything you want to say to the people?
Just want to say, ladies, it's your time to shine. Get out there, get the app, find your flat earth soulmate, and go make some noise.
And shout out the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0.
Yeah.
Oftentimes you're on there, maybe to kill some time, as I am sometimes. Right, so they could technically talk to you on there, maybe, if they catch you.
Yep. I usually am on there for ladies' night, and that's the perfect time for new flat earth ladies and just new Globers in general to come and talk to ladies for a little bit more peaceful. Sometimes it can get a little hot and heavy and crazy in the live stream, so if you want just like a chill vibe, Fridays 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, and someone said you don't need to be married like by the government. Yeah, we know, man. That piece of paper doesn't mean anything. But it is about being married in the image or in the sight of Yah, and of course a ceremony with your friends and family isn't necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, we'll keep you updated. So anyway, cool. Thanks for kicking it. I'm sure I will talk to you later tonight or something. But it's been really cool that people wanted to hear from you. And yeah, cool. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
She's a goner. All right, so cool. What's up, guys?
I guess I could stop it there. That's Witsit Live right now. So I thought I would just play part of that. That was fun. But he's still on live if you guys want to listen to them. Anyway, I thought it'd be interesting to listen to that. Why I'm so tired. Why am I so tired? It's only 8:30. Yeah, I don't want to stifle the whole, in case somebody wants to have a conversation, so yeah.
Good idea, Sonny.
But it almost sounded like something like a ceremony was mentioned, if you ask me. I don't know.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
Soon you're going sleeping. I'm going to work.
Wow. Isn't that a trip? I know when Get comes on, it's like almost time for me to go to sleep.
Yeah. It's almost 5:30 here.
Wow.
I heard crack was early morning or late night.
Yeah.
Alright.
No, he's still here. Don't speak to
Hey
him.
there.
He's not here. Don't speak to him. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, today it's flat too.
Get, got.
Hey, crack.
You're my brother.
What's up?
My mum's everyone. My mum's.
I thought you were both in UK.
Jenny, my mum's hello. Sonny, my mum's hello.
Hello, hello.
My mum said, alright, you flat suckers.
Oh, your mom said hello. Hello, mom. How you doing? Good.
Yeah.
Me and your mom's like the same era, I think. Your mom might be younger than me.
My mum is younger.
Yeah.
Is she
Greetings
cute?
to your mom.
Sorry.
Of course she is. All moms are.
Cute. Sonny, aren't you married?
No, single.
Single? My mum said I'm an agony.
Oh, so you don't have headaches? Are you single?
Not like I used to. I tell you that much.
Yeah. Just like me, yeah.
Thought I was out of the running for a while there, and I'm like, you know what? Hell no, I'm not out of the freaking running. What a...
Because my mum, we had obviously my dad, and then my dad died, and then she had a partner, and then who, I really known my mum be with like 3 men in my whole life, and then that guy, he became my full-on stepdad and everything, and then eventually they split up like years later, and he moved to America and stuff, married, and then she met a guy who was a really nice guy, yeah, within the 6 months of meeting him, he passed away. Like,
Wow.
yeah, man.
That's sad.
Like, they get on really well as well, like, friends. So sad to see.
Yeah, my mom has 2 husbands that died too.
Wow. I can imagine that. I'll be quite honest with you. I can imagine, like, yeah, I can't imagine that too. Like, no. Oh, that'd be so horrible.
Yeah, that's how God is. Always takes the good ones away.
Well, the good ones are usually people that have been through a lot. Body's your temple, and unfortunately, the people that have been abused have gotten learned it. Effectively, end up being the people that are most likely to die early.
There was someone
Luckily,
named...
Go ahead.
No, it was just somebody came in named Jet Pilot Jack, and then they were here for a second, then they dipped back out. So I was just going to mention.
I am in live stream voice 6. Okay, his profile on VC Verify.
Oh yeah, he went to VC Verify. I gotcha. Yeah.
Alright. Who's he up there with Truth?
No one's up there right now. There's
Right.
two. There's
Let me
two.
go.
Yeah, 2 in VC check. There you go. Cracks on it. Oh, I'm getting too tired.
I find it funny how these all these people who claim they are pilots, airplane or helicopter or whatever, they claim to have a very good understanding of the instruments and the mechanics of the airplane or the helicopter which they are flying, yeah. And actually piloting, flying an airplane has nothing to do with this, with the technical details of the instruments inside the airplanes. Vast majority of them, they don't know shit about any instrument. They don't know about the cables, nothing. Yeah, they talk about gyroscopes, how they function. But the greatest scientists, they can't explain the gyroscopic effect. Why is it happening? What's really going on? We have speculations and theories about it. Why is it locking into position once you start spinning it? I'm an expert. I fly airplanes. I'm an expert. That's such a joke. I mean, yeah, you have the knowledge to look at a gauge and read some numbers or follow some tiny lines. That's like a car driver looking in his car dashboard, reading the speed he's traveling with, but does he know which exact place where on the drive shaft is the sensor reader? They don't. They never even seen one. Vast majority of them. Oh wow. Thank God this reality and nature doesn't actually change according to our belief systems. They don't have much of an influence on it. Except the way we treat it. And nature actually treat you back. Karma. Sleep tight, friends. Going to work. Yeah. We had a couple of physicists in here, even chemists. I got to talk to, and I asked them, hey, why does gaseous mercury floats on helium? And they couldn't explain, but they believed it. It's so funny.
Dead air. What the hell? AYMB America. You can follow the link under the video. Come to Discord and prove all that yang you taught. I'd like you to come try to prove you're smarter than me. That'd be good enough for me.
Like,
What?
what's
What?
up, Mike? Like,
What's up? Shout out Trillion on YouTube. The rest of you lames can be quiet, and I'm banning you. What's up?
how was your day, bro?
Trillion on YouTube. The rest of you lames can be quiet, banning you. Chicken's ass when it's eaten. 2 long, hard days of fucking work. I've been busy.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there.
Level guy on YouTube. Why would I be banned just because I asked some questions? I don't know, level guy. I don't know the name of every person banned here. I'm not a witness to every ban that goes on here, and I don't concur with every ban that is done here. But what I can't do is unban every fucker who cries. You got to talk to the guy that banned you. Try to work it out. I don't care if there was a reason or not. So, on a private platform, do we need a reason? Is there some law that says we can't ban you if we don't have a reason? No. We can ban whoever we think isn't taking it seriously and just going to sit there and ridicule us all day. So, yeah, Paul.
No rules. Real simple shit.
Yeah, Paul Curring. You know, my only pet peeve is remaining civil. If you're going to ask a guy a question, but you never let him finish and you just keep on machine gun asking questions, don't wonder why you got banned. Somebody just didn't like you nonstop talking. Don't ask a question if you don't want to answer. And I'm sure that's what happened to Level Guy. He was in here asking 10 different questions, didn't let nobody answer the first one.
Yeah, or got an answer with no, you didn't answer my question. No,
Really?
I didn't give you the answer you wanted.
Just ask anyone that has explored or measured it. Well, what do you mean measure? We don't. Lewis and Clark didn't measure the land, they surveyed it, which is just an approximation. Nobody measures land. Nobody goes out there and walks it off with a tape wheel or a tape measure. We measure it and approximate it. That's part of my everyday profession. Got to survey every highway before I resurface them. Level guy said, I never even got as far as VC. Well, this could be true. What did you type? Are you banned or in cog disc? Are you in timeout? Let's see if you got a comment history here. So are you level-headed, level guy, level speed? Are those all you? Christ, if they are, you got like 300 accounts. Yeah, you didn't do nothing wrong. So which one's you? Level guy 2, or level up? Aren't you level up? Level guy? On 3 different accounts, yeah. I see 32 accounts that start with level. They're probably all you, huh? You're level guy 2, level up 1, level up 2. Scroll up, AYMB American. Scroll up in the chat. I answered your question. I didn't type it out just for you to frickin'. Yeah. Well, so here's the thing you guys want to say. Should a sun that's 3,000 miles away change in angular size during the day? Well, we here at this server, we're not the Flat Earth Society. We don't say the sun is 3,000 miles away, so that doesn't even apply to us. That's not our model. You're just straw manning me with that question, that's all. I never told you the sun was 3,000 miles away, so why would I care? Level guy and AYMB, you guys want to come in here debate? You can be civil. I'll unban both of you.
Yeah, talk gas pressure and curvature with Poe.
Hey, they come with the yin. Let's see if they got the yang too, right?
Anybody can talk trash, man. It takes great skill to leave them stunned, though.
What the hell? You still there, Cuddles? Or am I glitching
Yeah.
out?
I'm sitting here thinking about the video I watched earlier. Rear wheel drive BMW, they claimed that it was built. Dude's doing donuts and, well, he starts doing a donut in about 270 degrees. That damn tire pops off. He forgot to reinforce the fucking rear end. Yeah. Built, right? Built. From the factory.
I like
What, did
these
I walk
guys.
into car talk?
No.
No,
we're dissing people on the YouTube channel. We invite you to join in.
All right. I just got back home, man.
AYMB America says you better come with the hard evidence. I will be in there. We'll bring your happy kicking ass in. It's all good.
Kicking names and taking ass.
Remember what I said, don't ask no question you don't want nobody to answer. If you can't be quiet and let people answer, then that'd be why you end up banned all the time. Right. Don't know how to show other people.
Especially though if you don't like the answer. Take a week. Think it over for a week. Then come back and be upset.
Right.
If in a week you're still upset about the answer and you haven't found a reason to be upset, well, we can hash it out.
I didn't miss out on much, huh? We worked so hard the last 2 days. I had to come home and trash.
Although there's been some good moments. There's been some good moments.
See, Platypus is back still. Cool. Hadn't seen him in months.
He's been gone for a minute.
Yep.
I had a partial internal lobotomy. Some of my brain cells committed suicide the other day. Having to listen to one of the Globers yakking on the screen. Oh, God. The guy concedes. Gas pressure container, this perspective, vanishing point, still go. What? How?
Man, I mean,
it's still go.
I gotta say this for all the vegans out there. I made the biggest fucking meatloaf you ever seen today.
I'm cooking some ground beef right now, man. Making me a little cheeseburger.
So yeah, I was thinking about going and making a meatloaf sandwich.
Hell yeah.
Eat the meatloaf, and in the morning, have 3 eggs and just put a lot of pepper on them. Help that meatloaf through. Like they think that us meat eaters are stupid just because we eat meat. Like
you eat for breakfast. I mean, fuck you eat for breakfast besides me.
Meatloaf is packed full of garlic, onions, peppers. Make them like them fancy Polish meatballs my grandma used to make.
Bro, homemade bread.
Or
It's
what
been
you they call it a colada burger nowadays, but so a debate AYMB isn't you just asking a bunch of questions and us answering. That's not a debate.
That's called a class. If you like, Cuddles will teach you.
The angle to the apparent view of Polaris on a flat Earth. So you do know what stellar abbreviation and refraction are, right? If you don't, you might want to research it before you come here with that question.
Who are you talking to?
AYMB, American.
On YouTube.
YouTube.
Oh, he's on YouTube?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to invite people into an ass whooping, Indio, because they're all scared. They keep running away. They said, why did I get banned? You know the infamous question, and I got to say the same shit we always say. How the hell would I know? I didn't ban you.
Yeah, no shit. You think, man, like all CNI? Come on.
Right. They think we see every fucking band that goes down here, bro. I'm like, shit. You've been banned for a year. That's funny. I never knew you were on the server. I ain't seen you.
Yo, man, change your name back. You're supposed to be up top. You're screwing me up.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
I was meaning to do that. I just want motherfuckers to remember the real Michael J. Smith, damn it.
Well,
Plus,
bro,
they'll go in, they'll come in the chat, like, oh, Battle Mod's not in there.
Right. That's what my thoughts was. I'd hide from people.
Bro, they're acting like we're the cops, all illegally tapped into the judicial system's court records. Yes, I can see what the was that you used on your butt last week.
I didn't think you were in here for a minute, and then I was like, oh shit, you are. Alright. See what these fucking hoodlums are up to.
Yeah, up to no good. I just got in here myself.
Same here, man. Just got back home.
Y'all are late to the party. Better have brought the beer.
Y'all got some blowies?
Very seldom do I drink, but hardly ever is it beer.
Right. Hallelujah.
I just some Globies, I guess, in the YouTube chat. Trying to coax them in here.
I can't talk to everybody about what I drink though, because if I put like one of my drinks in front of them, like you might as well just get the ER on speed dial.
Just don't drink the NASA coffee.
I just like it strong.
I like it extra chugga chugga.
Chugga chugga choo choo.
I like about 128 proof with a bite of cherry and vanilla.
It goes like chugga chugga chugga. Yeah, we get a
Oh, he
cup of
wants me
coffee.
to go on Jose G's show, huh?
Oh God.
Isn't that Jose he's talking about? I'll debate you on Jose Gonzalez's with only one moderator. Yeah, right. 6 moderators. You act like none of us watch your guys' live streams.
Definitely don't watch Jose's, man. Dude, that dude's dumber than a box of rocks.
Yeah, he says we can't answer that question.
Which
Prove
question?
how the angle to Polaris match reality and on flat Earth.
What the hell's the angle Polaris got to do with anything?
Well, he means sometimes it can be viewed to be when you're at the equator or furthest from the equator, but you can still see it. It's only like 10 degrees off the horizon. But I'm pretty sure refraction answers that apparent position and actual position. The further you get away, the steeper the angle of refraction. So you never seen the actual star, the actual position.
Oh, well, I'll tell him what I told MC Toon. There is no equator. What the fuck are you talking about? Equator. There is no equator. When he came in here with that, not in this server, the other one. I think that was the last time he was in our server.
Yep.
I'll come in there with a Polaris question. I'll stump him.
Polaris and the spin of the Earth. Ooh.
I just want to talk to somebody about the gas pressure and that curvature.
Yeah, they always pick 2 topics you couldn't apply science to anyway.
Right. Well, what about the moon?
We can't
What
use the science. Right. Because we're in the reference frame of Earth, we can't use science on it. We couldn't.
If we lived on the moon, we could talk about the moon. But until then, it's a light. That's it.
You can't science spin. Can't apply scientific method to that. We can't test it, repeat it, manipulate it.
It's still funny though that they get on national TV, and yeah, the moon is spinning at whatever X amount, and they're just bullshit numbers. But we all see the same face every day.
What do you mean? Are you like a science denier?
What part of it spinning and you can't see it is science?
Look, the other thing about I was just going to say, the other thing about the Polaris question is they're just talking about their model. They have no observations of Polaris. They have no clue where Polaris is from anywhere on Earth.
Yeah, but on a globe, you still can't have the same stars forever. Since all recorded history, same stars.
I'm looking at a nautical almanac.
Impossible.
Let's look in the nautical almanac.
You know, I never thought Encyclopedia Britannica would be on the list of one of the most illegal books, depending on where you live.
What's illegal about it?
Well, because they tell you the facts of the events that the mainstream story completely disregards and mentions nothing about. There's several hundred major events that are written about with the facts versus the narrative story about Santa Claus. Flat Earth, one of them. There's quite some bit more in there. I don't know them all because I don't have that. Heck, I don't even have the digital copy anymore. Oof. But I would probably have to go overseas try and get it, because certain versions of the Encyclopedia Britannica, as far as I'm aware, are legal here. Which is funny. I mean, come on, you open up a 1965 Encyclopedia Britannica, look for flat Earth, and it's like got 2 pages full of flat Earth. We couldn't have that happening. Cyrus.
Yo, am I hot micing?
No, I'm just saying, don't settle for just one, man.
Fun guy.
Oh, very.
Yeah, all of them, sure.
Hey, that's addition with minor cell splits. That is not multiplication. Remember, multiplication was was the decree.
Well, this is kind of funny that Polaris is not listed as one of the 57 navigational stars.
Right?
Oopsie.
Go for snacks, come back, it's quiet as shit again.
I'm about to take a dab, man. Just got home. So, got the meal cooking. So, gotta get on the level.
And then I looked at the chat to see that you were posting pictures of somebody talking mad trash. That's cute though.
Debate in here, man. AYMB.
How about he takes the next hour and goes and looks at
How about Moon Shadow comes in here and quit
what
watching American Gods? Shadow Moon.
they all say debate, but do they know how to debate? A
Oh, wait.
debate requires
Here's his question.
evidence.
Gas pressure at 100 kilometers, a more effective vacuum than gas chambers on the ground. Well, it's not a coherent, cohesive sentence. I'm not. You need to restructure your question. It doesn't make sense as it is. Are you saying gas contains gas and it doesn't work in the omnidirectional matter of expansion the way we know it to by physics? You hear me eating my food? I hope not.
Heck, I was just hoping to catch you. That way, if you were building something again, I could remind you what
Yeah.
to do.
Hold up. The guy on Discord that said we never answer no questions. I just answered 2. While you were in the shitter, probably. We're probably dropping a deuce. You're bad.
He doesn't listen much then, because we answer questions all the time. I've answered several hundred since I've
They
been
just don't
here.
like the answer.
Exactly.
Yeah. And they've answered thousands more than I have here. So. If the earth was flat, if you knew what perspective was, if you knew all the information about perspective and how it pertains to you and your body and the world around you and how your body interacts with the world around you, then we could really have a fun conversation. But no, it's air refracting itself, because air, two different mediums.
Hold on, Cuddles. Moon Shadow. I'm waiting for you to show up in Discord. And we did answer your question. Apparently you were AFK.
What was this question? Is that the Polaris question?
No, I just posted it in live stream. If you can cipher through his poor penmanship or composition, actually, poor composition.
Flat Earth is a social club that people who feel intimidated by smart people where they congratulate each other for saying stupid things.
No, the one below that.
Yeah, so you conceded defeat. Whenever you talk about, people, then you've lost, dude.
Yeah.
So have a nice day.
But
prove how the angles to Polaris match reality on the flat Earth. What does that even mean?
I'm talking about Moon Shadow's question up there at the top on the last post. Right. Gas pressure at 100 kilometers. It's neither coherent or cohesive, but he doesn't form a coherent question.
Polaris does. Hold on, Moonshot. Polaris does not need almanac data. It's kind of funny. I'm looking at the nautical almanac. It says there's 2 methods. 2 separate methods to use a nautical almanac. It also says that it's not a navigational star. And these 2 methods give different values from the calculation by 33 degrees. 33 seconds or minutes. So what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Oh, your little toy 9th grade simplistic fucking crayon munching answers. You think that that's reality? Good luck, dude. But hold on, Moon Shadow. Gas pressure is 100 kilometers is PSI. A more effective vacuum than gas chambers on the ground. A more effective vacuum. What does that even mean scientifically? What is in quote unquote effective vacuum? Moonshadow's just a propagandist. He thinks like saying clever little words. More effective vacuum. Or I can convince people of things.
It sucks better.
Well, I thought
It's a Dyson.
the vacuumless face didn't suck. It's not really a vacuum; it's a void.
I'm just kidding, man. So this whole vacuum thing, yeah, sucking and whatnot.
And prove the
Hilarious.
1 degree per mile, 60 nautical miles matches reality. Well, I don't even know what the hell the degree is in reference to. So to make that coherent and cohesive, what changes 1 degree?
Hold on, that can't match reality because they think they live on a pear, remember?
Right.
So if you're going north and south versus east and west, those are different circumferences. How can that match reality, dude?
Is
Like
it
I
a
said,
degree of movement?
propagandist that's just saying bullshit to convince the dummies that he's onto something. Don't look at the details.
No shit. Everybody knows Polaris is the most common star used for navigation. Are you happy with yourself? Do you accomplish something there? Like, that's a well-known fact.
If you want to know which way north is, yeah, sure. Now tell me, if there's a place on Earth that's supposed to have a bunch of properties, right? If the globe model says, there's a place on Earth that says there's all these properties, but then there's no actual place on Earth that has those properties. Does that place exist? Hey, how about this one? Well, I'm on 2 different sides of the Earth, and we got 2 people. They're both looking at Polaris and they're on different sides of the Earth. How's that possible? How far away is Polaris, if that's possible? He doesn't even know. I'm sure he doesn't understand what I'm talking about. Because, he's just fucking flat Earth WS mentality. See, there's different types of globers, and this guy is the propagandist type. Oh, and I'm talking about Nathan Oakley, so you're talking about personalities. Oh my god, it's Nathan Oakley. He said the sky is blue, so it must be some other color. Because he's a flat earther. I have a question for the Globers in YouTube chat. How come there's no measurable curvature to the surface of the Earth?
That's irrelevant. That doesn't matter. As long as we're talking about the stars. Why do you need curvature of Earth?
Why would it rush to 100 kilometers, dude?
Right.
Moon Shadow. Taking arbitrary little teeny pieces of something, right? And saying, well, why doesn't it rush to this place? You're an idiot.
Isn't that our question, though, man?
Well, a better question is, why would it? Why should it?
Mm-hmm.
You should fill the void, right? Until it reaches equilibrium, like all the available space. Until it reaches the boundaries of space, or wherever the fuck that is.
Well, break it down to kinetic theory. So, temperature. The highest temperature is where? Needs input energy.
Right.
Leaving out Charles' law, Boyle's law. I don't know how many different gas laws to make incoherent general fucking questions that actually prove nothing. This is why I don't like debating children. If you can completely form a logical thought, then okay, but If you're going to type some half-ass lazy question and expect others to get it, then no thanks.
Why is 99.9% of the atmosphere below 30 kilometers? I don't know. There must be a boundary there.
Nobody ever proved that was true to me. Who says that? Yeah, where does he get that from?
Probably.
I'd like a citation to that because I think it's bullshit. You might be stating it wrong too. 99% of the densest air.
I looked in my physics textbook on why I want to answer this question. It's the bending and the warping of space-time.
Oh, yeah.
So two different concepts keep the mass concentration of atmospheric gases in the first 20 miles. Abstract constructs like time and space.
Yeah.
And they say we don't give answers that make enough sense. I wonder what Einstein was smoking while he was doing his cousin and stealing everybody's patents. Motherfucker was eating mushrooms or some shit.
You got any evidence 99.9% of the atmosphere is below 30,000 kilometers?
Oh, AYMB. And with the theodolite, no surveyor uses the theodolite. We use total stations, but you can call it that if you want. The dip in the horizon. So that'll change. I could measure the dip in the horizon 20 times over an hour, and I'd get 20 different measurements. So I could come up with 20 different radii. Approximations, anyway.
Oh, now I gotta look into YouTube checks. This is corny.
Yeah, I'm trying to get this dude to just come in here. I told him, fuck, I won't ban him.
What?
Could be a girl,
Hey, man.
too.
We're friendly. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be a chick, too. I don't know. I don't want to call it a dude. It might be a chick.
Right.
I mean, it kind of feminine in the way he types. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Women are more thorough. They would actually write a cohesive and coherent sentence.
Is this a Q&A?
No, we're nagging people on the live stream. We're so bored, man. We're on the live stream nagging people.
Oh, I think you should have a Q&A. That's a pretty good damn idea.
With the people on the live stream?
I don't know about people on the live stream, but I don't know, something associated with a Q&A where people can ask questions without coming in, because some people are shy.
Yeah. I posted a bunch. Hold on. I posted a bunch of comments. AYMB and Moonshadow are both asking questions if you want to cover any of what
AYMB is a numpty dipshit.
Yeah, AYMB, tell me the method for measuring curvature with a theodolite. I want to hear this one. I want to hear this one. What is the method for measuring curvature?
I
with
do
a
too.
theodolite?
Can somebody post it
Step
in here?
step by step. What's the
I'd like
first
to
step?
see that too.
First step. What do we measure? What do we do? We have our theodolite. I don't know how it works. What do I do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where do I put it?
God, sorry to rumpus you, man. It's gonna be good. I want to.
Yeah, I know. But, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. That's gonna be the answer.
Scientist with a total station.
Did he type it out, Mike?
Well, here's one that I think he's meaning the radius, but he said circumference. 360 degrees is just a circle, Moon Shadow, you moron.
It's say.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, it's.
Did he just say they measured the radius?
No, he said the circumference. 360 degrees equals 69 miles per degree. Curvature proved right there. So the map doesn't.
Can I take it?
Sure.
So 69 miles per degree or 60 nautical miles per degree. Doesn't that seem more or less like a linear type of relationship? If so, then you got some problems if you're a globetard, because you don't have a linear relationship to the drop. Because what you're actually saying is elevation angle to Polaris. Once you move, so many miles, then that's 1 degree drop, right? So what is causing the drop in elevation? Well, the Earth curve, but the Earth curve is a squared function, not linear. You got a big friggin' problem there, bud. That's it.
Well, plus their model has refraction, so
what?
Their model has refraction, so
What
in their
type of
model,
refraction? No,
the magical refraction, astronomical refraction.
astronomical refraction. That's not really.
That's a new one, man. I like that one.
No, he's right. There is astronomical refraction, but I didn't think we were talking about that when we were looking at things on land. That's a different type of refraction.
Well, he said Polaris, so he thinks.
Oh, we're looking at the sky again.
So if Polaris, if refraction is, I don't even know what it is. I think it's exponential function.
He said it's not linear; it's quadratic.
It's quadratic.
Yep.
Quadratic refraction. That's a good name for a band.
Yeah, it is. What would the album cover be? What would the picture be? Fucking big box of crayons, knife and fork.
Sunshine, rainbows, and lollipops.
Big box of crayons.
The quadratic refraction lover. That sounds like a damn Jefferson Airplane song. All right, back to you guys don't know anything about that. Moon Shadow said, answer the question, Michael J. Smith. Damn, he's right.
Let me ask, is Polaris on the horizon at the equator? Yes or no?
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I'd like to see a picture of that. But anyway, is Polaris on the horizon at the equator?
What if the horizon's refracted? Uh-oh.
69, man. Kid just picks an arbitrary number.
Oh, hey, I like that one. Use their own logic against them.
It's because they're not aware of all the little band-aids in the globe model.
I'd say the horizon is loomed.
You want to have a party? Ask one of the Crayon Munching Globetard believers the definition of looming with citation. You want to get the popcorn. I keep telling people that, but no one's saying anything. They just let them go off and talk about looming. No one asks for the definition for them. Flat earthers, I'm talking to you. Start asking these numpty dipshits for a cited source for looming. What is looming? So just try that. Get ready.
Years into the game.
Up here?
Ben Delight said no map, no evidence, no demonstration that proves sunsets are possible. Oh shit, dude.
There's a man that never heard this statement. The map's not the land's not the map.
No evidence other than the ridiculous amount of observations, measurements from visible light to radio waves to microwaves to infrared. I mean, go on and on and on.
I just wonder, listen, did they close all the big boy and big girl pants stores where these people live? Because what the fuck, dude? Just come in. Listen, if you had any evidence, we wouldn't have a server. You're pussies. Get in here. Let's talk.
Moon Shadow, it's not 69 miles per degree, and it can't be because you think you live on an oblate fucking paroid.
Paroid! That's mine. I said paroid louder.
Ben, you're just a pussy, dude. It doesn't matter what you say anymore. You obviate the fact that you have nothing by your inability to come in and talk about it. Inability.
I seen you in there, Glad.
Ben Delight.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Zero evidence. What about all the laser tests? What about Marconi's 10,000 mile transmission or Admiral Byrd's weekly radio show that went to New York City from Antarctica? What about that? How do you do that on a globe? The Knickerbein. How do you cross two beams and pick up the radio signal in an airplane when the beams are intersecting 11 miles in the air on a globe? How high did World War II bombers fly? 11 miles in the air? You serious? You said lasers, lol. Yeah. No, lasers measure the Earth is flat, Ben Delight. You're a dunce.
Well, Ben, there's no way to test whether or not lasers work on a globe.
He's another old
There's no way
time
to test
knucklehead. Did you guys already answer? You guys rumpus me over Michael J. Smith answered the question. You already deal with that? Why does the air not rush to 100 kilometers? And why is 99.9% of the atmosphere below 30 kilometers? Did you guys answer that?
Kind of.
Okay.
We said, why would it?
Yeah, it does. Well, the air does rush to 100 kilometers. It's been doing that ever since the beginning, right? But it's going to run an interference between the molecules over top of it, right? But it endeavors to persevere to get up higher. That's why you have gas pressure up at, 100 kilometers? Yeah, or Mount Everest. What's up with the 100 kilometers?
Ben Delight, nuh-uh is not a refutation.
Right. So why is 99.9% of the atmosphere below 30 kilometers? Well, 100% of the atmosphere comes from the surface or just below the surface of the Earth. That's why. At any given moment, most of the air pressure is going to be coming from where it was created.
This kid loves that 69.
Moonshadow. If it's an oblate spheroid, you dunce, right, with a greater equatorial radius than polar radius, you can't have one distance per degree because it's a further distance in each direction. It can't be. Are you stupid?
Yes, he is.
Like, literally, legit, are you stupid?
Listen,
and
once
it can't
again,
be an oblate spheroid because you'd have to call NASA and have them redact 50 years of friggin' sphere photos.
and for those listeners who aren't science buffs, if you guys had anything, you'd be in here defending it. But you just sit in the chat. Keyboard
where
warriors.
does the 69 miles per degree where do you think it comes from? What do you think latitude and longitude lines are actually real? Show us a latitude and longitude line. I want the chemical formula structured charge, matter, momentum, or spin, or millielectron volts, kcals, or kilojoules for a latitude line. And show me a picture of one. You clown.
Yeah. I need a sample of what gravity tastes like, too.
After 6 years, this is the progress they made. Bendy, like, you numpty dipshit. You've been out here thus far, right? You're dumber than a bag of hammers, dude. I smoked your ass back in 2016. Why are you still out here? Get on here. Get on this voice channel. You. Deal with your dumb ass.
It'll never
It'd take about 30 seconds, 45 with interruptions.
Well, that's the problem. He doesn't want to be embarrassed live on air.
Yeah.
I get it, man. I get it. I wouldn't want to wish the embarrassment that's coming their way on my worst enemy.
Yeah, that IYMB. What the? Get your dumb ass in here, coward.
All talk.
Sure.
I told you the globe does not need defending.
So Moonshine just keeps repeating himself. Even like, dude, you're embarrassing yourself.
An hour ago, they acted like they'd be in here in a couple minutes with bells on.
Yeah.
I even unbanned one of them.
I guess gotta get a citation.
What? Yeah.
Dude, we will not ban you. We will spend as much time as we can before you make us ban you, as try to get, real answers out of you. Come on. No more chatting.
It
pants.
is
Let's
not
go.
linear. So, great
Big
argument.
boy pants.
No, it is not linear. So 1 degree every 60 miles, right? 2 degrees, 120 miles. 1 degree, 60 miles. 2 degrees, 120 miles. Right? That's not linear to you? My word.
We said we wouldn't ban you, Ben. We keep saying we're not going to ban you if you just come in and chat with us for a little bit. See, the problem is you don't have a claim. So all you're going to do is sit in the chat. I guess for years now, right?
Yeah, for a long he's been around for a long time.
You'd think if it were a globe, he wouldn't have to spend so much time defending it.
Yep. He's just a chat skank.
Yeah.
So I'm reading from some cruise line, Galapagos Cruise Lines. How do you navigate the sea? Nautical miles versus miles. Since Earth is not a perfect sphere, but is an oblate spheroid with slightly flattened poles, a minute of latitude is not constant. So shut the fuck up. Stop saying the same wrong thing.
It's a paroid. Let me ask you a question. If it is a paroid, how do you measure elevation? That's the question to the chat skanks.
Hey, Ben, I didn't say I proved the horizon rises to eye level because I was in the Concorde. That's just what I witnessed. I didn't say that was proof of anything, my friend.
What the
Yeah, of course they have to straw man you because that's all they can do.
Question still stands. How do you measure elevation on a paroid? So you're going to have to say you measure from the center of the Earth. You're going to need R for that, number one. Number two, if you bullseye and crosshair and a paroid, then every point on the surface on that quarter ring will not have the same elevation. That means you got a rubber ruler. That means you're fucked. By the way. You haven't thought this through, have you?
That's why they won't come in. We shouldn't have to beg somebody with endless empirical evidence of something to prove such something.
It's they're disjointed from arguments, right? They can't connect the arguments. This is a classic one. I'm going to go over this on my show. The Eratosthenes horse shit, because they need parallel light rays. Light rays don't exist, but I digress. But in the next argument that they go to, it's the eclipse where all the rays are convergent. They just don't skip a beat. They just keep going. I'm there. Are you fucking high? Don't you remember your last argument where it said they had to be parallel? What's up with the non-parallel convergent rays? From right from Rice, NASA, and Smithsonian. I'll just go ahead and post them all in here.
What about the curving ones?
Yeah, and the curvy ones, yeah. Just to stick with your own paradigm, you're screwed. Let me post them in here. Have to go one at a time.
Why would we ban somebody right away if we're really anxious to speak with them? That doesn't make any sense. Come on in, guys. Act like you got a pair.
Shit.
You know, if you listen, all I can say is nuh-uh, and he'll be exposed if he comes in here.
Yeah.
The premise of the Black Swan assumes a perfect sphere with no atmosphere. Wow.
Atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. You'd fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Literally.
Moonshadow says that Eratosthenes measured the radius. And he proved
really?
sun rays are parallel.
Did he?
How did he prove sun rays are parallel?
Moonshadow, I
It
didn't know
only
you
took
knew
him
Eratosthenes.
assuming. Eratosthenes assumed parallel light. He assumed the Earth was a sphere. He didn't prove any of that crap. He assumed it to make a hypothetical equation.
No one's
That's
ever
not a-
measured the radius.
Yeah, these guys are stuck in 10 years ago talking about this is where you would advance to. You're still in the hole of Eratosthenes didn't measure anything. You're a moron.
Eratosthenes measured the height of a stick and the length of a shadow.
Well, the stadia's not even an accurate measurement, bro.
I gotta, dude. That's bad. There's a whole published fucking paper on how bad that is.
Yeah, he also said that Alexander and Cyrene laid on the same longitude line or latitude line, but we know they don't. So he was wrong about that too.
They're screwed right here. Right here. This is from NASA.
Yeah,
Rice University and Smithsonian. Do those rays look parallel? Crown munchers? You're finished. Finished. Done for. Over.
See, and now they're not even going to address your points, QE. Now they're just saying, well, what progress has Flat Earth made in 10 years? Yeah, because you can't directly address the points.
Yeah, the progress
that's
is
all it is.
exposing
They went to gaslighting because they don't have anything else.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, we made a lot of progress.
Listen, we know y'all's playbook. It's so tired. We've been watching this playbook since 2017. You oscillate between psychological propaganda bullshit to logical fallacies to not eyeing. Just it's the same old shit all day long. Like, dude, it's old. It's not working. Like, it's like, do something else. Measure some
I'm
curvature.
embarrassed for you guys.
Embarrassed for fucking humanity.
I don't know. They're going to have to define parallel and then come in here and show how these are parallel lines on NASA, Rice, and Smithsonian. Can you show me how define parallel and then show me how these lines are parallel?
So I'm going to post a citation in the chat because I like to. So Mike brought this up. So this published. This is a.
So wait, am I right that converging means parallel to these people?
Yes, and level is flat.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Level's curved.
Level's curved.
Yeah.
It is. It's hard to keep up with all their bullshit. I get it.
So I'm going to talk about Eratosthenes for a second. So, okay, this is a research paper. The STOD is not known within 30%. It's not even known. Like the top and bottom value are not even within 30% of each other. Okay. So, and here's another question. The sexagesimal system that was not introduced until 300 years after Eratosthenes is dead. So how did he measure 7.2 degrees again when the Greeks subdivided the circle into 12, not 360? How did he measure 7.2? I want to hear this one.
Nice.
How did he measure with a unit of measure that he was not even aware existed yet?
No, that's always a good one. But there's no one here to be dead silent right now. That sucks.
So we measured an angle with a unit of measure that doesn't exist yet, using the length of a stud that nobody even knows what it was. And listen, and it's even worse than that because there's mainstream people that say it's pretty certain that this dude didn't even exist, that this guy doesn't exist. The only time, because they say he hired somebody to walk between, right, Alexandria and Cyrene. The word for this profession, this ancient Greek word, only appears in him, in what he said. It's not used anywhere else in any Greek writing ever.
It has to be somebody
Eratosthenes
else.
literally invented the profession.
It has to be somebody else besides him because there's no primary documentation for his source shit from him.
Well, yeah, it's it's tertiary.
Strabo?
Right? So,
it's either Pliny.
Strabo talks about Cleomedes, basically. So it's like like I said, tertiary. There's Eratosthenes. Supposedly he wrote something, and then Cleomedes wrote about what he wrote, and then we don't have Cleomedes either, so Strabo wrote about what Cleomedes wrote.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, so we're like way off.
Yeah.
And I think Cleomedes
And the
said
hypothesis bone's connected to the lie bone.
Hold on a second, I'll snatch it. I got it in here. Where was it?
Mike, are you serious?
Yeah, I want to cover that. So he says the move and the angle changes. So the angle of the shadow is 100% related to the angle to the light source. If you move anything to a different angle from the light source than it was previously at, obviously you're going to get different measurements because it's the angle to the light source that creates the shadow. A fucking 5-year-old knows that. So he didn't prove parallel and non-parallel.
What if we just move the light?
Well, that'll change the shadow too. It still changes the angle of the light delivered to that object.
So Eratosthenes, the tertiary sources, I have secondary and tertiary. That's copyrighted. You stole that shit from Cleomedes and Strabo.
I have a PDF with Cleomedes' actual writing somewhere on a hard drive. It's in my closet.
Yeah, they're done. It's not an experiment. There's no primary documentation, just second and tertiary degree hearsay. And by the way, that's anecdotal fallacy. He also assumed the Earth was a sphere, and he also assumed parallel rays, which we just debunked by your own model, clowns.
So Dr. Zach, in this video I posted, proved that his table is a sphere using the method of Eratosthenes.
Yeah, I seen that one.
So here's some funny shit. You ever seen the guy on a bike? The bike guy? The Eratosthenes replication bike guy?
I don't think so.
So if you watch real close to the beginning of the video when he's still in the parking lot before they left to like take his little bike ride, and you look at the yardsticks real close, the shadows are different lengths and they're only 3 feet apart from each other. The sticks. Proving the Earth is a radius of 5 feet.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll post an image of it. It's pretty funny. My bike. I proved the Earth is round with my bike.
Yeah, guys. I proved the Earth's a sphere in a chat room. Yeah, it was easy. I didn't even have to go in the voice chat. I just, I owned them from my keyboard.
Isn't that the same routine that Neil Smoking DeGrasse Tyson did when he was just talking that it wouldn't work with 3 points, but he put the third point on and he screwed himself because it showed the same angle as the second point away from center? But he said it wouldn't work, but it worked.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, this is it. This is the one. Yeah. Till he gets a third one, right?
Yeah, it's all the same angles.
Fucking clowns, man.
Sped. I'm special ed.
Oh my goodness, man.
So these are side by. I put this side by side of the two sticks.
Mm-hmm.
But he's really in the parking lot, and they're like 3 feet away from each other.
Unbelievable.
Proving that the Earth is a sphere of radius 5 miles.
Mm-hmm. Is that Bob Rooney formula?
Maybe. The one he invented.
Yes. These guys are fucking clowns.
They don't even know it. That's the funny part. They don't even know that they're embarrassing themselves.
Wait. Bob invented Al Baruni's hookup?
No,
Bob invented the Pythagorean theorem, apparently.
You think maybe
Bob Rooney?
You think maybe Bob been cutting his patient's marijuana scribs? Here's your 3/4 of an ounce.
Like huffing.
It's 10 grams for you.
And 2 for the doctor.
Bob thinks that the Naval Almanac has terrestrial refraction calculations in it. I'm serious. He's so far gone, man. It's embarrassing. I feel sorry for him though. That's what it's gotten to.
I was thinking, like, it's serious. He's so out there, man. I thought like he does have like some neurological condition, man.
Yeah.
I was thinking like mad cow disease or something like that. What? I'm being serious. 'Cause he has like these weird. Let's look up the symptoms of like mad cow disease.
Yeah, I think he lives close to Flint and he's been drinking the tap water.
Well, they've been drinking something, that's for sure.
Don't drink the tap water in Michigan.
QE says that here's Eric. This is another fucking idiot. QE says that 69 miles per degree is a train wreck. The 69, I already explained it to you. It's a linear relationship. Every degree is 69 miles or 60 nautical miles, right? But that's a linear relationship, you clown fuck. You live on an exponential, not an exponential. Let me correct that. On a squared function, sir. I just explained it. You're screwed. Don't you get it? Have your slobber nurses explain it to you.
Don't think he does.
Do you live on a slope? What a dumb fuck.
So 2 of the symptoms of mad cow disease is dementia and psychotic behavior. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Time to get tested for the old mad cow, kiddos.
Bob
Differential
been frying
diagnosis
too many
confirmed.
burgers.
Explain. Come on in here, Eric.
Explain why it's 69 degrees per latitude, but it actually isn't.
Well, and Indio just told you, just cited a source.
Yeah, why are you arguing against the gold model, you science denier?
Yeah. Because they're anti-globe. See, this is a new breed. Well, they're not new. It's been old. It's called anti-globers. They're this left-wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up. They don't parrot the correct pseudoscience from high above. They just make shit up.
And then just keep repeating it.
Yeah.
Ends up saying it like X is true, X is true, X is true. Enough times all of a sudden it becomes true.
We want to see, this is how we're going to confirm this. We want to see one of you knuckle draggers that are making this claim. We want to see you go to north, magnetic north. That's not true. you're going to have to go to True North, and we're going to need the sextant or the protractor reading of 90 degrees above your head, and then we're going to need GPS coordinates every frigging 60 miles or 69 miles you go. We're going to need that on video and showing the sextant or protractor reading, right? We need 5, 1 at 90, and then any 5 down to the equator. No diagrams, no paint by the numbers coloring bucks.
No
We're going to need
calculations.
we're going to need to actually see it. So if you're going to make that claim, we're going to need to see that shit. Alice and Bob, the silliest one is that it's not a silly argument, Alice and Bob. It was Alice, Bob, and Victor. Why is it this is what I get with Alice and Bob, is these remarks like this. It's funny. It's ridiculous. It's yeah. All these color commentaries, but never anyone that actually, they don't even know the argument. Ben Delight, what's the actual argument? And Moonshadow, what's the actual argument? Do you know it? I'll bet you don't. I'll wager the fucking farm. Yeah. Idiots. It's just the same old thing. I've been getting it for like 4 or 5 weeks.
Moonshadow
Really?
is so unwilling to do any tests themselves that they're still stuck on a non-experiment performed by someone we don't know even existed. You know the argument, and it's hilarious, and that's it. That's how we know you know the argument, is just because you say it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Children, toddlers.
Yep.
Listen, we're still going to try to help you get that square peg into some kind of hole, okay? But at the very least, stop trying to put the square peg into the star-shaped hole, okay? Thanks. At this point, you'd think they'd have noticed by now. They've got nothing.
Yeah, that's right. 69 miles per degree. That's not nautical. It would be 60. Is a staple of navigation. Yeah. Yeah. So, what do you live on a slope?
Apparently, they do.
I
They
don't think
do.
he gets it.
Nope, he doesn't. We must have told him like 10 times already. You're still not getting it. Shocking.
It doesn't matter what you say in a YouTube chat, man. If you don't come here and defend it, it's moot.
It's
I'm not
two
shocked. Are you?
significant figures. Two significant figure. Of what? The 69 miles and 1 degree.
Okay, how about that? How about this?
Good.
Just go, do what Kiwi did. You don't even got to do fucking to the equator. Just travel 69 miles. Tell us how you're going to measure it, the distance you've traveled, right? And then, take an observation of something moving 1 degree. I want to see that.
Yeah.
Show us that.
Yeah.
People do it every day. Yeah, show
all
us.
they can do.
They do it every day, then show us. You should have one example ready, like in the cannon already, loaded in the breech. Let's go.
Exactly. You got it.
Just
You should
because
at
you
least
guys have a
have a
collective
proof or two
fucking
of-
delusion doesn't mean people do it every day.
They're going to make a drawing for you.
Oh,
Indio.
God, no. Are you serious?
Yep.
Don't
I'm
you
telling
dare.
you. Yep.
I'd prefer them draw a Selenolian eclipse. That's a lot more fun. Watching them try to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Dude, I just sit around lurking, waiting for some glober to bring up eclipse a second. Go, yeah, diagram of Selenolian eclipse for me. Do it in MS Paint. They're like, look,
I'd
it's
love to see
possible.
that.
And the guy's like 3 times the radius of the ball. It's like, hey, he's a 6,000 foot man, 6,000 mile tall man. You can see the sun and the moon above the horizon in the eclipse. fucking diagram. That's the problem with the globe earthers, and they don't get it, man. That all we ask for is like data, right? Let's get the data. We're double checking, right? We're checking your homework. So, like, listen, go get the data.
Morning, guys.
What's up, Raj?
No, not
He
much.
thinks- Go ahead.
How many degrees are you away from me?
69, bruh.
Why isn't there a globe Earth laser test?
They wouldn't dare.
What's up with that, right?
Ben Delight in the YouTube chat said, like, you can't measure flatness with a laser.
Well, what else are you measuring with a laser?
You know, they have like in industrial processes, right? They can measure the tolerances down to something like 0.00001 micrometer.
What am I doing with an array of laser levels in? What do I do with that?
Yeah, in the total station. Yeah, what's that for?
Yeah, I mean it's not for the runoff of the road to 5 degrees because a laser level couldn't show you anything. Between the middle line to each edge, together there should be a 5-degree variance, 2.5 degrees each side.
What? I got a question. It came up last night when we were in here. What's the scientific method for proving the flat Earth? Was the question.
That they just expose themselves as they usually do.
So what's the answer? Yeah.
The answer is that either a sphere or flat Earth, there is no scientific method because it's a category error. The scientific method only elucidates cause and effect relationships, independent variable, dependent variable relationships. Independent variable is the cause, dependent variable is the effect. Whether the Earth is flat or a sphere is a what is question, not a cause and effect how I question. So whoever asked that just exposed themselves. They'd fail 5th grade general science.
It's funny because they're saying in the live stream that you don't even believe your own words, QE.
Really? So
just
they can
read the live stream right there. It says, Alice and Bob, the funniest part is they defend this silly argument, and he doesn't believe that you believe yourself. That's what
Okay,
he says.
so let me go on with this. So he's divining my thoughts and what I believe. Let's test his acumen. What's my favorite color?
Oh, that's so good. White.
Let's test his Evo mind powers, special Evo divining mind powers, and let's test it. Let's see if you get it right. I'm not.
I just wonder how many times QE.
Hold on.
I just wonder how many times you're going to have to go over the 69 miles per degree thing with Moonshadow. It's just like they're not listening.
I'm not watching the live stream, so you guys are going to have to post that stuff.
Oh, no, you're fine. I was just reading what Battle Mod posted in the text lobby, and that was one of the posts that was sent by Ben Delight.
Yeah, he's a real window-looking knuckle dragger.
Mm-hmm.
He is a Rhodes Scholar, folks.
Mm-hmm. Rode hard and put away wet.
Oh,
yeah.
A window licker?
A window-licking knuckle dragger.
Trying to imagine that in my head here.
It's real easy.
I just want to know what the purple ones taste like. Do the purple crayons taste better or worse than the other ones, Ben?
I guess if you stay out in the chat, you're a window licker. Is that
Yes.
You're just licking the window.
From the outside looking in. You know, you can actually join the cool kids discussion and come on in here.
Come on,
grow little balls.
Girls. Snacks up front.
Do you have balls? Come defend your ball. Here, live on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
waiting.
Defend your balls off.
Yeah, you can just hop on in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not hard. I'm sure they have Discord, you know.
Uh,
A lot of gamers out there.
I think these guys here in the chat are all known, right? They open their mouth. We know who they are.
Oh yeah. Well, and the fact that they even come here just means that, you know, we're right. They wouldn't have to do damage control on something that wasn't damaged.
Right.
You understand what that means?
Like they're triggered.
Moonshadow, do you know that a conversation is much easier to have when you're talking to someone with your voice? It's quicker. It's more efficient. It obviates that you have nothing. I mean, it's quicker.
Ben be like, prove sunsets are possible on a flat Earth. Well, it's already been done. The sun doesn't set. You got to prove the sun sets at all and doesn't just get so far out in the atmosphere that it attenuates to the point of atmospheric extinction. So nobody ever said light was infinite in the medium of an atmosphere. Why would sunlight be infinite?
Yeah, somebody keeps convincing them that the sun should be seen from all angles on a flat Earth all the time.
The multiple layers of atmosphere, the most dense being at the ground. The last place you see light at the end of the day is in the sky. That's the thinnest part of the atmosphere. And the last place you see light in the morning is on the ground. So, but you see it in the sky. As it starts to come in, it comes through the thinnest layer of atmosphere first, all the way up top. And then it domino effects all the way down to the ground until it's overhead and it's morning. And then the ground will be lit. And when it leaves, that's the way it goes. You can't see it. The ground starts to get shaded. Then it creeps up to the top of the sky where the last bit of light you see at dusk is just in the top of the sky. Those are scientific principles. Attenuation, atmospheric extinction of light. They're not flat Earth principles. So you think you got something, but all you got is the same bullshit you've been repeating for 6 years.
6 years, bud.
Prove the Earth spins, and that's why it appears to go down. Prove that.
So Ben, it's already doing it on a flat Earth in reality.
Yeah, you see it every day demonstrated.
Listen, here's this dumbass. I said demonstrate the sunset. Is it possible for any one of us to demonstrate a sunset? And no offense, but Indio does have a GIF on that. What is it? iMemes refraction.
Extinction.
Oh my God! What's the independent variable in that
so
experiment?
simple, even a kid can understand. Why can't
There it
I
is.
see the sun when I'm at the bottom of the ocean? Even if it's directly overhead.
Why can't
Attenuation?
Because the water absorbs and attenuates the light, and it's not visible.
It's amazing.
And the ocean's only like, what, 7 miles deep at its deepest point? Now, look through thousands of miles of air. Air's not transparent. Just
Dude,
because
I
you
can't.
think it is doesn't make it so.
On a fucking shitty smoggy day here in LA, man, and I can't see the fucking mountains that are fucking 3 miles away. Like, fuck, where did they go?
But in Snowmass, Colorado, I can see for 300 miles out.
Yeah.
No big deal.
But on a shitty day here in LA, man. You can't
flip
see
the script. I
30
can
miles.
explain Santa all day to you guys, but that doesn't mean it's possible for him to deliver presents to everyone on the
Well, the most
earth.
prevalent
Way to dodge the fucking question again, Bendalite. Way to dodge it.
Yeah.
The most prevalent
Answer my
particulate
question,
in the air is
but
water.
ad hoc answer.
Right.
Yep.
He's
So,
amazing.
water in the air. Why can't I see the sun when it's cloudy?
He is so amazing.
Even though the clouds are only maybe a mile thick, right? So 3,000 miles, you still have the same amount of water, right? That is as a 1 mile thick cloud.
Why can I see stars at the horizon in the same direction you think the light was attenuated? Are stars magic?
No, they're not magic. It's just not overexposed anymore. If the sun was above us, we wouldn't see shit. But when the sun goes away, the lesser lights can be seen on the contrast of darkness. Don't be a moron.
Oh shit, dude.
Well,
And I like the fact that the sun can shine so brightly off of the stars and then ricochet on those stars and bright back to us, right? Isn't that how it works?
Listen, we don't think light attenuates.
That's how they tell us.
So Ben,
From the
when you have a,
atmosphere.
when you
Science
hook
does. Get that, Moon Shadow. Atmospheric.
So
Go ahead.
Ben, when you have a projector, hook it up to your computer, right, and you watch a movie, say you're watching Aliens, right?
It's appropriate.
Do you think that projector is projecting black onto your screen?
No, there's not. It's not really. It's light, basically.
Yeah, it's still illuminated, right?
Mhm.
The reason you see it as black is because it's not as bright as the shit around it.
Good one.
I love it.
Good one. That was like the best logic I've ever heard. It's actually interesting though. Like, yeah, projections and stuff. You can't match up colors. And like, they've actually.
Why
you know,
don't
you guys
the
know who
stars
Johannes Vermeer
attenuate?
is? What?
This guy is about attenuating. It's
What does that
amazing.
mean?
He
He
thinks
asked
he knows
India.
how far the stars away. He thinks
He
he knows
asked
how far
India.
the stars are.
I've never been there, but you know, there's moths on the way to the sun right now, just like saying it's going to be worth it. Come on, guys.
Stars do attenuate. Who said they don't?
That's a big word for me. I'm a simple
Where's
man.
that Tesla, man? And we got a bead on that Tesla in space.
Which one?
I know, right? Where's
that
the Tesla?
car? The car that's not there.
Car, yeah, the car,
It's
man.
not there, dude.
It's not there? Oh, damn it.
Nope. I could have got that free car. Just got to tow it out of there. Just get your fishing rod and just try and get it.
There's
You
a
probably
projector,
drive
little
through,
dark light
I'll give you.
experiment.
I'll give you a glimpse of it. There's a GIF of it. It's right there.
Oh, you said Jeff? Fuck yeah, bro. You're based as fuck. It's pronounced Jeff. Okay, did you guys hear about like this? Apparently, this lady on the space station like pulled a full Karen and like space madness Karen in space kind of thing.
No.
With the Russians, like they had split it, the territory of the Russians. They have their side. The U.S. has their side. So like, and you know, like the qualifications and you know the acumen needed to be an astronaut has significantly lessened in the later years. You know, the recent years, right? So this lady apparently was like having problems with the waste ejection system, like the bathrooms, and like she took it upon herself to start messing with it.
Oh, no.
And she somehow single-handedly wrecked the ability for them to process human waste. So she automatically just assumed that they could go over to the Russian side and fucking just do that. And the Russians are like, get the fuck out of here. You fuck your shit up. It has nothing to do. This is like, consider this the fucking Cold War fucking wall. You do not cross this. Like, they didn't want anything to do with her because they know those guys are respected. They had to do like 20 years of school just to get where they are. And this like Karen's on there just bopping around like an idiot.
You fuck up your shitter. You know, fuck up our shitter.
Fucking so basically, like, you know, as these conditions got worse and these like, you know, like kind of leaking these like fecal fucking like, you know, particles everywhere and shit slowly, they start losing their minds. So she actually fucking went and drilled a hole in the fucking hull of the fucking space station, just a little one. And like it would take weeks to fully decompress and stuff like that. In order to fucking get them off there sooner, they fucking drilled the hole. And the Russians fucking comprehensively proved that it could not be one of them, and it could not be something that was done like in production of the space station. NASA's just kind of covered it up like nothing, and the Russians are like, we don't want any of this touching us. Like, here's like, you know, it's fucking crazy. Full blown Karen in space.
So here's an answer I've never gotten. Here's a question I've never gotten an answer to. How did they pressurize the International Space Station in the first place?
They got vessels. They got big vessels for oxygen. And apparently, theoretically, that's what I'm saying. Because I think the whole fucking space station thing's full of shit.
So they pressurized the 300-foot.
They've got massive, like, big balls of oxygen. You know those like big fucking tanks. Like, have you ever seen a gas tank?
I missed it. When did they send those up?
Yeah, I missed that one too. Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there, but I really just do think like the fucking International Space Station shit is completely sus and fucking full of shit. Like, there's been too many errors of like continuity and just basically like oopsie kind of errors that they've done.
Like this lemon, with his fingers going through it.
The what?
The lemon.
Look in live stream voice text.
Okay, hold on.
Or this disappearing copy.
Live augmented reality.
Yes, exactly. It's like have you ever used the finger control on your like Oculus thing on your Oculus headset?
Dude, there's a bug on your screen.
No, you shush. Don't
just smack it real quick. Just smack it.
Punch it. Punch it hard.
Augmented reality
Just smack it real hard.
It's like
hold down your Windows key.
The goggles themselves are fucking contact lenses. They can interact with you.
That's mean. I really thought that was a fucking fly.
Wait, what happened? How did that work?
Dude, I almost broke my monitor.
That's picture. That's cool.
It's a picture, but it's so
I like
good.
that. Yeah, that can freak some people out.
It freaks everyone.
I like the
See, I had to put my mouse over it first to make sure I wasn't about to break my monitor.
When Quantum comes
that's
back, he's
cool.
gonna smack his screen.
No, we have self-control in that. Now that's pretty cool.
Get the fuck off my screen.
Shoe fly.
All of YouTube is smacking their screen.
I love that binaural knocking with noise canceling headphones. It sounds like somebody's banging on your wall like a madman. Duk 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 duk. That one's cool. Binaural knock. What's he doing? Like, what's he drinking? He can't get it?
I am drinking my own pee.
It's sterile, and you like the taste.
It does look like pee. Yeah, it looks like Tang.
Creeps though. That astronaut fucking just like, oh.
That's not the important part. His craziness. Watch how the rotation of the Earth changes direction.
Uh-huh.
So he's supposed to be orbiting, right? So what is he like doing? A twisty, whirling orbit? Did he just start going backwards just now?
Oh no! You can see the ship is actually like changing its fucking trajectory, right? It's like slowing down and then turning to the. See, like, watch it's slowing down
so
and the
fast
acid,
like that.
Yes, and because like notice how he kept going. It's because the ship was decelerating, and he shoots forward, and like, it's changing trajectory. Is this my theory?
An astronaut's about to drown, guys.
So look at him fly forward like that. It's changing trajectory.
That's one of my favorites.
Did I just see a bird fly by in that picture?
That'd be awesome.
Holy shit! Yeah, I did too.
Super real when it's up top. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna spin this way. No, going that way. No.
Yeah, see, it's slowing down. Now the ass end is going to swing over to the like left. Like,
Yeah, it does that. And then when it starts over,
yeah,
something flies out, dude. When it starts over, something just flies right out of there. What is that?
Fucking crazy! Like, that's not safe at all. If that were the case, like.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Listen, they're in a pool. It doesn't. It's fine. This is not.
I've seen the pool.
They're not risking their lives here. They're just doing a little scuba diving. That's all.
Fucking nervous, man. Like when I saw that, they showed like the video of the Columbia explosion. That was like all that matter, all that like debris just kind of floating there. I was like, oh, fuck my life. That would suck.
Did some great stop motion there.
That'd be funny if that's what it was.
You guys ever seen that Frank Zappa stop motion shit?
No.
Oh fuck! It'll blow your fucking mind, man. Smoke a joint, watch that shit, man. You'd be like,
I can't smoke weed anymore.
So
Anyway,
watch this
have a
one. Watch
beer.
this video.
I got one in front of me.
So I took all the SpaceX videos in like certain cameras. I just pasted them together, right, and sped them up. So this is just the front to back shot, 18 times speed. Tell me what's wrong with this.
The GIMP parade or the front to back? Okay.
The GIMP parade, that's just for your entertainment.
That is a fucking screen. Like it's like ILM
Obviously,
shooting
the
some, like,
screen
TIE
is wide,
fighters and
'cause it
Star
has-
Wars and shit.
Listen,
I think
because it has perspective, right? You wouldn't
Yeah.
see perspective fucking 8,000 miles
It's
away
a
from the
screen.
goddamn Earth.
Big
'cause
time
the Earth gets like perspective, right? So if you draw a circle on the ground, you don't, because of perspective, it isn't going to look like a circle. It's going to look like an oval.
Yeah.
So that's what this looks like, but it's pretty close. So you don't get a lot of perspective on it, but there is some. It's a wall.
Yeah, oh wait, look at the very last frame as the sunlight fucking supposedly the light source glints. If you pause at the very end, you can actually see. Hold on a second, see if I can isolate this.
I'm going to post the playlist of this.
Yeah, like you can see the fucking black mat of the fucking material. Hold on a second, see if I can really get this. The very last frames of it. The one that really blew the fucking kind of like really changed my mind was seeing like apparently some of the harness videos and stuff like that where what really proved it was the if you're on a harness like and you're upside down in the special effects industry, no matter where you are in a gravity environment, like your head is always going to try to fucking turn itself to maximize blood flow. And if you're in a zero G environment, like your head is always going to be turning like to be straight with up and down so that you don't pass out. Every time on these on the space station when apparently their heads are trying to do that, if you're in a zero G environment, you don't do that. Your head is straight, utterly straight. You can't teach that. It's like body language.
There's a bunch of problems with space.
Well, it's like
There's another question.
the information is definitely like weird, and people are like experts at missing the point and like veering off into the ditch. And it's like the information they're giving us is full of holes, and it's like definitely sus. And other experts need to like analyze that and come to a conclusion. But like we've kind of like veered off into the ditch with like all these kind of crazy ideas and stuff like that. Like we don't really know what to think or what conclusions to make of it because like there's a bunch of like good information and bad information, fake information.
So every time you blink, you produce tears, right?
Yeah, I cry all the time, actually.
Okay. So tears drain through the lacrum. What causes them to drain?
I don't know.
Right, gravity, right?
Onions.
Gravity causes them to drain into the throat.
I thought it was
zero
like
G and zero G. Your tears would not drain out of your eyes, and their eyes should be little puddles.
Huh.
Every time they blink, they're going to produce tears. The tears have nowhere to go, and they should just have eyeballs filled with water.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I thought it was water pressure because it's like
water pressure. No,
yeah, because like you know your tears and stuff like that. Like if you blink more, it'll just like leak
if you
out.
want a citation, I can give you the citation.
No, I'm not going to argue with you. It's
It's
okay.
for eye surgery.
I'm just eyeballing it.
It's a manual for eye surgery.
Cool.
Say tears drain out.
Yeah.
What if you
Did you
were
ever meet anybody with closed tear ducts or like really narrow tear ducts? If they fucking started crying like when they're kids, they fucking like they cry blood.
That's wicked.
I knew one girl that did that. It was crazy.
How many of those astronauts wear contacts? What a fucking nightmare.
Well, the ones in the space station all do because that's their VR shit. Their VR shit works that way. The augmented reality. That's their lens basically.
Guy Moonshadow in the YouTube chat says, Gladflobe, what does flat Earth look like in your mind? Well, let me tell you, Moonshadow, looks like the Earth.
Hey.
Doesn't look like anything in my mind. I don't have to dream about it.
Hey, Tone.
Yeah,
I can just
my
look.
mind witnesses what it is.
When I astral at night, I see it.
Bitch.
You can't trust your eyes, but you can trust this little fallible device that we made instead.
You can't trust your eyes, so you can trust your mental. You can trust your ideas, right?
I love how
I hate that, dude.
Ben-
Right? So they say, "Oh, you can't trust your senses." Oh, so you can trust all your concepts, right? All your concepts are right. The mind is infallible, but your senses are fallible. Fucking hypocrites! Shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Like seriously.
Ben, I don't pay taxes, thanks.
Yeah, me neither.
Taxes is for little people.
So you pay taxes, Ben? Because you're only one that's supporting them. Good job.
Well done. Do you know what the word pleb means, Ben? You should look it up.
Ben also states that 6 years plus and zero progress. Same old story.
What are you talking about? What is progress?
Well, the fact that you
What is
haven't
progress?
made any progress with the globe, that's correct, Mr. Ben.
What
I'm
do
a
you
flat
what does he
earther.
think flat Earth progress
Geek.
is? What
I
does
know,
flat Earth
right?
progress look like? What do you think we're gonna just take your place and start brainwashing
So
people
funny.
instead? Do you think we want to just like imitate the globe so that we're in public schools saying, "Believe the Earth is flat"? We don't need to show you evidence. Like that's what we're gonna do? No, I don't think so.
I love it how we just slap him right in his face.
I mean, I get it,
I'm
man.
just
I
laughing.
would be
I don't know, man.
very
I know the
trepidatious to
podcast.
come in here.
Our podcast, I looked at the numbers today. We've had 20,000 between Spotify and iTunes. So I don't know who knows this, right? So I clip out occasionally. I clip out segments of this live stream, and I put it on a podcast, and it's on iTunes and Spotify, right?
What services?
So we have 20,000 views, right? We have a high, what do they call? What the fuck do you call that? Interaction rate. So more than 75% of the people watch half of it or more, or listen to half of it or more. 20,000 people in 2 years is 27 people a day. So I don't know what this dude thinks is progress. That's progress to me.
What a strong sense of self-importance too. He says, "You're welcome for all the services you enjoy. Good to know."
And that's why I ask what services, because I think he's talking about NASA's services, and he's paying for NASA's services. That's
I think he's
my
talking
head.
about the internet. I think he's talking about that World Wide Web that was
Ben,
built on.
You provide
fiber
the
optic
World Wide Web for
oceanic
us?
cable.
Thank you.
Right. Satellite is only they say they only use satellite for 2% of information transfer. 99.8% is fiber optic cables that connect the continent. That's
So,
why
Ben,
when we built the internet, we called it the World Wide Web.
So, Ben, if we could send radio signals 10,000 miles in 1918, why do we need satellites in the first place again?
That's a bitch of a question.
It's a mess. Such a
Come on,
mess. Speaking of mess, why don't we see one satellite out there? But there's what, 15,000 of them? Is that how many they're at now?
Has Ben ever
Elon
come
Musk
in here?
gonna put 62,000 up there or some shit.
62,000.
Elon Musk, he's the man.
Wow. Gosh. And all of those satellites are helping us advance in cures for diseases and feeding the children, right?
Yep. Internet access. That's all you get.
Just internet access.
Velcro.
Oh, right, Velcro, and
Duct tape.
it helped
Duct tape.
popularize
Duct tape. Yeah.
It helped popularize the children's drink Tang.
Curtain rods.
It's provided for.
Curtain rods.
Curtain rods. Was it duct tape or gaffer tape?
It was Scotch tape.
Listen,
Good one.
It's Scotch
No,
tape.
it was either duct or gaffer.
Yeah.
Saw some Scotch tape on that shit.
I think their budget afforded a little bit more than just Scotch,
bungee
guys. Give them
cable.
some credit.
Bungee cable.
It was masking tape, damn it, painted black.
NASA gave us curtain rods. I love it.
Uh-oh. Moonshadow says there are 6,000 satellites and 2,500 in operation. Oh, is that right? Jeez,
And you
Jesus.
can't
Why can't we see one of them ever?
Yeah, why can't we triangulate one to get a position and a speed?
I got one of them on a balloon. I got a video.
GPS ground positioning system, you idiot.
And it was in place before quote-unquote satellites were even invented.
Well,
He's talking about
I'm enjoying this because a little while ago he was saying that we don't answer any of his questions, so the flat earth just can't answer any of his questions.
We've been
And
sitting here
GPS
for
is
a long
using
time.
satellite.
Yeah.
GPS is using satellite completely. He's saying that.
How's this for not addressing you,
Prove
losers?
Prove it.
Well, it's like I said.
Prove
He-
GPS
he-
is using satellites.
He can't prove it. He can't.
He listens to our answers, but he doesn't give one concession. He just moves along to the next
and
question.
he just keeps going on to the next question. Yeah, see?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why don't you just ask that? Why would they lie?
Funny.
Why would they lie?
Yeah. Why would they lie, guys? Come on. If you can't answer why would they lie, Earth's a globe. Doesn't that make
Is there
sense?
any other questions? I don't see any other globers in here.
Come on, step it up, flat earthers.
Step it up. Fucking
Gosh. You know?
I'm a flat earther, bitch.
Oh,
It's
okay.
bad
Moon
enough.
Shadow.
So,
he said
listen, I
because-
wanted-
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I want to get on the air of what he's doing. It's called Gish Gallop. So Gish Gallop is a technique employs.
Oh my God, he's moved
is
on to
employed-
another one.
Someone argues a cause by hurling as many different half-truths and no-truths into a very short space of time so that their opponent cannot hope to combat each point in real time.
But
Gish
yet
Gallop.
we do in real time.
Well,
Each and every one of us.
24/7, bitches.
and like I was saying earlier, that they just oscillate between false claim, propaganda technique, false claim, propaganda technique, false
He's
claim.
got another
All they can do.
question for you. He's got another
Just
question for you.
measure some curvature of the earth. Just do that, dude. And let us shut the server down. Go measure some fucking curvature. And let us shut the server down.
Fucking
Help us
bendy fucking something over here, and we'll shut this fucker down. Come on.
Oh, you can easily see satellites.
Oh shit. Okay.
Where
Yeah,
can we
but
see
we
the
wanna see the
satellites in
GPS
pictures or video from space? Where can we see those satellites in picture and video from
The
space?
Starlink
Give me a full
constellation.
time live shot.
Yeah, give me a live shot of
The
one
Starlink
satellite.
constellation.
Uno satellite, man. Just like there's no cameras on.
Starlink
There's no
constellation, dude.
fucking outside cameras on the Hubble Space Telescope. You guys know that, right?
Canadian
I know,
geese.
right?
Like, why wouldn't they have like a camera on there going, "Hey, man, that fucking
15
So that's-
cameras on all angles.
right? Yeah, it's like, dude, that solar panel looks so fucked up there, man."
Why are you afraid to show us every angle?
I think it
Space
was
agencies.
best said Kardashians did like 750 selfie photos the very first time she got her cell phone.
Right.
And when we went to the moon, we took 14 photos. Like, fuck.
No, they took a shitload of fake ass photos of the moon and shit.
So why don't they just stick a camera on the moon, right? All they got to do is have it face straight
somebody
up,
did some
and they would
math
film
on
the
it.
Earth
Yes.
24 hours a day.
I've said that multiple times, but no. Why can't they just put a whole bunch of cameras on the tip of a rocket?
Right. Like 5 would be good.
But
You
you
I
know,
don't
see the Earth.
understand.
Do you also know that to see the Earth from the moon?
see the whole journey.
You have to look straight up into the air.
dock to dock, man.
You have to look at your zenith, right? Because the moon's supposed to be tidally locked with the face facing the Earth all the time. So if you're on the face of the moon, you have to look up to see the Earth.
You know what?
Gotcha.
Hey, that is the fucking number one proof the fucking moon landings are fake. Is fuck all, man. If you show somebody like here, this is where they landed, and this is the picture they took.
Right.
How the fuck is that possible? It's impossible
right.
because the moon would be dead
would have
ahead,
had to look
straight up,
straight
90
up.
Overhead,
fucking
man.
degrees.
They'd have to lay on their
90
back.
fucking
I've
degrees.
never even fucking thought about that. I've looked at this picture like all the time. Where is it? Let me get that.
90 fucking
right here.
degrees.
This
Earth
one right
right.
here.
Straight up.
Like
There's no
I've looked
horizon.
at
Fuck
that
off.
so many times. How did they
Well, they
get that
could've-
bottom picture right
there's
there? How
another
did they
one,
get
man,
that
where-
bottom picture?
There's
What the
another
fuck?
one that shows the moon lander in that same fucking.
That
kinda
makes no sense. Like really,
The
now that you
Moonlander
just
one,
put
it's
it
like-
more in perspective, like they have to look up. What is this picture that we're seeing?
You have to look straight up
They
because we
say
only
that that's-
see one side of the moon, man.
They say that was not taken
The moon
from the
rotates.
surface of the moon.
The moon
and that
only
was
rotates
taken
the
from,
face. It doesn't rotate the
Apollo
fucking.
Oh,
9.
shut up!
Fuck
That's what they
off.
say.
The same face faces the fucking Earth every fucking day.
And they're just
Come
making
on.
assumptions now. This guy Moon Shadow says
Moon
drones
rotates
flying
through your fucking
8 times faster than a fighter jet and no need of fuel. Moon Shadow,
What the hell is he
listen, I
talking
said it.
about?
I didn't know that you calibrated and remote controlled NASA's equipment up in the sky. Yeah, that's a cool job. Do they pay you a lot to do that? Because the only way you would know about that is if you were actually the one in charge of
Well,
it.
I want to tell Shadow something. So, numpty dipshit cream muncher. There would be no difference visually, right, between the International Space Station, 300 feet long, 250 miles up, going 17,000 miles per hour, and a drone that's 7 feet long, going 350 miles per hour at 40,000 feet. They would look visually identical. So you have no idea how fast anything in the sky is going. You have no idea how big it is. You've never triangulated or measured any of that shit. The only person I know that tried was Red's Rhetoric. He fucking botched that. Thought he could do trig with a scaling triangle.
I mean, still, to this day, there's no stars in any of this
stars? I need some stars.
Yeah, what with stars sometimes depends on who you
I
ask.
hit myself in the head. I can see some stars.
Oh my goodness. Oh boy.
The star thing's an embarrassment, man.
It's
I mean, there's
horrible.
Globers that listen. There's Globers that take that.
Hey, what about Pettit
Star
and
thing
that
is
fat cat, man? He was like, we see stars. Oh, yeah, we see lots of stars. And oh, you can see them in the daytime. I was like, what are you talking about?
Why don't they take a
You
telescope to the International
fucking-
Space Station?
Cock fucks, man.
Like you think, like okay, we're gonna like they look at space, look at the stars. They go up into space and they don't look at the stars anymore. Like that's not interesting anymore.
None of us around here ever taken any kind of photography, anything. You know, we don't know nothing about photography. Yeah, exactly.
know how to order
We need some lessons in photography. Yep.
Yeah, the reason that the Discord's still here and we keep gaining members more and more by the hour isn't because Earth is flat. It's because it's a globe and we're just fucking with everybody.
That's correct, right there. Holy shit.
We sit around and we prove the globe all day, every day.
That's right.
These anti-flat earthers, dude, they don't realize that they're the ones who are making flat earthers with their stupid answers.
It really
Exactly. They're doing our work for us in these chat rooms. I fucking love it.
Thank you for your service. I appreciate
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for your service. We're gonna give you accommodation.
It's almost like we should be paying them more than they're making right now. I mean,
said-
what?
Owen Benjamin said this, that it was the answers to flat earthers of why he became a flat earther, because you Glober's answers were so stupid. You don't question anything. And I'll give you an example of ridiculousness. Okay, so you have Uranus smells like farts. They claimed that
Pluto.
they sampled, what is it, hydrogen sulfide at 3 parts per million from a distance of 16 million miles away. Okay. Now, if you have a gas chromatograph spectrometer, right, and you have the actual physical sample, that is only sensitive up to 16 parts per million, and you have a physical sample that you can stick in the machine. But they can do this at half that from 16 million miles away. You idiots don't even question this. It's a ridiculous claim like that. Like, I don't get it.
That's a
Like,
hell of
what-
a fucking claim, man.
Yeah, what
Jesus.
do they have to say before you like, hey, that's a little fishy? Like, what do they have to say? Like, how far do they have to go? They're trolling you, like, seriously.
They're just trolling. Moonshadow, he doesn't even have an avatar, man. That's a fucking troll. Lee, no
I mean, they put
avatar.
Pluto on Pluto. I mean, Jesus Christ, man. Like, what else? I mean,
Fucking get an avatar. For fuck's
Oh, here we go. Moonshadow says you look up from the UK and see Starlink. 40 minutes later, you see them over Australia 8 times faster than a fighter jet. Hey, Moonshadow, am I in the UK right now looking up? Okay, no. So that ruins what you just said there. And then, given what space agencies show us, no one has any reason. Hold on. No one has any reason, given what we're shown, to believe stars exist in space. Chew on that one.
Have any of you guys seen this Starlink shit, man? I tried, man. I said it was coming over my house. I fucking went out there with my camera. I got nothing.
look, about 3 years ago, I looked at the ISS station tracker, Spot the Station.
Yeah.
That shit went over New Zealand something like, what was it, 31 times in like a 7-day period. Like, and but you can listen to Don Pettit say in an interview that they don't pass the same area for something like 3 weeks.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of weird, man. They're supposed to be on some kind of weird, orbit, but you can only see it like once every here and there, man. It's not like, hey, tonight I can go out and see the ISS tonight. Cool, check it out. No, doesn't work like that, man. So
And listen, even if you see, there's no way to like positively ID like it's altitude, it's speed, it's whatever. And the fact you can see it at all pretty much says it's not where they say it is.
Looks like a high altitude jet to me, man. What I've seen.
Well, think about this, right? So we got some of these
light.
Canada pictures, right? Pictures at Canada that are 300 miles. They're like, 250 miles to the ground. You're trying to tell me you can see a football field, that far away.
You can see a football field from 250 miles. It's amazing.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, it's amazing.
It's about the size of the end of a cigarette.
Guys, listen.
Not just can you see the football field, you can see the gap between the solar panels, which is supposed to be something like 20 feet.
Get the 20-foot gap. Yeah, you can check that out.
Guys, listen. All you got to do, you don't have to go really high up. You don't have to go anywhere to try to test whether or not there's curvature. It doesn't matter how high you go. You're not going to see it. The only place you can hold on. The only place you can get to curvature is at the beach. The local horizon is proving curvature, even though we can't find it anywhere on Earth, no matter how high we go. So yeah, you just want to see curvature? Just go to the beach, guys. That's their claim.
The boat thing. Yeah, the boats.
Exactly.
You like boats? I like sailboats.
And they think that the horizon is an independent variable too.
But
That's a fun
You
one.
have to correct yourself on that because you have to go at a certain time as well to make sure you see the curve when the waves are high and the weather is just right.
Far out. You can see the bendy water crashing on the beach. That's about it. I was out one day. Here we had like 30-foot waves. I was watching these guys ride these fucking waves. It was awesome, man. Unbelievable.
Surfers are some badasses, man.
Fuck all, man. I'm like, these guys, and there were some wipeouts that day, man. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
30 foot. I mean, that's huge for California waves, man. I mean, that's especially.
That's like 2 stories, 2-3 stories high.
Yeah. Almost 3 stories. I've been out in like 8-foot waves. I'm like freaking out. I don't want to go any bigger than that. That's a lot of water.
Oh wait, so it rains diamonds on Neptune.
Water bends. That's my point. Was the water bend?
See, is Neptune lit up too? Like, can we see like Neptune from here? Like when it's nighttime.
And the floor is
as
full
a
of diamonds.
wandering star, right? As well as Mars being so bright. They still haven't told me, how does the sun reflect light that far away?
It reflects it off the gases.
Please tell me.
Off the gases that are not. They're in the vacuum bubble gas.
The light bounces around and refracts perfectly over the curve to make it appear flat no matter where you look.
It's amazing. You should try it. you should give it. You should try make bendy light or curve. Understand water curve bend. Yeah.
You best me the vodka.
Yeah, if you had anything, you'd be in here talking about it. Bottom line, guys.
You ain't got fuck all, man. I love that saying, man. You ain't got fuck all. Excuse me. I grew up on the.
Oh no, that's okay.
I grew up
it's okay to use adult language
when railroad track.
When you're yelling at kids.
I grew up on bedside the railroad track. My language bad. It's not for kids.
You could track the ISS across the U.S. down to Southeast Asia and back up to the U.S. What a hypothetical! Wow.
You can track on
how many hypotheticals can you fit into one hypothetical?
You can look at the sky, you see light. Okay, track on phone, look up, see light.
Exactly.
You can do what? What did he say?
You can track the ISS
pull down
across
and
the
moon someone. Yes.
Here's what he said. You can track the ISS across the U.S. down to Southeast Asia and back up to the U.S. in 90 minutes.
Okay, who did that? Let's get a citation.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's get the citation. Who did that?
Dude, come in here, screen share. Let's see.
This is when they say you could do it yourselves.
Yeah, because I'm Stretch Armstrong and I can stretch to Southeast Asia from the United States.
Yeah, in this argument right now, real quick, let me go track the ISS across the U.S. down to Southeast Asia and back up to the U.S. in 90 minutes, and I'll get right back to you. Okay? Be back in a bit. Fucking loser.
My computer says it's here, so it must be there, even though there's no one there to look and see it.
This is all based on stuff that this person found on the internet. Like, have you tested the Earth yet, folks? Do you know how to perform a direct measurement of anything?
Bendy water. Yeah.
Bendy fucking water.
Let's see some bendy water, please.
I've been sitting here for 5 years asking for bendy water. I got nothing. I got a handful of shit. My ass is killing me.
It says, yes, water can bend and so can light.
Can you please go out and just grab me some water and show me that it's bending?
Moonshadow, citation of when I claimed that the moon has its own light. When did I say that?
Oh, he's miscruiting
he's going to the straw man.
The speculation, the concepts, the hearsays. That's what he's doing. He's trying to put it out.
Listen, has he answered anything that we said?
No, he hasn't.
That's
he just
not
keeps
even
going
one
on
thing.
to sentence after sentence that just is incoherent.
So he's still like in Gish Gallop, like he hasn't responded to a single thing.
I'm telling you right now, I believe it's a bot.
I don't think so.
Are you serious? It's
Both of
probably
them,
not a
maybe.
bot because he was directly addressing Battle Mod. So
Well, no, because I don't know how you program.
They could. They could see the little thing and pop up on the left side of the screen, and that's when the bot says, "Oh, okay, so we're talking to this guy now."
well, yeah, 'cause he isn't actually addressing us. He's just really just like monologuing to himself, right?
It's just not even saying anything. Oh, look. Oh, he finally said, ask a question. Okay, so
You mean another
we've
one?
asked
Okay.
several fucking questions, but okay.
I'll just ask one. How come there's no measurable curvature?
Boom.
And just don't say there is.
Yeah, don't go off into Neverland with a story,
Want
please.
the direct measurements. How it was measured, when, where, by who, using what technique and what instrument.
If you
There
believe
is.
water
That's all he said.
is
There
not
is.
bendable, you are 100% in denial of reality.
Jesus Christ. We're talking about large bodies of water, like an ocean, lake, river.
Wow.
Earth is said to be 72% water. You pictures from space which you think are real show curving oceans. Right? So we want to see and verify and validate the authenticity of that image by coming here, down to Earth, and measuring curving water. Where can we go to do this? What instrument do we have to use? And who did it before? It's pretty fucking simple, man. This isn't difficult. To say Joe
They're asking us to
Schmo
demonstrate
used a
stuff.
nickel groover, and in
Well, he just said
1922
there is. That's it. That's his answer. There is.
Okay,
And it's in all caps, so you know he's desperate.
Is it classified? Stop keeping it a secret.
What are you talking about, Moonshadow? Just post the fucking answer so we can go home. So we can just shut the server down.
Do you have anything at all? Anything?
He said there is. That's it. Those two words, all capitalized. There is. Please, let's just get it over with. Show us the shit that we want, and we'll shut it down.
Bend the light. Listen, I didn't say that it can't happen at a large scale. I didn't make that claim. If it can bend at small scale, yeah, it can probably also bend at a large scale. But is that what's happening with the Earth? We don't know, and you have no way to prove that.
No, there's a way to prove it. He just doesn't have that. He never will have it.
Yeah. We wouldn't even be
This
barking at him if he
is the most important question. Where's the measurable curvature over water? You have to have it for your model to work. The WGS84 overweight ellipsoid, reference ellipsoid, makes a prediction. How do we test the prediction against reality?
Who the fuck?
What instrument did you use or did somebody else use? Who did it and when? Because we want to replicate it. Right? That's what science. Testable, repeatable, verifiable. We want to do the repeatable shit. They just did.
Who the fuck's Kentertainment?
Did they use elf magic?
Who's
Do I need to find a wizard?
He's
now they're switching
He's
to
typing
tides.
on Google. He's typing on Google right now. He's trying desperately to find something.
They really brought up tides. Tides.
Yeah, because they couldn't
tides don't
address
even
this
match
point.
tides don't match the globe model. Next,
dude. Tides are not even proving anything.
Tides disprove the globe. That's what they don't understand. Tides disprove the globe.
It makes no sense though that you think that actually proves something. Tides prove something.
Hey, who the fuck is Kentertainment, man? How the
There's
fuck you get
tidal
in?
nodes.
Oh.
There's something called tidal nodes. There's huge swaths of the Pacific Ocean, which
he's
there's no
just a new
measurable
person.
tide.
Okay. Just a
There's
new
also a prediction of the gravitational tidal model says that high tides should follow when the moon is on the local meridian because the moon is sucking the water. So when the moon is directly overhead is when you should have a big suck of water. But guess what? That's not what the data shows. Actual measured tide data shows that that's not what's happening in the real world. So it's like this fairy tale of shit
Holy
they believe,
shit.
and they just talk and they talk and talk. Oh, this how do tides work on a flat Earth? Because we have a story. Oh yeah, where's the data to support your story? Oh, what about LIGO? Switch to something else. Fucking whack-a-mole.
Stars.
So yeah, we need a direct, physical, in-person measurement of curvature over water. Globers. Direct, physical, in person. We don't need to be using phone apps to try to help you beg the question. Show us a measurement of Earth curvature, or do not speak.
Definitely do not reproduce.
Correct. I said this earlier, man. If any of these people's kids happen to, in the future, stumble upon this destruction, I would be so embarrassed for them. They'd have to explain all this. Oh my god.
So tell us, when Epicor took a laser, right, and they shined it 25 miles, and the result was 2 orders of magnitude different than the prediction, and then 3 weeks later they went and they did it again and got the exact same result. Why did that happen? We got 2 days of super refraction, 3 weeks apart, and this magically happened. Oh, let me guess. The laser wasn't level, and somehow not leveling the laser makes it bend around corners.
Seriously, and they still want us to take their word for stuff as proof. I've observed water bending over great distance. You're just in denial. How are we to validate that you've observed water bending other than you just saying so in chat? Get the fuck out of here.
There's a saying like my physics professor used to say, anecdotal evidence isn't. Okay?
Did you guys see that tank test that they did with the laser and how it bends only when it gets near the metal object at the bottom?
Uh-oh.
What?
No worries. Like they had this all set up like without the water in it, and it was like in its box still, and from just got shipped to them. But they had all this stuff set out on the table, and one of them was this piece of metal that was shaped in kind of like a round kind of like almost like a hill, like a hill type thing, and they put it in the bottom of a fish tank. Filled the fish tank all the way up, poured sugar in the fish tank, and something else I can't remember. And they waited for a minute, and then they shined the light through it up at the top. And it wasn't bending when it shines through the top. But as soon as they dropped it down all the way to where that metal thing is, they see the light just bend around the metal thing. It's like, what's that supposed to prove? First of all, you're going through a medium, okay, and Where is that in reality? Are you saying in reality we're shooting through a piece of glass? Is that the whole test?
A guy who's never performed a measurement in his life of the Earth says that FE Corps are amateurs. Moonshadow, I didn't know that you were a career field engineer. Good for you. Is that a good paying job?
Mike Kavanaugh has 3 engineering degrees.
It's like he's coming. It's like he's going into a doctor's, like a medical chat, and he's trying to argue with, career surgeons about fucking.
And it wouldn't even matter if he has a degree or not, right? So you either there's something wrong with how they did the experiment, or there isn't. So tell us what was done wrong, why it was wrong, and what evidence you have that it was done that way. Like, let's hear it. So more nuts, more going with personalities.
Oh, and more blanket and broad strokes. Listen to this. Gladflow, do you deny that people who live on and visit coastlines all throughout human history have observed tides? Ben, check it out.
Tides do not prove anything.
Not only that, Ben. Here's again where you shoot yourself in the foot. I don't know people who live on and visit coastlines all throughout human history and what they observe. I'd have to talk to all of them about that. So try not to make those outrageous assertions because
you're just asserting everything.
Wow.
That you know everyone. That's what you.
Rough guess. A rough guess isn't empirical evidence.
Now.
Ben,
Billions.
I got a question for him. Answer this one question. Do you think that tides exist on every ocean coast?
He's talking about everyone.
Everyone. Every coastline in the world, do you think that there's tides there?
Take all the time you need, but we're going to move on.
Yeah,
so
there's
just
no
let us know if you have an answer.
Do we have any newbies in here, man? We can pound on?
Yes, we do. Like I said, he said his name 3 times.
Let's do it.
Entertainment, man. I gotta talk to Kentertainment, man. Because my
Hello?
name's Kenny. Kentertainment, how you doing?
Are you there?
Internet chaos.
K Entertainment. Hello.
K Entertainment. Are you close to your mic?
The Sliders Discord server. And if I'm in there, say me.
I think she's listening to like a watch page or something.
Oh.
Someone sent a super chat. I work through go-to proof explain simply.
Yeah, it looks like they're on a live stream and they're going to bring their stuff in.
What about Reckoner?
No, Reckoner never speaks.
Never speaks? Okay. All right, just checking, man. Kentertainment, man, you there? Anybody? Okay.
He spoke a couple of times, but Witty down there with all that nice, colorful stars that you have there.
Got some P900 pictures. Man.
That's some P900 pictures, yeah.
There's some P900 video pictures.
That's some good stuff. Did you design that sky right there? That's a pretty wild sky.
Pretty sweet, man. I'll give you that, Witty. I'll give you that, man. All right. Entertainment's a bust. Sorry. Moving on.
Yeah. Okay. When you come back, you gotta ping a mod.
Geomancer. Geomancer.
Oh, Witty. He typed in the chat, guys. Witty typed in the chat. You can't speak right now, Witty?
All right, cool.
Okay.
All right, Geomancer, man. That's
Geo. Yeah, he's been here. He's okay.
Gamer, man. Gamer name.
What's going on, guys?
What up? Hey, Woody.
Not much.
You sound good, man. You sound good. We were beating up on the chat there a little bit. You know, got to do that.
Well, when they're just they're just idiotic, dude.
What do you got? VC verified.
called beating your chat off.
Yeah, I've been here for a while, but I haven't got anything else.
Oh, cool. So what do you think of the server?
I love it, man.
Oh, awesome.
I just come in. Usually I'm quiet because I'm learning.
Yeah, there's a lot of like listening to Flat Earth covers so much shit, dude. You can history, geography, science. Like it's like an octopus, man. It's got its arms and tentacles in everything.
I always tell the newbies, man, learn the globe. Learn every little fucking nuance about it, man, that they tell
That's
you.
what I'm trying to do, man.
Dude, I could spend 30 minutes just talking about the assholes who started this idea and their fucking moral dilemmas. Okay,
just there, yeah.
that's the people, like the people.
God.
Shit.
We don't even have to talk about the Earth.
How Hereticus, the guy that pimped Copernicus's books and was the first person to write down trig tables. His father was executed for fucking robbing people, and he himself was put on trial for molesting a 14-year-old farm boy
grandfather?
after getting them drunk. And these are the globe champions. Or how Kepler killed Tycho Brahe to steal all the fucking his observational data. Or how Galileo wasn't actually persecuted for like putting a book on the heliocentric model. What he actually did was back then you needed something called an imprimatur, permission from the Pope to print the book. And instead of getting one, well, he got one for a different book. Said, I'm writing this book, give me the imprimatur, and then he went and printed a different book. And that's what he went on trial for, not for saying the Earth is a globe. So, I mean, just the history. So you could take this is just a little small segment of history. We could talk about Newton and how he died from drinking mercury and fucking died a virgin and all the other problems he had. Like, we just even wanted to just go to the characters.
That's a deep hole. Good luck with that.
Or we could talk about Einstein and how he had his fucking son locked in a mental institution and married his cousin and liked women's shoes and patented a blouse and
married his cousin.
Yeah, dude. He married because listen, I've talked about this with a Glober. I was like, how do you justify, globe flat, whatever? How do you justify trusting empirically that a guy who married his cousin has your best interests in mind at all in any way? And the person goes, oh, well, it was okay to do that back then.
It's okay. Yeah, it was okay back then. It was fine.
So,
wearing women's shoes wasn't okay.
Incest is okay as long as it's over 100 years ago. Got it.
Yeah. That's how it works, man.
Shout out to One Big Pond, brother.
Well, anyway, the point is like, yeah, you said you still learning. There's a lot to learn. Like, seriously, there's a lot of.
Yeah, like every time I come in here, I'm learning something new.
Yeah, just focus on something that interests you, man, and just try to like learn that in like super detail, and because you can't learn it all at once. It's too much.
I know.
I mean, if you scroll down and look A through Z, right, all the fucking channels we got, and all those channels are full of stuff.
Yeah, I'm like sometimes like I'm in the channel that shows like the documents that explain Earth as flat and non-rotating. Yeah. And like I go to some of them, I'm like, man, I can't even find the one I used to look at. Like it's not even there anymore.
Yeah, that's a common thing. Scrubbing information.
It's dude, I watched a video today called "The Internet is Fake" or something like that, man.
You watch it on the internet?
I watched it on the internet. But it explained like it went through some like Google searches and how they scrub all kinds of shit, man.
Oh man,
it's so much shit is scrubbed. I don't have to tell you guys, man. I mean, the shit we used to watch is fucking gone.
All gone.
Yeah.
What's happening, gentlemen?
What's up,
yo?
I want to go. If we can get back to surveyors, you guys mind going?
No, man. Let's survey it up because, by the way, that's what you do. Kind of like that's your.
No, I don't do surveying, but I understand it.
Yeah.
Do they? How do you survey the ocean, or if you're building a large bridge, you survey the surface of the bridge?
Well, they're talking about tides. That's what they're talking about.
Oh no, tides. Well, in India, it was like tell us every shore of everywhere is there tides. I see what's going on in the chat. All that
Hey,
kind
the
of stuff.
expansion and contraction of liquids due to heating and cooling has nothing to do with the tides.
I mean, it's like
Nothing.
I have a picture of Lake
Norwind.
I have like a picture of like Pontchartrain from freaking like I don't know, it's like 10,000 feet up. The bridge that goes across Lake Pontchartrain. Did they like have surveyors measure the surface of the water to build that bridge?
Nope.
Yeah.
No, the answer is no.
Nope.
How did they?
So it's the same way when they build long bridges across the ocean. They don't survey the surface of the water.
I love that bridge in China. It's 100 miles long.
Yeah.
100 miles is one of my bitch points because there's like 7,000 feet of curve.
Shit, you can't even survey. Well, you can't survey anything. I mean, what are you going to do it from a surface of a boat? You're going to survey across the ocean, from the surface of a boat. I mean, come on, nobody does that.
Why can't I see Red Rocks, Colorado from Snowmass, Colorado?
So yeah, I mean, surveyors survey the land. They don't survey. They don't use the same equipment to do that on the ocean, or a lake. They actually figure out where they're going to put their pylon, that are holding the bridge up. They survey the bottom of whatever surface the bridge is going to go across. They're not surveying
because they got to put their pylons down there deep in the.
So they have to know how deep they have to put it and how it's going to support the bridge, everything. And so they're actually.
It's just a buoy. It's just a buoy on top of the water. Don't worry about it.
It's a buoy. I just wanted to point that out. I mean, it's like yeah. So I like that. There is no. Surveying the surface of water. That's not, the surveyors don't do that. They use mostly land, and bridge builders do it based on the bottom of the water, or the bottom of the lake, or wherever they're building the bridge. They survey the bottom of the land where the land is under the water, because the water on top is flat or assumed flat.
Well. It's pretty much flat. I mean, it might be some waves and shit, but
hey, even on land, it's assumed flat. So, and in surveying,
well, we know that for sure.
Yeah.
So, Brian Mullins, man, explained a lot of that shit. Thank you, Brian.
I mean, there's others.
Can you imagine?
Geodetic surveyors will just plug a R value into their calculations and say, well,
Can you imagine trying to build a bridge over a curved surface, a long bridge over a curved? Can you imagine how hard that would be?
You'd have to calculate every 8 inches, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine trying to fly an airplane over a curved surface.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I just don't.
That's a good one. Flying over that curvy thing, man, would be so difficult. Ugh.
See, this is where gravity comes into effect, man. Gravity knows
Don't you guys think like?
Hey, let's pretend the Earth is flat, but it's really curved. Gravity knows how to make all that, make up for all that. What were you about to say? I'm not paying attention.
No, I was gonna say like, I mean, like it's like 2021, almost 2022, and it's like the technology that the average person has. We can almost like. We're at the point where like you can almost do all the research yourself, and you can prove you're like without a shadow of a doubt it's flat.
You can go outside.
You can go to Target.
You can go outside.
It's funny, man. You go outside.
Witty, I agree. What are you saying?
Step outside.
Like it's almost to the point. It's like they're not gonna be able to hide it.
Oh, sure. That's yep. I feel. Listen.
That picture.
I am so scared for so many of these people's psychological health. Once the world fully wakes up for this, listen, how is Bendy like going to be able to even look in the mirror or talk to his wife ever again? It's going to be so embarrassing to be alive after a while.
It's crazy.
Yo, guys.
Yo.
Hey, can I let me? I got another question here. So I'm trying to picture the sun like I looked up how the moon and the sun move with the flat Earth. But the thing that I'm having trouble comprehending is like is this, does the sun act more like a light bulb with like a shade around it where it only points downward in one direction in a circle, or is it still like a ball
here's the
that
deal.
goes outward in all
All
directions?
right, here's the deal. And we've all been through this process. We've been told one thing our entire lives: Earth is third rock from the sun. This is why we see what we see when we walk outside. With this idea, it's not. His sun's like a light bulb. That's kind of a strange statement, in my opinion, but.
It's all unverified. It all falls into the category of unverified. So we're not allowed to go that far out or that far up.
This kind of Indio posted in the mod chat something earlier tonight. It's from Forbes.com. It's the title of the article is "You must not do your own research when it comes to science." Right? You want to talk about this, Indio?
Fuck off. I can't believe they said that. Come on.
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's from Forbes. And it says, research both sides and make up your own mind. It's simple, straightforward, common sense advice.
I met Steve Forbes one time, man.
Yeah. Well, everyone reads Forbes. Come on, man.
I met him.
Hold on. Well, I'm asking. Indio, I mean, you posted this. You want to talk about what they were saying? Go ahead.
Well, it's this article. I'll just read a quote, man. This is so outlandish. It's actually threw up in my mouth reading it. It says, it's absolutely foolish to think that you, a non-expert who lacks the very scientific expertise necessary to evaluate the claims of experts, are going to do a better job than the actual bona fide experts of separating truth from fiction or fraud. So please.
So it's just like believe the experts, basically what we're saying, and you're not smart enough to figure it out yourself.
Yeah, and you're not even capable of evaluating whether the expert is an expert. So just take a seat at the back of the bus.
Wow.
I guess maybe my
in your
question was
expert
answered.
opinion, would the 5th or 8th seat back still be the back of the bus?
Yeah, see?
Maybe my question was answered, but all I'm saying is like, so Earth is flat. I'm looking at the table in front of me now, and I'm putting, myself on one side of this, flat surface, and on the other side, when it's nighttime where I am, on the other side is the sun. And it being flat, I should be able to look up and out and see the sun very, very, very far away. But I'm wondering, where does it go?
Like I said, we can't tell you the whole workings of it, but what is actually going on in reality is on a flat Earth. It never was a globe.
Just
well, it's would you rather have an explanation
yourself with a
Indio's gonna talk again. Go ahead, Indio.
Is the air transparent? Can you see the sun from the bottom of the ocean?
No.
Why?
It's too much interference.
Yeah.
I get that. So it goes far enough away.
Shit, dude.
The air goes far enough away. So I see
light comes to you. Your eyes don't see out. The light comes to you, and it has to pass through a medium. And the medium that it's passing through absorbs and attenuates the light. And there's actually equations for this. It's actually a mathematical formula. It's called Laplace's extinction theorem. They use it to design lighthouses.
That they can see from 100 miles away, by the way.
For example, just from the change in angle, not distance, just in the change in angle, the brightness of the sun, noon versus on the horizon, is 23,000 times less.
It's because it's further away from you.
The air is full of
you're looking through hundreds of miles and hundreds of miles.
Thousands of miles.
Thousands of miles of atmosphere.
Here's where I'm tripping up on it. Like I'm working really, really hard to try to comprehend more basic things that you guys have already gotten past.
Because you're picturing the world from outside the world. This is a common global problem, right? So you think that you're looking at the world from the side, right? So this is how they portray the globe, right? It's called an orthographic view, where you're looking at everything from the side. When they show the solar system, they show the Earth, sun, moon, all lined up as if you're outside the solar system looking at it. And this is how you're picturing it. I'm over here, the sun's over there, I could take a line, I can draw it directly to the sun, so I should see the sun. This is not how we see in the reality, right? You see railroad tracks, right? We know they're parallel, they converge in the distance and come to a point. We know in reality they don't do that.
Gotcha. The part that's getting me is like, oh wait, never mind. Let me take a second, look at this picture because I think this might explain it. Because what I'm thinking is like, I remember looking at the ocean one time and I saw the sun go down, and because it gets so low, you can actually stare at the sun without it hurting your eyes. And I remember seeing like, I first see this like half circle.
Yeah, isn't that strange?
Right at the ocean line, and then as it's going down, if it was getting further and further away and going so far away that the air kind of makes it dark, I would imagine like a smaller and smaller and smaller full circle right on the horizon. But instead of this,
I got a video on my channel. It shows
he's got a good one.
That disappears into a little dot and just goes away.
I got a video on my channel of those two. I actually have a video on my channel where it was during an eclipse, they're viewing the sun with a solar filter, right? These are astronomers in Chile at, what is it, Alto something observatory, filming the sun, solar filter, yada, 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 right? So the sun appears to set through the solar filter. They take the solar filter up and the sun is still visible. So sunsets do all sorts of things.
I think this
they just don't do one thing. I know we picture that the sun gets cut in half. That is observed sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes,
I'm gonna be quiet for a second. Just look at this.
Well, sometimes.
Hey, I've seen where you can see the half with your eye, but if you zoom in, you can see the whole thing again. That's a fucking bitch. I love that one, man.
And they'll just say, no, that doesn't happen. Well, show us that it doesn't happen.
Well, but their major claim about that is that the reason you see the sunset is because of the curvature of the Earth.
That's right. That's right.
And then you zoom back in and see the whole sun again. Oh, okay, well.
That's refraction. See? It's either curvature of the Earth or refraction. Helio, you got to learn your model, man. I mean, their model, man.
You gotta learn your model, man. The globe model, man. The globe. You guys having fun yet? I hope so, man.
Absolutely.
I'm having a blast.
See, the thing is, it's okay to act kind of, a little bit confident because we're on the right side of history. It's like we're not lying to anybody. We're telling the truth.
Right.
So it's okay to have a little bit of a kind of like...
You can get a free donut if you get certain kind of treatment.
Dude, I heard.
I wouldn't do that if I was you. That's just me.
I heard about places in Colorado and stuff giving out free weed for proof of jabs.
Free weed? I even heard you give you $500 if
get
you're
the jab, you get free weed. Is that what you said?
You get $500. $500
Jabs for joints, dude. It's called jabs for joints, and I'm not kidding.
J's for J's, man. Yeah.
Or what about jabs for dabs?
For dabs.
It might as well be the same thing, I guess. But
that's a little more cost effective, right?
I heard
Joints
someone
are gonna run out of
saying.
weed quick.
I heard someone saying. I don't know if it was on here or somewhere. It was just like all these people are just like against the system, back in the day. Now they're all like freaking these crazy liberals. They're the ones that have been marching down the streets, the past couple years. For what was before the Corona nonsense? What was the other thing?
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter, and again, it's just like hundreds of these white punk, former punk rockers or whatever that were just like against the system.
Yeah,
now they're like they're all like hippy dippy shit, and it's like if you don't get the jab, you can't come see our show. And it's like, what the hell is wrong with you guys?
It went from this. It went from "fuck you, I won't do what you tell me" to "thank you, sir, may I have another."
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Yeah. What the hell, man? I guess they were never woke in the first place. They've stolen the term.
That just shows how punk rock they are and how much this community is growing. This community is growing so big that for them to be the opposite, they actually have to get the jab.
Exactly. Yeah, buck the system, even when you're not bucking the system, in order to buck the system that you're not bucking. Got it. But you know what it all is? Cucking.
Yeah, it is. It's cucked to the system.
Man.
Yep.
It's pure cock.
Yeah, that's like
It's like
I live in
fucking cock,
I live
man.
in Fayetteville. They haven't really done this yet, but there are several clubs in Little Rock that that have already said, "Hey, you're going to have to show your vaccine card to come see a show, or show that you have a negative test before you can go in there and watch a rock show." You know?
Yeah. Hey, man, I've given up all chances of going to another big rock show. I'll have to stick.
I haven't yet in my area because that's not implemented anywhere here. But
yeah, they're going to implement this shit. They here in California, they just indoor concerts. Everybody's got to have their passport, as they say.
Shit, I didn't have the money to, but I was gonna. I mean, Megadeth and
they have to have
freaking
kind of weird. You got to have a negative
ago.
test or something. I don't know, man.
I'm bummed out. I bought tickets over a year and a half ago, and they kept getting canceled and pushed. I'm like, all right, fair enough. Like, I get it. You're scared. Okay, let's move on. And then finally, they build a brand new stadium type, concert hall to have this show in. And I'm like, all right, cool, awesome. And then I get an email a few months later that says, by the way, you'll have to be jabbed in order to get it. And I'm just like, well, fuck. What about my tickets? They're like, well, you already bought them. We don't. It doesn't matter if we change the rules on you. Like, try to sell.
They're not going to give you your money back?
No. There's no chance of that because that's an active choice you can make.
Jesus. But no, it's not choice. How are you going to give you a choice to not do it and say, well, you have a choice, but you can't do this? And
they're doing it to the kids too. My man, I got a sibling, man. She's just wanting to go to this awesome, huge concert with one of her favorite singers, and she is so broken up because the concert venue's making the kids get vaccinated if they're over 12. And my father, he's staunch conservative. And by the way, I sent him some info on the flat Earth, and he said something I didn't expect. He said, really makes you wonder, doesn't it? The whole government is all part of the Uniparty. And I'm like, I did not know you were so woke. So I'm blown away. But yeah, they're trying to make 12 to 18-year-olds get a jab.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen, you are 100%. Listen, you are 100% free to do as you're told.
I love that, dude. Can I put that on a t-shirt?
100%. Oh yeah, it's a lot of t-shirts.
And send it to all of us.
I gotta mooch that one, man. I gotta.
Yeah.
I would say you're 99% free because if you were the 1%, well, we all know we're not the 1%.
You're 99%. 99%.
Yeah.
Allowed to do what you're told. Fuck
That's
off. Bastards. Those.
By the way, my question was answered. Whoever sent me all these gifs of like the shrinking sun, that summed it up. I just couldn't place it.
It's a good question. Right? You see it. You see the sun. Sometimes it looks small on the horizon. Sometimes it looks huge.
Puts it in perspective,
huge, man. You guys have seen those morning suns sometimes, man. They're like, fucking shit. That thing.
But when it's directly above your head, it looks
teeny,
about the same. Yeah, it looks about the same size it always does. But when it enters the horizon,
it's exactly like the same size as the moon.
Yeah, exactly.
Weird.
Wait, did somebody say perspective? You can't say that here. The Globers have no idea what that word means, no matter how many definitions there are out there for them to find. You can't say perspective. To them, it's like you're saying, whatever,
Man, I've been going through the Flat Smackers playlist, and there's some really good stuff in here. I all these questions I had, and all these ones that I didn't even know I had, it's all just listed in the table of content.
I didn't even know I had a fucking question until these motherfuckers brought that shit up. Yeah, exactly.
Like, I generally was like, Antarctica was popping into my head, and then this just brings up like everything about it. It's crazy. It's awesome.
Antarctica's it's a funny little bitch, that island.
I'd start taking Globers and anti-flat earthers especially. I'd start taking blood pressure medication now to prepare for the disappointment that's going to come later when you realize it's flat and stationary.
No, there's no worldwide government or anything taking. Oh, they shut the world down.
Huh. So just a few hundred dudes all across the world were able to shut down a world of billions.
There was a bunch of videos out there saying, "Hey, all the conspiracy guys, they were right."
No.
Do you guys remember those videos? I do.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, we were right. You fucking retards. Even like, like mainstream, they were joking about it. Like,
what's gonna happen once they figure it all out? Like what I'm like you guys said, take blood pressure medication. They're gonna lose their minds. They're gonna prove us right. But I'm genuinely curious. Like, okay, me personally, I know what happened to me when I found out, and I started jumping into research. Had a little tiny mental breakdown. Had some crazy nightmares, and then continued on my research path. But I'm wondering, well, if everyone does that, what's going to be the end result? Are they all going to start going to church? Are they all going to drink the Kool-Aid, the poison Kool-Aid together and commit, seppuku? What's the plan?
Well, it's a good hypothetical, bro, but it'll never happen.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't know. Here's the problem. That's why I started. That's why I say I'm very worried about these people's physical and especially mental and emotional health coming up in the near future. I'm serious. As a counselor, I would not want to be on the other side of the couch trying to counsel these people who have been so belligerent against the truth for so long, and now they finally have to say, fuck, they were right. That is going to hurt every fiber of their being. Talk about the ego trip that just ends immediately in a train wreck.
It's only going to happen though if it's only going to happen if it hits critical mass though. So what you just described certainly will or can happen, but only when it gets to say 4% of the general public.
Let me ask you this.
Okay. Never happened.
So like the reason, it's never gonna. I'm gonna ask this really quick, Ryan. So how can they? It's like we found our way to this because we're curious and interested in this topic and what's been going on in the world for the past however many years. Dude, I hated history in high school. I thought it was.
Don't worry, you didn't miss much.
I know, because it was all bullshit. So it's like, how are you going to not convert, but have someone like after all these years that they've. It was like, hey, they were. I can't even see how they can flip. I really can't.
Being that I'm new, right? I can tell you, and I mentioned a mental breakdown and all that, but it would have been so much worse if I had not been prepared. And my preparation, it turns out, started way younger than I thought and continued on way later than I thought. Looking back on it, if I did not have my mother-in-law, my mom, my dad, secretly all telling me that this is actually what's going on for my entire life, now it just makes sense. Now I'm like, oh, they had a fucking point. But if I was in some of these families that I've seen where their parents are so atheist, liberal, Democrat, cucks, I would feel so alone and not know what to do with myself, because now I'd be without a family. If anything, knowing this has actually brought me closer to the people that I had distanced myself from. Oh, they're too God-loving and God-fearing. Oh, they're too, conservative and have too many conspiracy theories. Now I'm just so much closer to them because I know it, and they have known the whole time, but they were so gracious so as not to force it down my throat. And what a beautiful scenario.
I wouldn't say I'm the opposite. I think a lot of my family was indifferent. They're just kind of, politics was kind of on the side, but they probably lean more liberal. But yeah, I wasn't. But they still respect what I do. I mean, it's just like you. But they don't tear me down. But it really just see them following the system, hook, line, and sinker, and it's just frustrating for me. But I don't throw it down their throat because I just don't see how they could flip to the other side.
No, well, I thank God that they can't. Let me tell you something, Gio. If I thought that this topic was going to be in any way popular or mainstream ever, I wouldn't be here. And I'm actually very happy that most people will never be able to understand this.
Yep.
Because the world does not. The world does not deserve.
Most people.
The world has earned a lie, not the truth, and they will not have the truth. The truth is not in them.
As a matter of fact, they were begged for it. They beg for
That's
this.
Helio, not Geo, bro. Or are we talking? Oh,
No, there's another Geo and
yeah.
Geo.
All right, I see
Mobile.
it. I see
Yeah,
it.
yeah. That's who he was talking to.
Come on, Mike.
It
But
should be
yeah, they
Geo.
beg for that. They beg for this, man. They've been doing it for years. They've been begging for answers, but they're following the wrong path.
Yeah, I mean they were so
There's no answers there.
they were begging for questions that had quick answers. And so if you just say, "Oh, the entire world is a snake eating its own ass," they'll look at you like, "What?" And then they go, "No, I meant a globe." And they go, "Oh, I can wrap my mind around that. All right, let's move on."
I can wrap their mind around it because they just watch TV.
There it is.
Remember from a very young age, the people, everybody that I've talked to, and I can remember it as well, were taught how stupid people were for believing the earth is flat. And that's the seed that they were given as a child. And then by the time they're 40, it's sprouted into an oak tree. And now I got to remove it out of the yard.
Yeah, it's just like you're not going to make that oak tree a baby again and start to learn things over.
Yeah, because what they'll do is they'll park.
It's not the case for everyone, though, because there are a lot of people
if they park their car for the oak tree, I can't do anything. But if they allow me to just chainsaw it down, it can be over quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, what I'm saying is it's not that you can't change someone's mind later in life. A lot of people get stuck on one thing and they're just either not interested or they don't have time for it. But yeah, there's a lot of people that come in here that are, in their late 30s, 40s, that they're like, whoa, this is something that I never thought to look at. But that's absolutely not true. I think most of them have been like me. I mean, it took me until I'm 48, and so it was about 6 years before 6 years ago I came across the topic. Well, almost 7 now, I think, and I didn't. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't look at it, but I was already like, I'd already been like on the right, I guess, politically, which I gave up on politics a long time ago. But when I was like in my late teens and early 20s, I was on the right, so I guess it was, I was kind of primed for it. But to flip somebody from...
Yeah, when I go out on the street and talk to people and hand out flat earth flyers or whatever, I'll admit there might be a slight difference when you talk to people over 30. Maybe like there'd be a slight increase of narrow-mindedness. But despite that slight increase of narrow-mindedness, I'd say it's mostly about the same.
Would you see that?
Middle-aged people, old people. I've talked to plenty of old people that never bothered to question it, whether or not the Earth was flat or not. And by the time they're done talking to me, they're practically flat earthers as far as I can tell.
See, I've talked to some young people about it too, and they, of course, have been pumped up with all the propaganda and everything, on the liberal side, which that's not even liberal, but that can be that's some discussion for another time, because they're involved in politics or they're just believing what they hear in their college classroom or the news or whatever. And when it comes to something like this, you say flat earth, there's so much involved about the government lying or manipulation. And I would say that most of the government, it's like, who's lying? I don't think it's like, in their mind, they're thinking like the entire government's lying and pushing this propaganda of the globe and everything. But dude, I think most of the senators and congressmen and politicians all across the earth, they think the earth is a globe too. It's not what we're saying. So when you say that, they always come, their last question is, why would they lie, right? When they can't really come up with any evidence for the globe.
Or why does it matter, depending on how desperate?
Yeah, why does it matter? Yeah. Why does it matter is even a worse question. It's like, all right, if the Earth is not the third rock from the sun, then that disproves the Big Bang Theory. So that's why it matters. Because all these,
anybody that gives that response, why does it matter? They're like dead to me straight away.
Yeah, just like if you can't see why it wouldn't matter, if you can't see why it wouldn't matter, then you haven't been paying attention.
No, if someone says that to me, they immediately just reveal that they have no fucking soul inside them.
Yeah, that's a panic response. That's a panic response. It's I'm scared to death of the conversation.
Yeah, they're scared. They're scared that they can't answer any of our questions. That's why they say that.
Be careful not to get that confused with someone saying, "I'm not saying there is no reason that it would matter, but why does it matter?"
Yeah, but that's kind of they're avoiding answering real questions when they ask that question, because they're asking you a question that you can't answer.
Well, it's worse than that. Let me explain this. Somebody's asking you why it matters when they're really upset of how much it matters to them. That it's a psychosis. It matters so much, they're trying to say it doesn't matter. It's a projection of the opposite. If it didn't matter, they wouldn't be defending it in the first place. So the person that got, into the room and spent 10 minutes defending it is now asking why it matters. Well, why'd you spend 10 minutes defending it if it doesn't matter? That's the psychosis.
Yeah.
I bet I could sum up a pretty reasonable answer that I would like to receive if somebody, came up to me in the street and said, "Hey, check this out. It's a flat earth." And this is maybe me a few weeks ago. And I would ask them, well, why does it matter? That would be a very ignorant question to ask, by the way. But let's say I was having a bad day, and that's the only question I could come up with at the time. A really great answer that I would like to hear is, well, let's talk about it this way. If I could prove to you that the earth is flat with just a few videos, with just a sit-down conversation, with answering your questions, that would then prove that you've been lied to your entire life, correct? And I would have to say yes. And the next part is, if I could also prove to you that in the Bible and in the Quran it explains that the earth is flat, then you would know that God is real, and that that Jesus is real, and that everything else in the Bible, as it says quite literally, is real. You would then be forced to believe that is also true, correct? And I would say, well, yes. Okay, so why does it matter? Your entire life would change. A, you would know you were lied to your entire life, kind of like the longest running Santa Claus joke, but on all of humanity. And B, you would change your life dramatically. You wouldn't be living for the now. You wouldn't be scrolling through, fuckbook. You would actually be living your life for something a lot bigger and a purpose that maybe you've been lacking, and that's been causing a lot of your depression and your diseases and your sicknesses. And
Gio, I would actually address it backwards from what you just described.
Oh, please.
Like prove the earth is flat first. And I mean, it's like, in atheist minds, or even, look at the world now. I mean, most Christians think the earth is a globe. So it's not, if you say the Bible proves the earth is flat, it can't in their mind, in their general thinking. I know that they're in where they are, but they're in politics. And they're, the term Christian or whatever, or Muslim or whatever. They have faith in the Word of God, but they're not looking at it as as a book that says the earth is flat, right? You have to start with the physical evidence, because if you say, well, the Bible says you kind of have to feel it out depending on what they're saying. If they start bringing up the Bible, then by all means, go ahead. And it's like, okay, since you brought up the Bible, and the Bible is it's a flat Earth book,
Well, if
But
I prove
don't bring it up. I wouldn't bring it up first. That's just me personally. Go ahead.
if I prove to somebody, and I agree, like I'm not the type that the minute you bring in the Bible, I'm all of a sudden my panties are getting wet. Nothing like that. If sorry, I didn't mean to say that in the same sentence for all you thumpers out there. But when it comes down to it, if it was enough to just prove that the Earth is not round to somebody, and that's enough for them to continue down my path to show them that it is indeed flat. Some people that's not enough, but let's say I was able to just prove the bare minimum, which is that the Earth is not round, by showing them a compass, by going around a magnet, by showing them how a magnet would interact, by right-hand turns, by 90-degree angles, whatever it is. Let's say I just proved to them that the Earth is not round. Would that be enough? Now, if that's not enough, let's move to the next part. What if I can just prove to you that you've been lied to with a few videos that show clear lies? That's kind of where I'm at with my wife right now, just showing her where she's been lied to, not so much proving anything. And if that is still not good enough for them to be curious and actually pay attention, let's just start at the bare minimum. What are your questions about the world? What confuses you about the world? What just doesn't feel right? Those would be the backup steps that I would take, starting with that, going down and down until you're just starting to have a conversation with them and they can start to build some trust within you. Because I think that's the bare bone of it.
And that's kind of where I am with my family. I've had conversations with many members of my family, but they're just not necessarily that interested. They're doing other stuff. So I'm seeking the seekers, and I'm not preaching the flat Earth gospel or whatever. But they know what I do, and they know where to find me if they have any questions about some weird stuff going on.
That's all part of the plan, isn't it? Is to distract humans with, you have to, focus on these holidays and buy these things. You have to purchase these things. You have to pay back these debts. You have to pay these taxes. You have to get to work. You have to get to this place. You have to go to that.
Are you saying governments and religions are related? Oh my goodness.
Well, one nation under God, right? No, but I'm saying, if you just admit to somebody or let them admit that they are too overwhelmed with the world and the reality they live in to even focus on something as rudimentary on the shape of the planet they inhabit, I think it's really easy for them to say, yeah, I am distracted. I've got a lot going on. And that's enough of an admission to say, well, why is there so much going on in your life? Let's start with that.
But I think, if it ever gets to a point where we can actually have an influence on people that are excited about moving, men forward and, having a, good place to live on Earth. Because what's happening now, it's like the entire world is under fear right now, and that's not a good place to live.
I would let's start on a positive note. If there was a time in history that the truth could come out, I think it's probably the time when, and I mentioned this yesterday, you can reach out to somebody and speak to people almost like you're right in front of them all over the world, and information can be passed along. I had a question about the sun, and boom, there was a graphic that showed me exactly what I was wondering. I mean, answers are found like that. And I don't know if you heard, but I snapped. Answers are so easy to come about. But in the same way, falsities are also easily pushed. I think now is the time. Let's not get down on ourselves. And now is the beginning of the time that this is all going to come out.
Right.
This is the time. It could not
you
have happened.
came in here, you asked the same question tonight, and we went. You had several people just sharing images and explanations of why you would see the sun do this or do that. If you go to any astrophysicist or quote unquote scientists and people that think they have a real answer, they don't have any real answers. And they've been, they have multiple PhDs and shit, and they can't even really answer that question sufficiently. And then you found a room where flat earthers are just like, yeah, we looked at what they said, and I think they're full of shit. So
I remember going to a coffee house with a pastor who wanted to explain to me why Jesus was real. And after an hour or two of that conversation, I didn't really get anywhere. And I think that would have been different if I had 30 or 50 or 100 or 20,000 pastors all in a room listening to my questions, listening to me speak, hearing the discontent in my voice, seeing it on my face, not obviously in this case, but being able to throw in their 2 cents.
well, hey,
where
do you have a YouTube channel? Make some YouTube videos, man. We'll share it around.
Well, that's not something I do. Unfortunately, when it comes down to it, the same reason, people ask me all the time because of the way I sound and the way I speak. They say, "Oh my
Dude,
gosh,
I like your voice. What are you talking about? I think you're okay.
What I'm saying is, they ask me all the time. They're like, "Oh my God, do you have an Instagram? Are you TikTok famous? Are you on YouTube? You've got to be famous. You can't just be doing this."
Don't worry about that. You're just worried too much, man.
Hear me out. I don't want to be famous. That is increasing the attention that I'm trying to draw to myself, and I don't want to preach. I've been asked before, why don't you start a church? Why don't you become a preacher, a motivational speaker? Oh, because I love the one-on-one between me and Hank Hill, me and Chemical Reaction, me and one other person, sharing that back and forth.
I get that. Have you ever tried it before? Just like start a YouTube channel, make some videos? That's a no.
I wish I had the time to explain to you my feelings or the information to explain to you my feelings on why I don't want to do that. But it really comes down to a fear truly of my own ego getting out of control. I've always had an issue with that, and I don't want to get into that path, even if it's sharing the truth, because I think it's just not for me.
Okay,
but I love that it's out there.
Okay,
You know
it's
what I
not
mean?
for you. I get you. I get you. Hey, it's not for me either, but I put myself out there, even though I'm kind of not even really good at this. So whatever.
Yeah.
So you're afraid that you're too good at it, and then people just like grasp onto
It's
it?
more so. Let's say I have a piece of truth, like a truth that I hold close and dear is that God is real. If I promote that truth on YouTube and I start talking, because you have to fill those videos up with talking points and grabby text and all that, or at least enough conversation, really just talking to a camera enough that people want to listen. Eventually, I'm just going to be starting to spout bullshit so that I can fill up the time, so that I can get that ad revenue, so that I can get more likes, more views.
No, you don't have to do it that way, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't even have to do it on YouTube. No, there's other platforms. You can do your own thing. You can just make a video. You don't even have to freaking do it live.
You know where I'm doing it? I'm doing it right now with you guys, and
I know. Well, I appreciate you being here, but I think, I mean, I like what you're saying. I think you could, how did you find us?
You honest truth. I explained this the other night. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I just was really feeling lonely, really feeling kind of like I don't have a community to talk to about this. And so I just searched on Google Flat Earth Discord servers, and don't worry, this one did not come up. In fact, it was a different one that I went on there, and it was text only, and I told my story and was immediately attacked by just the other 2 members that were just there, and they said,
What, like 3? How many members were in the server? Like 5?
Well, it was the Titan whatever server, and they immediately said, "Oh, you're a troll. When are you going to give the act up?" And I was dumbfounded and confused, and that was my first real time anywhere on a server other than a rap server. And after that, of them calling me a troll, I tried to DM a couple of them and saying, "Sorry, why did you mute me? I'm so confused. What did I do wrong? I just came here to talk and to have a community and ask questions." And
let me
then
ask you this.
somebody sent me this one.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, they said this is. Yeah, that's good that somebody sent you this one because this is the best place.
Yeah.
Talk about flat Earth.
Where I seen you from?
You saw me in the rap server?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm in that server. Is that where you
see me rapping live on video?
The freestyle. No, I haven't heard you rap. The freestyle club.
No, yeah, in the freestyle club. I usually have my camera on. Did you see that?
Cool.
I'll check you out next time.
Oh, okay. No, I wanted to mention I'm a good-looking dude, and the last thing I want people to think is that I'm popular because I'm a good-looking
Hey,
dude.
can you freestyle well? I want to go back and listen. I mean, if you want to go in there and freestyle, Mike's a good freestyler too.
I try to limit how good I am on there because I'm really not great. I have a lot of things going on in my brain, but there are a lot more questions and conversations. I'm better at this than I am at rapping stuff, and unfortunately, I do what most rappers do, which is talk about lies. I got dro, I got hoes, I got flow. You already know I'm Go. Like it's so dumb.
I got my gold. I got my.
Right, and none of that is true, And then when I talk about real stuff, I'm drinking my water. I got my daughter over here, I'm a father, like whatever. It's just like it doesn't come out as cool. So I'm just gonna continue talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man. So you were a flat earther over in a freestyle server. Was it Michael that invited you over here?
No, it was
somebody was there. It was like flat Earth.
yeah.
Oh, I mean, I joined that server, and what was it a couple weeks ago, Mike, when somebody was like, "Hey,
crack villain."
Yeah,
that was like 2 days ago. You guys have been on Discord for too long. If that feels like a few weeks ago, but
yeah, we've been here for three or 4 years.
Like, oh my god! Like after I'd been talking for an hour, oh my god, you were the dude that I heard rapping, and I was on there with Zlump, who's a really, really famous rapper, and pretty big rapper. And
cool.
Yep.
But yeah, we're always here. So you just joined yesterday, you said?
I want to say it was 2 days ago.
2 days ago. Yeah, we're here 24 hours a day. And we have, this live stream goes.
If I wasn't eating them chili cheese Frito-Lays, I'd drop some bars for you, but
so you got a thick mouth right now, don't you? You got a thick mouth. Drink some Coke on top of that.
What really started me
that'll help wash it down.
On the path to feeling more comfortable is I started having discussions with my wife about I hope, and stop me if I'm not allowed to talk about this, but about like trans people and can I get a thumbs up? Is this a cool thing to bring up?
You're gonna have to go a little bit further before if it gets weird.
All right. We'll do a police siren if you guys are uncomfortable, but it wasn't anything too bad. Basically, I was just saying, I think it's fine if you want to be, really strong and you go to the gym, you work out, and now people should see you and respect you as a strong person. And at the same token, if you start wearing, really baggy clothes and you put some gold teeth in, you talk like you have a mush mouth, I'm not all of a sudden going to say you're black. And especially if you try to claim you're black, a lot of people are going to have a problem with that. But then if you say, well, I'm a girl now and you have to call me a girl, and I'm going to be pissed and correct you and interrupt you if you refer me to a he, even though I have an Adam's apple, a receding hairline, a sloped forehead, and
a penis, right?
Well, not always, but
I don't know, but they can't prove whether or not they have a penis.
Right, it's unverifiable information.
Okay, that's too far. I went too far. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you went too far, Helio. Yep, I had to blow the whistle.
But basically, those conversations, I try not to be rude to any human because I think in the end, trans people just have this unfortunate physical manifestation of a very prevalent mental condition of lack of confidence, lack of acceptance of themselves, and it's just unfortunate because you can't do this with any other aspect of your life.
I mean, people aren't all the same. We've grown up in different situations. It's not like you can't know where everyone came from. I'm usually sensitive, but when it comes to stuff like that, I want to be sarcastic about it, but I want the person that is affected by this to be as sarcastic so that we can joke about it together if I ever come across them. You know, it's just like, hey, however you think you came out to be, we can disagree about whatever should happen socially and, you know, in social dynamics, you know, through, you know, all this kind of stuff. But this shit affects everyone's lives politically, and the politics is the force that happens to everyone in where you live. So it's like, you know, I'm sensitive to however you figure your life to be, but if you try to use the government to enforce something on me, then we're going to have a problem. I don't give a shit what you do with your life, but you try to utilize force of government on me to just because we have a disagreement about, you know, whether this. That's why I don't even mess with politics much.
I'll tell you, I don't like to necessarily. I could bring up that aspect of it, but I think we're all in this group here, all in agreement that we all want a very conservative government that doesn't overreach, and that can be.
I think that would benefit everyone, even if you are transgender.
Yeah,
you should be a conservative.
Yep. Well, I guess the point that I was making was I had these thoughts and I was afraid of those thoughts, and I started having these conversations with my wife, and she responded with me in the same tone I am, very seriously, very understanding, and the back and forth continued until I kind of settled in this acceptance, like, oh, my thoughts aren't me being antiquated or broken or disrespectful or rude or unaccepting. They're real thoughts that make sense and are logical, and it's so freeing. And I followed that path into a lot more conservative aspects of my life. That led me to anti-jab. That led me to pro-gun, even though I can't own a gun because the government sucks. But all these other aspects of my life, I started having those conversations, exploring them in depth, and here we are to where I always had questions about, how far does the rabbit hole go? How much is the government lying to me? And here we are.
Why can't you own a gun?
Let's not get into that. I did mention the other day that they tried to put me away for 2 decades. Is it not unbelievable?
Enough said.
Yeah, enough said. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but they want to take away every right you can.
I think everybody that's gay should be a conservative. I think everybody that's gay should be a conservative.
Well, there's some really great videos out there. I think there's one about Larry Elder and something Rubin, and they speak back and forth. And the Rubin guy, he's a gay white liberal.
Oh, Milo Yiannopoulos is one of the most popular gay conservatives, right? And he freaking roasts the shit out of every freaking liberal every time he goes on. You know?
Yeah, but I think the great thing about the Rubin and Larry Elder episode is he immediately begins with, I think the problem is that there's this huge divide and there's no common ground that we can find, and so there's no conversations that could be had. And a lot of the same conversations I hear being played on in here of all these they and us, them and we, it divides us. It's a shame.
Oh, that's. I mean, if you watch the news, then you're kind of fucked already. And believe anything they say, then you're kind of screwed.
Well, so that's something maybe I don't mean to age you here, but that's something that maybe 10 years ago, even in my generation too, but 10, 15, 20 years ago, there were people that watched the news and people that didn't watch the news, people that read the news, people that didn't read the news, and so that was the main thing. But unfortunately, in the day and age we live in, if I talk about YouTube, Facebook, any Google search result you pull up, you are reading the news. Because
I'm being a little facetious, but
okay.
I'm talking about the sensitivity of how people take what they might read on the news. I think that most people shouldn't watch the news because I used to watch the news a lot. And I stopped. I was a news addict. This is confession time. I was a news addict in the 90s.
Send news.
Stop that, man. You're a goddamn professional. You're a professional, man. Quit that.
I'm just playing.
Get it together, man.
Come on, Mike, man. That shit was hot, man, in the 90s. Fox News was coming up. CNN, MSNBC, all that shit, bro. That shit was hot. Damn.
They about had him talking to cutting his balls off and calling himself Denise.
That was the news. Now, I mean, it's like mid-90s. I was like, oh. And then I got into Alex Jones, and oh, man, I was just like, ooh. No, even before Alex Jones, I was looking into libertarian type of stuff.
Gay.
Yeah, well, even before Alex Jones, like in the early or late 90s and early 2000s, I was into like libertarian news sources, alternative sources where you had to go fucking download their MP3 podcast through dial-up and shit, you know, so I could listen to them while I was at work and shit, you know. So, I mean, these young people don't even know how fucking hard it was to find, you know, alternative news sources. So anyway, continue, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no, I was really enjoying hearing you talk about you know, your startup with the news. I think we can actually go in on that. I mean, who's the guy?
Yeah, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, when, you know, 9/11 happened, whatever, I was like into freaking like watching the news all day. I was just like, well, actually now I listen to a lot of audiobooks all day, but I'm still paying attention to what's going
Who's
on.
that guy that inspired Alex Jones? The original guy that was all over the radio, super far right. Was it Gary Allen? No, who?
No, it's
Bill Hicks.
Gary Coleman. I'm just playing.
No,
I'm just
Bill
playing. Bill Hicks. Well, no, that wasn't Bill Hicks. It was
something Hicks.
We're fighting aliens.
Well, Bill Hicks is a comedian. No, Bill Hicks is a comedian.
Right.
A lot of people have
Bill Cooper.
Bill Cooper.
Yeah, Cooper. I was just saying, a lot of people say that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks, but that's what I was saying. Yes, Cooper. William Cooper is. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And
are you?
No, let's see.
Come on, make a positive
It's
claim
like-
here, man.
It's like we're 20 years after that, and then we get all these bullshit artists in the YouTube chat and the Discord chat that have no idea about any of this. These, you know, mid-20s, teenagers, whatever. They're just like, you guys think there's this flat? You're conspiratards. Oh, well, I know better than you because I'm in school, and you're just some old people that are just talking shit on the internet. It's the most embarrassing thing to me. But it's just like, you're not going to change these freaking kids' minds and shit. But it's just like it's kind of weird that they wouldn't at least have some respect for us.
Has anyone here heard of the podcast Behind the Bastards?
No, I haven't heard of that one. Can you share a link?
Yeah, I mean you can search it, but
Is it on YouTube? Is that the name of the YouTube channel?
It's actually on Spotify. It's also on YouTube. I'm sure it's everywhere.
Oh, they have a podcast?
Yep, it's a podcast. But before you get into that, I just want to explain like why I'm bringing it up. So I actually listened to every single episode that was put out by this guy, and he's wonderful at talking about Hitler and history and all these, like, literally the bastards of history that you've never heard about, people in government that were actually pulling.
I used to listen to that shit too, bro.
And you know what happened? I heard him talk about psychedelics, and I was like, I agree with him. I heard him talk about, prepare, basically like Bill Cooper stuff, like farcically, but he would say, oh yeah, you should go out and buy guns and bolt cutters because I'm not telling you to go and break into the rich's house, but buy some bolt cutters. Ads.
Nah, well, I wouldn't recommend that either.
Well,
What the hell? He was telling you to break into people's house.
You better get a 10-pound maul and a motherfucking crowbar. You ain't getting in my house with a bolt cutters. I'm gonna hear you chipping at the door, and I'm gonna shoot through it.
As far as podcasts go, I mean, and let's not get into that. But there was a podcast I listened to years ago where one of the guys that survived the USS Liberty attack had a podcast with another guy. Did you ever listen to that, Michael? Let me see if I can find it.
Nope.
Yeah, he was one of the guys that was on the ship. And USS, you know what I'm talking about, though, right? USS Liberty. Yeah. Hey, Gio, do you know what I'm talking about? USS Liberty.
Is that the guy that was the head of the band for the Larry Carson show, or the something Carson show?
Yeah, you're a young man, Gio. If you listen to this guy's testimony, you'll find out some shit that will blow your mind. When it comes to conspiracies, this is a big one.
The lack of curvature. Anybody know where that went?
Yeah,
I'll send you a link to USS Liberty interviews and stuff. So yeah, go ahead, Michael.
No, Sasha keeps asking in live stream voice text. Has anyone heard that there is no rotation? Anybody heard there's no curve? He wanting us to make a lane change.
I thought. Why is he trying to make a lane change? I mean, back to flat Earth.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I thought I was about to get back into 7 day. I was getting back to the 7 Day War. Goddamn. Between.
I thought we was already there.
I know.
Well, I can bring us into that lane change using the blinker. The reason I brought up Behind the Bastards is because I listened to every episode, loved it, got me into libertarian thinking and anarchist thinking and all this. And then slowly but surely, I shifted away from that because I saw the
right
liberal.
There, you're under arrest, Sasha.
Well, here's the blinker. There's an episode on there that I listened to again just the other day because I started doing this flat Earth research, and it's called "Flat Earth is a Nazi Conspiracy." So I want to get your opinion on that, guys. Is that something you've heard of, or anything that you've done any research on?
Say that again. What was the term?
What's it say on Bernard Brown's?
Hold on, I want to hear that phrase again. I want to hear that phrase again.
The episode
he said flat Earth is a Nazi conspiracy,
Correct.
So Warren Werner von Braun, on his headstone, they put the Psalms. They put a verse on there that says, the stars show the glory of God and the firmament shows his handiwork. And this is the guy who started NASA, one of the Russian scientists, basically telling you, I believe in the firmament. All that space shit, they made me do it.
Can you elaborate a bit, Gio? Was it?
Well, if you just
Was that the title? But was he talking about how it was Nazi scientists that gave us the globe, the heliocentric?
So if you type in,
no, he's explaining the Psalms 19:1. You guys got it right.
Yeah, if you guys want to do your own research, because I don't want to sum up incorrectly, but if you type in flat Earth is a Nazi conspiracy, it just popped up under audible.com. Surprise, flat Earth is a Nazi conspiracy, and underneath it says Robert is joined by Katie Stoll and Cody Johnson. So Robert Evans is the guy that
I don't even like the
wait, hold on.
Phrase flat Earth is a Nazi conspiracy. I think that's
Helio. I just want to hear the conclusion. I want to hear the end part.
Yeah, all I was saying is that it's I know, but this is all stuff that's out there, right? And this is how I got to here, and I just want to share with you guys because maybe you've been doing it for so long, you forget what it's like to slowly merge into this. And I just want to reinvigorate the idea that we are trying to grow as a community. We're not just trying to, pardon the term, but suck each other's cocks here and keep talking about flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. Let's talk about what brings people into it, because we all know it's flat, right? That's said and done. let's bring people into it that have these other ideas. And one thing that brought me into it is this episode of it being a Nazi conspiracy. And I don't really have a conclusion for you, but I would like you guys to do your own research, and maybe we'll come back another night and talk about it.
Well, hey, that's why I was trying to bring up. Doesn't necessarily have to do with flat Earth, but it has to do with how the governments manipulate the population. With the, I have an Al Jazeera video about the day that Israel attacked America. You wanna see it
real quick, Gio? Can you give me the name of the human
right
being?
there's the link.
Can you repeat that? You got the link.
There's a name. Yeah.
Yeah. So the guy that the guy that I listened to a lot was Robert Evans, and I've listened to every episode. In fact, honestly, guys, I would highly recommend you check out the podcast if you're into history.
I'll check it out. But
he talks about such a wide array, everything from these essential oil salespeople that are pushing this bullshit, and like he really has some great ideas, and like he falls in line with so many of the ideas that we bring up. But there's a huge push, and he's actually a lot like me, where he grew up in a very
I see in that link that he just in the description he says greatest lie on earth, world's not a moving globe. Yeah, that's Edward Hendry, and Edward Hendry is how I found flat Earth, to be honest.
Now
it's not the first time I heard about it, but that's the first time I
don't get too excited, because he also reads excerpts from like Steven Seagal's book, and the reason he does that is to laugh at it.
I didn't know Steven Seagal wrote a book.
But I just want to let you know, like that surprise flat Earth thing, he's reading excerpts from that book, which you may have some truth and respect for, but he's laughing at it, and he's basically pointing out all the flaws with it. So
the video I just shared, I haven't watched it, but I more than likely the video that I was looking for is probably taken down by now.
That's what archive.com and the way back is for.
I have several of it. I have the greatest lie. Anyway, I have my own archive channel.
Ooh.
That I put a bunch of stuff on. Well, not a bunch of stuff. I have like several videos that if I put it up on YouTube, that shit would be.
I'll tell you, after being in this group for a little while and talking to you guys, I've never sent an email to this guy, but I actually sent an email out to him, and I said, like, hey, help me out here, because he did this where he read excerpts from this book, but he didn't really go in depth on flat Earth. And I feel like if there was anybody that could really pull the truth out of things and make it really like you, man, you're very funny, you like making jokes out of things, and I love that. I'm more of the straight guy, Abbott and Costello here, we go well together.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, I'm talking about you.
Yeah, I try to make it funny, but I'm serious.
Can I just venture a guess that any guy who's reading Steven Seagal is not going to be a source of wisdom?
Steven Seagal. That's why I was like, what the fuck, Steven Seagal?
At the same time, he's reading it farcically. So if you guys realize Steven Seagal's a fucking idiot, then he agrees with you. That's why he reads it, and he reads like a Ben Shapiro.
This is the first I've heard of Steven Seagal actually doing anything,
I didn't
to promote this idea. I've heard some stories about Steven. He's a complete dick, as far as I've heard.
The Sheriff Arpaio.
Yeah,
he wrote the introduction to the book. He wrote like a foreword.
I think Steven Seagal's a dick.
No way,
whatever.
really.
Bro,
Wow.
I would, if you're interested in like this I would check out his shit.
I'll check it out, but
it's really
cool. Some of the shit that I've seen from Steven, man, he's a bit.
Did you say that Steven Seagal was a dick sucker?
I guess I'm gonna have to make a me. Steven Seagal? No, I'm not gonna. I don't have anything against him, but I'm just saying I don't really have anything for him either.
Steven Seagal.
I just want to answer Gio in terms of any Nazi and flat Earth connection. It's like when people call you Hitler, so that anything that you say is automatically rejected out of hand. So they often try and link these two concepts. And right at the beginning, they created this whole campaign where they said flat Earth is the PSYOP. So it's a psychological operation to try and get people to believe something which has no evidence. Whereas when you actually start to research, you'll see that the globe Earth was the PSYOP. So anytime that someone's linking the Nazis and flat Earth, kind of like Eric Dubay did, I'm automatically very skeptical.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah, well said, Clive.
it's
That's what I was
very
trying to get
clear.
at. Yeah, when I
His
asked
stuff
him
is
to elaborate.
biased. His stuff is really biased, and that's why I stopped listening to him. I like his stuff about history, and I liked listening to him for a long time, but that's the reason I stopped listening to him, is because he did stuff like this, and he did the very stuff that he talks about is wrong. He mentions that, like, a good way to shut people up is to just call them something that we know is 100% evil. And it's kind of fucked up. He almost lives in two worlds at the same time, because I can't listen to it anymore. But I also see myself in those two worlds, where I used to be the guy calling the same people I'm talking to now and respecting like idiots, and people that are totally drinking the Kool-Aid, and people that have nothing better to do in their life. All the worst things you can say, until I became one of them, and now I'm sitting here like, maybe I don't know anything, because again and again I keep flipping and I keep completely jumping ship.
Yeah, that's the transition you have to expect.
Then I would say that you're still believing a man. So what I find a lot with this journey is that you find someone that you think you can trust, then you start believing what he says. And then he says something which contradicts an existing belief in you. You start to question, you go on to find the next guy that you believe. And when people are jumping from belief to belief to belief to belief, there's never any empiricism or any unequivocal answers to something, because it's just a belief. I often find it with people who they'll agree with the flat Earth, and 3 months later they disagree with it because they spoke to this one person, and this one person raised this one point, and then they just jump sides. So it's got to do with how deeply you dig into the content, and when you read it with your own eyes, it's not someone said, "Oh, I'm believing that this guy believes this." It's, I went and looked, I found that document, I read that full document, I know what the document says, therefore I believe X, Y, Z. And when you're at that point, there's no flip-flop.
Yeah, part of me is worried about that. I'm so glad that you said that. That was a part that I was kind of scared to mention. Like, part of me believes that I jumped so hard, so foolhardy almost into this, that I'm going to jump so hard after it when I find the next conspiracy, or the next thing that maybe I had questions about, or maybe I speak to somebody that I disagree with, and all of a sudden, I'm like, well, maybe I don't believe any of it. And it scares me, because I've found a really good community, but I've also found a really cool source of information that I want to look through. But there's just so much more funding, so much more information out there that is liberally biased, that is globe-centric, that is basically just Satanism being pushed, and they're so good at hiding it. It's so much easier to listen to Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse than it is to hear somebody, have a back and forth argument with another person in this server. Like, it's hard listening to that, because that's so clean and polished. And part of me worries that I'm gonna maybe make another jump, make another mistake or something, and that I'm too young to really understand what I'm doing here, and joining something that you guys have so much time.
There's almost nothing clean and polished here. We're just a group of people that are seeking truth. I mean, there's a lot of moderators, but as far as clean and polished, that's. Am I wrong about this, guys? Nobody's saying anything.
That's exactly what he said.
I don't think
it's not
there's
polished,
much more to jump to after Flat Earth Geo.
Yeah, and
jumping to different topics.
There's not really anything
Flat Earth,
afterwards.
The way that I sort of see it is that Flat Earth is like the tree trunk, and all the other conspiracies are like the leaves that connect back to this tree trunk. So when you find out why they lie about the pharmaceutical industry, or why they lie about the financial industry, generally links back to control. And the biggest control is keeping you ambivalent or completely unaware of where you are, who you are, what you're meant to be doing here.
Yeah,
And with that, they attain massive levels of control. And all these other conspiracies, once you understand flat earth, you're never going to have that same, kind of like taking, I don't know, I've never tried, but they say when you take heroin, you have the best high the first time, and then all subsequent ones are lesser, and then you're chasing that first high. It's like when you realize that the flat earth is real and they have lied to us on this scale, and all these other little lies are like little leaves or little petals of the rest of the picture, that foundational lie is what allows all these other lies to manifest. So it's like they were saying, you're not going to find one bigger.
I'll tell you one bigger. I'll challenge you a little bit, because there is a thought in my head, which is the true inspiration for me on my truth-seeking path is the same one that many across history have also experienced. I would call it even the roots of that tree, which is, let's say you die, and when you die, you realize the truth of it all. Let's say you get up there and there's, a guy with a long white beard and a yarmulke, and he was like, sorry, the Jews were right. Or there's like, I get up there and there's a dude with a turban and he's like, you were wrong. Like the truth is, like the roots of it all, the crux of it is, I'm worried that I've been living in this lie of an earth that has these books that has inklings of the truth, but all of them are slightly off, and upon death only then can you realize the fact that you've been lied to in an even grander scale than we knew we were lying. In fact, it was more ignorance than blatant lying, and that's the scariest one for me.
I don't think we're supposed to worry about that.
Well, we're not supposed to worry about the shape of the earth, but we are, right? This is what we're doing.
No, Jenny's right. Let me explain why Jenny's right. No, you're not supposed to worry about knowing at all. You're supposed to worry about and be thankful for what God gives you so you can have a better relationship with God, not to know it all. Thank you.
Exo, what scripture is it that says where the birds don't have to worry about getting food, so why should we have to worry about that? And that could be like, you could translate that into another level, like spiritual food too, that type of thing. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the beginning of knowledge
don't worry, but I am worried.
Well, the flat earth is the thing is, we're talking about the shape of the earth. We are worried about that because we were lied about it. So that's why we care, because we don't want children and as many people as possible to have the same lie, because it's a ritual. It's literally destroyed this world. All these, things that are related to these deceptions are all what's destroying this place. Man has always been the problem, and men will never solve the problem.
Knowing about the flat earth is what changes your discernment. That's why it's important. And if you don't know where you are, how could you possibly know who you are? And I forget who said that just a few moments ago, and then, the last part would be, what are you supposed to be doing here?
And to go with Gio's analogy. Oh, sorry, Jen, you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to go with Gio's analogy of getting to heaven and there's this guy waiting for you, whoever that is the creator of this place. And I think Exo mentioned it. It's like we're trying to help people realize the creator's creation. This isn't about whether it's a square or a circle or a triangle. That is so irrelevant as to shape. But the nature of the creator's creation. There's also a verse in the Bible that says, if I tell you of earthly things and you cannot comprehend, how could I ever tell you about heavenly things? So it's one of these most fundamental tenets that, if you don't understand the creator and you don't understand the creator's creation, you're probably going to get to heaven and see a guy that you never knew, because you never knew any part of his creation or him. But like Jenny said, that's level 2. Like you're in a game right now, you're in level 1. And only what happens in level 1 matters for level 1. Level 2 is going to come and there will be an advancement. There will be other challenges. There'll be whatever that happens. But right now, it's just here in the now. And it's each one of us. This is also something that plays in my mind a lot, is that this is a battle for your soul, your individual soul. So we grow up in soul groups, like we have a parents, siblings, might have mother, dad, brother, sister, whatever. Those people aren't necessarily your spiritual brothers or your spiritual equivalents.
Thank you, the creator.
Yeah, so they're your family, but they're not your spiritual.
Only when they have the same spiritual understanding can they be the spiritual family. And it's almost as though you are here alone. This is you in your journey.
Hey, but if anybody messes with my physical family, they're gonna have problems with me.
Yeah, I really don't follow that. I believe in soul groups. I think we come in groups.
It's like there's always, the physical connection is the spiritual connection. It's the energy's the same, because whether or not you, it doesn't happen for everyone, but like in my physical family, they don't really pay attention to what I do here, but they're, the love and the physical connection is there.
What I meant by that was just simply like when you get to heaven, it's you, and you're being judged. So it's not, your family's not going to be with you, your siblings are not going to be with you. These soul groups who led you either toward or astray will not be with you. It's you and your creator. And that's why this flat earth thing is such a...
And the line behind you, because people die every day.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's for another... This isn't...
Yeah, I believe we're judged as individual. I just think we come in soul groups and we move through the various realms and groups.
This is not the room for this. I don't think people listening will understand what we're talking about. Yeah.
Michael, I really appreciate you throwing that out there. Thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate it too.
Yeah, I think my horse and my dog will be there with me too. But
well,
hey, I don't really care whose doctrine says it won't happen.
Yeah, some spiritual people will talk in spiritual ways that even other spiritual people will just like, okay, well, I see it a different way. And all the atheists are just like, look, these freaking spiritual people can't even really solidify a point. And there's
how many people die at the exact same time? We could pick any hour, and probably 1,000 people on Earth died in that exact moment. And then we can do the same with birth. So it does kind of imply algorithmic groups.
Well, here's my question now. You guys mentioned something that to me feels like more of an assumption, and that's the idea of, at its most basic sense, when you die, you will be judged. And I've always hoped, I guess, that I will die and be accepted regardless of what has happened. Because to not be accepted means that I must have broken a rule that was at least told to me, and that would only have to be told to me through one of probably the religious books. And so then I have
it's written on your heart, like you know the difference between right and wrong.
Come on, man, you're being a little.
Say you take a person's life, and the moment you do it, you knew you were wrong.
So the Earth is flat, and I watched some videos today about this.
Oh, I thought you were. Now, where are you going?
Moving on. It's not the room for it.
Let's move it on. Since you don't want to talk about that, we're moving on.
I watched this video of this compass going around the flat Earth and the magnet in the center, and they said, well, if you're going, straight west, you're going to basically end up south.
Oh, that's absolutely true. If you have if you use a compass, you're going when you circumnavigate Earth, you're going west or east based on the compass.
Well, hear me out on this, because this was my question. Wouldn't it be just so simple to say, okay,
I'll
so I saw
if you're getting frustrated.
I saw the flight paths that were being taken, and they all seemed to be about the same. They crossed in the same line, the same tiny circle.
Airplanes don't travel in that vein.
Okay, but I guess what I'm thinking is, wouldn't it be so simple to just go and travel in a circle and anything. You can go by land, by sea, by air, whatever, and then also go on the southern hemisphere. You could go below South America, start at the tip of South America, and go around in a circle. And wouldn't that be bigger than the 20,000 miles that it takes to go?
Yes, and that's exactly true. If they were to travel from some part of South America directly to South Africa or to some part of Australia in the southern hemisphere,
There's like close to a dozen emergency landings that don't make sense on a globe, but make sense on a flat Earth map.
Hold on, is this what you're asking? If someone's in the southern hemisphere traveling directly from South America to
what I'm saying is, if I go Chicago,
fly in a circle and keep track of how far.
Here's my question.
No.
I figured out how to put it really simply. If I go from New York to the United Kingdom, I go by foot all the way across Russia, and then I go from the tip of that back to Alaska and all the way back to New York.
Did you say by foot or airplane? You mean airplane?
Oh my!
It's like by foot.
Fuck me, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can use all of
It
them.
does matter. It does matter, and I don't.
Okay, but here's the
So
question.
you're basically saying you're sticking on a latitude line.
Yes,
Oh my
perfect.
God.
If you're
staying on a
stick on a latitude
Yeah,
line.
he's just saying fly or travel a complete circle around north. How fucking complicated is that? My God.
Thank you, Jesus.
What the holy fucking shit?
So if I stay on a latitude line all the
Hear
way
my
around,
wrath.
and then I do that same thing. I start at South America and I stay on that latitude line all the way around. That should be longer. And has that been done before? And if
Well, the answer is no. The answer is no. No.
Yeah, because you couldn't hold enough gas in a jet to do it in one setting. One flight.
Could you sail?
Hey, and I had the same question. To be honest, I had the same question when I found out about this. The answer is no. Nobody's ever done it.
Yeah, they say it's a pear on a sphere because it's a pear shape because it's slightly wider below the south. So it is already a recorded fact that traveling on a latitude below the equator in the southern hemisphere is a larger distance than even the circumference.
And that is a genuine question. As far as circumnavigating Earth, nobody on an airplane or walking or using a boat.
Somebody had done it.
Yeah, okay.
Nobody's done it. Move on.
Right. Nobody's done it. Okay.
He was saying, couldn't we just do this and then keep track?
No,
of the
you
miles?
can't. You can't.
Could you not interrupt?
No, you can't do it.
Can I at least finish my sentence?
Sorry.
No.
This seems like a pretty easy problem to solve. Like I could real quick go grab a solar powered, electric motor boat and go all the way around to stack as much food as I can go and stay on the latitude. And by the way, I'm laughing at the fact that even the globists are like, well, it's not a globe, it's a pear. But if you just stayed on the latitude all the way around, couldn't you just prove it? That
it would cost you a couple $1 million to actually do it.
Wait. Hold on. Prove what? What would this prove?
That the Earth is flat. If you can,
but it's already proven. No, because this is something that you don't have to go to a special place to prove. That's why this is such a great topic.
Okay, help me.
We see too far all over the Earth.
Everybody knows.
Water is flat.
The entire world.
And
right?
people see,
Water is
Mike,
flat.
I'm sorry. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt. I mean, if you're trying to travel, if you're trying to, I know you guys are getting
water is flat, bro. It's very simple. Water is flat.
Well, hold on. Even in the south, his original question was, would it be longer in the southern hemisphere than it would be in the northern hemisphere?
Doesn't make any difference.
He doesn't even know that. It's just like, yes, of course you're going to circle if you're going to use a compass, but that's not the way ships travel. I mean, would you ever get on an airplane or a ship that wasn't going to launch from one port to the other? You'd be out of your mind.
Right, real quick, Geo. Like these ships go there, ships go there. The military has ships, all their containers, all these things. Nobody knows where they're going. Just like Helio said, they're going from point A to B. They have no idea where they're at most of the I mean, it wouldn't prove there's no basis. I mean, what's it going to do? And if I proved it there, then
these ports are established. These ports are established. Now, if you want to be a free explorer, you're probably going to end up just like spend $1 million on a boat and just like, I'm going to defy everything and I'm just going to travel in a straight line, which you can't actually do. And I'm just going to find myself wherever. Amelia Earhart. Okay, yeah. So Amelia Earhart, just
east to west.
Jesus Christ, these fucking people. I can't fucking
what?
This. Amelia Earhart didn't know she was going to land somewhere when she just went across the Atlantic.
Fuck, I was saying, don't straw man me, punk.
No. I thought somebody else did it, Mike. You already know.
What?
No, she didn't even do
wrong
that.
with you, dude?
Can somebody answer my question real quick? Because all I'm imagining is I'm simple, right? My mind is really simple. I'm imagining a CD because I love CDs, right? And I'm dragging my finger around the clear part of the CD, which is a small circle. And then I go slightly outward where the southern hemisphere is, supposedly, right? And I drag my finger around that. It's a much larger circle. And
yes.
That should be, if it's 20,000 miles around the small clear part of the circle, if I drag my finger outward to the southern hemisphere and I go around in a big circle, yes, we're all in agreement. It would take a bunch of money and a super fancy boat and what the fuck are you doing and all that. But all I'm asking is, when you take that trip and you measure it and it takes 40,000 miles instead of 20,000, doesn't everybody go, oh, you're right?
So do you have any records of anyone actually taking that trip?
Good question.
Captain Cook?
Yep, who's done it?
Captain Cook attempted to do this.
Yep. Yeah, it's been done. I mean, it's been done by these claims, so
then it's proven.
I mean, we can't verify history 100%, but there's been other...
Yes, flat Earth is proven. And Captain Cook measured
the trip from Santiago to Perth.
Please let me finish, Helio. Please let me just finish. Captain Cook recorded 60,000 miles. Took him 3 years to sail around Antarctica. And like I said already, in the globe paradigm, they say that the latitude lines below the equator are larger than the equator. So if the line after the equator is a greater circumference, and the line after the equator is also a greater circumference, and then we record 60,000 miles. Remember, the circumference is only 25,000. So they recorded 60,000, almost 3 times the distance of our supposedly widest point. They recorded that when traveling below the 60th degree south.
All right.
So it's already recorded.
I've officially been convinced. That one question, you guys have officially convinced me, right? Because before this I mentioned it, but officially convinced me that the Earth is flat. And it took a whole bunch of people.
Hold on, I'm not totally convinced of
Helios, hold on, because you just have
trip, Captain Cook. I don't know how he measured the miles, but anyway, go ahead.
I was wondering why we didn't go there. It's called nautical miles, time over distance.
Exactly.
Yeah. All I'm trying to say is,
I was wondering why we didn't go there.
Y'all need a round of applause because you just have.
Instead of listening to what he's saying, you're listening till you think you know what he's saying and then cutting him off.
Yeah, I mean, you guys should give yourself a round of applause because, number one, you completed my question, but number two, that's all I was wondering. Like, has this been done? Yes, it has been done. And what's the number? Something like, hold on. It's something like 60,000. Now, yes, we can go into the discussion of, is it verifiable and how long ago did that happen and all that. If it happened at some point, it could happen again theoretically, and that means I could do it, and it probably would come out to be something like 60,000 miles or more, and I'd be like, okay, I did it too. I'm never going to do it. I'm broke. But
we can't either, but I think it probably would come about this the same thing. You probably would come up with the same results if you did what
Yeah. And then people would say, well, I can't verify what you did. And I'd be like, well, suck it. I know, and I can die happy because I know
it's going to take multiple millions of dollars to do it.
That's
now.
fine. We're not talking about that because I won't in my lifetime even have $1 million, right? We're talking about we're all on Discord chatting. We all have fucking.
No, but that's absolutely true. Though, at the end of the day, if you tried to recreate what Captain Cook did, it would be multiple millions of dollars to actually recreate it. And I believe you probably would come up with the same result. Or maybe it'd be a little more accurate because we have, better instruments now. But you'll pretty much come up with the same.
I'm convinced. The end. And you know what?
Just another thing. What Mike said about nautical miles. They use nautical miles when they fly in the air. So that should tell you something that air is fluid too. It's not this mystical fucking, H2O bull crap. They use nautical miles for when they fly in the air.
Hey man,
that's all.
Thank you, Iggs. There's a fatal flaw that you're making, Geo.
Tell me.
The word convinced has no place in empiricism. It's either true or not true.
You'll have to forgive me.
No one's convinced you of anything, right? And we're not trying to. You have come to the realization, both on your own and with the help of like-minded people, that reality is as it presents itself, flat and stationary.
Thank you for the correction. I truly appreciate it. Ignore the tone of my voice. I do appreciate it. But I wanted to keep my words simple because I've been interrupted in the question so many times, or more so the question itself created this whole, conversation between two people. I just wanted you guys to know I have come to the realization that it is flat because it has been done by a person. And I'm so happy because one of the biggest questions I had has been satisfied. And I'm sitting here in a state of contentment because it all makes sense now. That's all I was wondering, and I'm so happy. That's all.
Yeah, if you want.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, if you want to look more into it, just you can, with a bit of research, find Captain Cook's logbooks, and you'll find out that there's a lot more to his stuff. He has to have a manifesto, and that manifesto has to be logged every day and docked every day. What he does, where he goes. So he did more than that, which people don't know and don't do.
Holy shit! This happened in 1770.
When he did it.
Did this happen back in August of 1770?
Yeah, he did the whole thing around, I think.
Okay, that makes more sense.
1800.
That makes more sense because anything past industrialization, the Satanism probably got a hold and they were like, well, nobody's doing that again. He came pretty close to making the world realize the truth of reality. That makes so much sense. And also it makes sense that people could go, oh, of course it has flaws. It happened in the 1700s, which means everything was wrong. Okay.
They tried to sell him as the person who went to, brought the colonies, the slaves over to England and Australia, where I am. But his mission was something else. Something else completely different. You need to look at the manifesto and all the entry logs in his recordings when he traveled.
Looking at it
and
now.
You see that. Just try to verify it if it's the proper one. He went to just say the magnetic north, and he recorded that there was some type of interference and all the rest of it. I've got it somewhere. And then he went around to where he could back, with the technology that he had with sailing and the ships that he had back in those times. So it's just a point of reference that we can use for natural science is magnetic north and then everything else is encompassing around that. What you call natural science, natural phenomena. So yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have to really do some research because when I search Captain Cook Antarctica, the first thing that should pop up is the Earth is flat, and instead what comes up is James Cook discovered Antarctica and circumnavigated the continent first, second, and third times in human history, and that's about as much as they want to say. The second
Well, that's what I
voyage of
said.
James Cook took 1772 to 1775. I'm going to do some more research, but I'm just happy that my thought and my question came out and was answered. And now it is 3:50, so I need to go to bed because I'm starting to talk funny. Yeah, I love you guys. I appreciate all the info, and I wish you guys a fantastic night.
You too, mate.
Love you too,
Yeah.
brother. Keep coming back. It works if you work it.
Yeah. Well, welcome. I feel welcome to Flat Earth.
Word. Sleep well.
Thank you. Good night.
I like that boy. He good.
Yeah, Cookie did a lot of things. He actually went to the North Pole too. If you look at his manifesto.
Yeah, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful.
Yeah, it's a painful process.
Yeah, we could sail really far 300 years ago, but not. Oh, you have to be really rich if you, and also tied to some with money. And maybe we'll get a video of you doing. Then you can get a boat and go somewhere. Wouldn't even let the Argentinians be on the Falkland Islands.
As soon as they did that and they discovered it, they put in the treaty of 1912. So then they engineered, World War One. So in 1912 they had the first Antarctic Treaty. It wasn't 1956. It was in 1912. It's just them admitting it. That's their documentation.
Well, it's going to be more than interesting if we get to talk to Geo again and somebody, cast a spell on him. Won't that be? Pull a Tiger Dan or something. Where'd you get that screenshot from, Glatt?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yep. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, the glitchy one.
Yeah.
Flat earthers use complex scientific evidence. Yeah, I don't know. I was in the lobby one day and somebody posted that, so I had to grab it.
Yeah, that's a smart guy. Right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Because listen, this place raises simple minds. Okay, that's why a round Earth is simple to explain, and that's also why these simple minds can't wrap their heads around, pun intended, the Earth being flat and stationary. And that's why we use complex scientific evidence, as noted by a Glober.
Yeah, he's definitely right. The just go back to the quote him. Yeah, flat earthers use complex scientific evidence, while round Earth is more simple to explain. Yeah, because every round earther I meet just says that we just account for it being a flat Earth. It's really weird. It's really simple. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, hey guys, living on a globe would be so much more complicated than it is right now. I hope you guys know that. It'd be so hard to live on a globe. You wouldn't want to. All these globers like, it's a globe, it can't not be a globe. My fantasy has to be real. Dude, you don't want it to be a globe, trust me. Physics doesn't work on a globe.
Right, it shows the level of the damaged psyche because they've been told it's stupid to be flat Earth. And because they watch TV their whole life, it's so ingrained. There's nothing else like it, and it's just the imagination. They don't have any evidence, and they'll sit there for 6 years, like we've seen them saying the same thing day after day, like Groundhog Day. Really weird.
Yep, every day Groundhog Day. I mean, at this point, I don't want them to come up for this to see the sun and all the warts and boils all over their body they must have at this point. Ugh. You know what's worse than a troll? A troll that's not allowed to go outside. Ugh.
Okay, well, I got one for you. Do you know what's worse than Matthew Learns?
I don't.
Nothing.
What?
Nothing. Yeah.
Oh, nothing. Yeah.
I mean, I could take a million trolls, but that kind of wolf in sheep's clothing thing where we're just gonna be the weirdest thing you've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I like to think I know a little bit about women. A little bit about what makes people attractive. Has anybody ever even kissed Matthew Learns?
No, including his own mother. There's no way. Nope.
That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, this poor man.
Through a handkerchief.
Yeah, right.
With I don't believe in cloning or shills, but with a personality like that, I could see him being grown in a vat. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ego. That's why they can't let it. Their whole life depends on it, especially the ones who are getting paid money. He's getting paid for it.
Sickening.
And if he drops that, what is he going to go to?
That's a little meta. Matthew is
nope.
Matthew does us a service by hanging out here. He's just like, no matter how much we take the piss out of him, he's just like, oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
well, here's the point,
it's strange.
Julio, I'm glad. I just got to tell you that if you could just put these glasses on, you would see what he really looks like. Go ahead, continue.
Oh dear. Well, he's not like. Anyway, I don't even know how to talk about him anymore.
Yeah, we shouldn't, but it's just like. You know what's really interesting to me is that he'll hang out here for hours and hours and be the gentle giant for the globe, I guess. and he's just
Yeah,
like,
he's not.
Here's the sad part. He's self-admitted over 600,000 subscribers.
I think he has over 800,000 subs.
In other words, rest in peace. Yep.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is,
1
he's,
million idiots.
Yep, he's lying to roughly 1 million idiots,
people.
and that's just a lot of pigs having fun in their own poopy and pee-pee. That's all that is.
Well, he is the worst. I know that some people are going to disagree with me, but when you say that evidence doesn't matter and you don't need it, that's the worst kind of lie. That's insanity.
I'm just glad he didn't go to medical school, man. There'd be a lot of lives in danger at that point.
Here's what he admitted.
Yeah.
Was he on before? So he was on before I missed out on him, eh?
He's been here for like a year, a little over a year, I think.
Yeah. I'm just saying, was he on recently?
Yesterday.
I think he was yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was on here yesterday.
Okay, so and he said evidence doesn't matter.
I'll show you the meme. August. I got the date saved. 1 second.
Okay, so
yeah.
If anybody's got it, Exo's
listen,
got it.
Matthew Learns has no shame when it comes to this argument.
Okay. So
He's lying to children and a million other people.
Okay, so no evidence is needed, and shame doesn't exist.
Well, I mean,
I'm giving you the exact quotes.
That's an expression. I mean, it has no shame, but go ahead.
Here's the exact.
Well, he doesn't have any shame if he's.
No, it's okay.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Okay.
I was going to just say quickly.
He's trying to represent the globe as best as he can. That's basically his argument.
So these are the two quotes that I got recently. But the other thing he said when asked, how high do we have to go to see the Earth curvature? He gave an answer like, well, between 0 feet and 250,000 miles above the Earth, which is a non-answer. And that's the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life. The guy's.
Well, that's a fucking good answer. That's just.
Yeah, you can't make that up. That's like saying what's okay. That's like a kid in school asking, I wonder which out of these 100 answers it could be, and then the teacher says, oh yeah, it's on the paper for sure, as if that's going to give you information, right? Like, insane.
When we ask him, why are you here? When we debunk most of your arguments every time you come in, he's just like, well, I'm just trying to present the globe the best way that I can, even though I could be wrong in a lot of points, maybe. And I don't know, why do you... Not that I don't want Matthew to be here, because he does represent a base standard for us to debunk, like, on a constant basis. You know, it's freaking
like, at least he's not a prick or a cunt. You know what I mean? Which is good, but to have mathematical degrees, whatever he's got, and to parrot something. He has to know truly, like, that it's garbage what he's saying.
Oh, it's not. Obviously,
he's under a spell, eggs. But that's the point. He believes it. He is psychotically ingrained.
Really, you think he believes that?
Yes, he even says things like, "Well, God had to talk to people that way because they weren't smart like people." Yes, he's insane.
Yeah, and that's why I love him to come in here, because he's a creationist, but he's a Glober, and that's why I love when you guys just like don't really hit hard on him.
Yeah,
put him in a corner where he just with the creationists and the evolutionists. I mean, he doesn't really have answers for either necessarily, because he. Like, as a creationist Glober, wow, man, I can't believe you just.
He's even admitted. Listen, a couple days ago when he was here, I was yelling at him, and he admitted. He admitted. He said he loses it with us every time he comes here. Yeah, I think it was almost word for word. He says he doesn't come here to win because he loses every time he comes here. He admitted
he knows that. He knows that ahead of time.
Hold on. Then I said, really? And you still think it's a globe, even though we destroy you every time. And he says, "Yep." So that's all I got on that one.
As a caveat, even though he can't win a debate, argument, or anything, I'm just trying to do the best I can do to represent the globe,
like Jeffrey Dahmer. And that's I just want to say this real quick, Iggs, that we say that he's not those words that you described him as, those descriptive terms, that he's not that. But actually, I look at it much worse. I look at it like that's how the wolf gets into the pen of sheeps, is because he's being nice. And that's the Jeffrey Dahmer style, to be cute and innocent. And that's how, you end up with bodies underneath the house. Thanks.
Yeah,
I get that, but at the same time, I mean, we have to kind of do this. We have 24,000 people in here, and a lot of people listen to the show. Go ahead, somebody else was trying to talk. I interrupted.
I'm not telling anybody to do anything. I'm just pointing out the obvious that these are the types of people you have to watch out for. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, I agree. It's the ego is involved and money is involved.
Well, either way, if Matthew Learns wants to take some clips from his talks with us and put it up on his big ass YouTube channel and get some more people to come in here and talk to us, fuck yeah, do it, man.
You guys, real quick, I am back. I looked at the Captain Cook thing, and then that got me confused. I'm gonna post a link to a YouTube video that I found, and then I'm gonna be quiet. Can somebody just explain this to me, because this is kind of confusing.
Like Glatflobe said.
I'm going to tell you something, Jay. All right, the biggest agency that is around and that NASA uses and everything admits to a flat stationary plane. I've got the documents, and it's up to people to go find it. Everything out there is on public, what's it called, for public use. It's just you have to be willing to do it.
Agreed. Exo, what did I say?
Your claim about not convincing. This is about experiencing it in yourself. And Glatflobe is proven right, because if you don't experience this yourself, you can't understand this. This is something that you literally have to do yourself. And these videos on the internet by people like this are just more deceptions with lies, and they don't have a leg to stand on. They don't even have a claim.
Yep, I agree.
And the whole thing is convincing somebody. We're not here to convince, or to talk somebody into anything. If you don't realize it yourself, and out of
convincing someone, that's religion. Convincing someone, that's a religion.
Exactly. I didn't want to use that word, but it is. So you're going around, professing whatever with for whatever reason.
Can you hold hope in your heart for someone that just believes you when they're not actually convinced of it, but you have told them, I believe this, or I understand this way, but you like when you hear them repeat it, they don't really understand it completely. And it's like, oh shit, they misunderstood what I was saying, but they're trying to defend you in a certain way or whatever. It's just like, no, we're not here to convince people of anything. We're here to convince people that you can find this information for yourself. If you believe me, don't believe me. Convince yourself. This is why we're putting the information out there.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to ask a question real quick, to Geo. So Geo, if I asked you in this video, is there a timestamp that you could point out when this person showed you evidence that these planes have to ever adjust for spin? Is there any?
Oh, I guess what's just confusing is like the triangles that are shown, and then just the distances. And then I just try to put myself in the shoes, because one thing I've heard in here is like, can you experience it yourself? And theoretically, I could take that flight, and I'm thinking, well, okay, if I took that flight, would it take 13 hours from point A to point B, and would it take 13 hours from this point to this point?
All right, Gio, are you looking at the azimuthal equidistant map when you're thinking about this? Theoretically,
I just
Can I say something?
Hold on.
After.
Nobody.
Yeah, I don't have.
That means yes. Did you say yes?
I don't know what this video means. I just want some clarification.
All right, cool. So somebody told you about a flight across the Pacific using the azimuthal equidistant map. The answer is it yes or no? What the video you saw, were they using the azimuthal equidistant map?
I don't know.
Okay, well, that's cool. That's a good answer. More than likely they were. And if you look these flights up, they don't, for the most part, nobody flies from Santiago to Perth in a straight line. They're going to have to go to the Middle East and then go back down to Perth.
But if they did,
Can I just say something? I've travelled. I'm in Australia and I have to travel to Eastern Europe, yeah, which is, if you look at it on that stupid ball, I yet to have position of a pear-shaped thing to navigate on. But if you look at it on a ball,
quit being silly, bro. Speak directly, bro. Quit being silly.
So if you look at it on a ball where I'm in like Victoria, which is the most, what is it, southeast place you can be on the flat ball.
At the end of the day, if you're going from Australia, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to Eastern Europe. Yeah, so I'm going from here to Eastern Europe. What is it? The most direct flight is either from here to I'll go to the Middle East, to United Arab Emirates, and I've done this multiple times, not once.
It's one of the major airports in the Middle East.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's either from here to there or from here to Singapore, and then a direct flight from there to Europe. If you look at it, why would I go from here to the Middle East, out of all places, if and then go from there to Eastern Europe? It doesn't make any sense. So
I have an answer. Here's the answer that Globers will give, and it's like, that's where most people live, and it's a good answer, right?
Yeah,
because you're going to travel to a popular city. No matter where you book the flight from, they may have to have some different transfers, but they're going to end up traveling to an airport where
it's a metropolitan city. It's a high density.
Here's the claim, though. It's like there are no direct. Here's the claim: there are no direct flights from Santiago, Chile, to Perth, Australia. Right? Okay. Cool. That may or may not be true, and this is why I was bringing up the AE map, and I still haven't found any evidence that there are direct flights from Perth to Santiago to Perth. So, but and you just confirmed that if you're traveling from Australia to somewhere in Europe, or even if you tried to travel from Perth to South America, you're not going to get a direct flight. You're going to have to travel north and then south.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm down, where Victoria is. Just look it up. I have to cross all of Australia, which takes like a minimum like 6 hours or something. Yeah, 6 to 7 hours. Depends if I'm going to Dubai or if I'm going to Singapore. So between 6 to 8 hours just to fly over the whole of Australia, apparently.
It's going to take over a day to actually get to South America if you travel from Australia.
Well, it takes me a day just in the aeroplane to go from here to Eastern Europe. That's just in the plane, non-stop. Yeah.
Oh,
So
that's
what I
even
said is
further
like
than
opposite.
yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. So this is what I'm trying to illustrate. So sometimes it will be they make this on purpose to, and I've realised this. So when I go from Australia to there, which is kind of silly, it takes more time. But then when I go from Macedonia to Victoria, it takes less time, and they just play around with the speed of the aeroplane. So from when I'm going from here to there, they travel at what is it?
No,
400 and something. Yeah,
hold on.
400 and
speed of airplanes doesn't work.
I'm just.
This is what's so awesome about what you're saying. I'm about to bring it up.
Okay.
So you're going from Australia to Europe, right? So you're traveling the opposite way that the sun moves across the earth.
Which should be quicker, but it's longer. But when I go the other way, it's longer. I mean, it's quicker instead of longer. But all they do is, I've realised, they play around with the speed of the plane. They go around, 450, nautical miles, and then on the way back to go up to 600.
Oh, man,
but then if you look at
that's some serious jet lag when you're when you happen to move that way.
Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah, it takes a lot out of you. So when they had those other planes and they grounded them, what were they called?
You mean on 9/11?
No.
That was a long time ago.
I know. Elon Musk wanted to fly. They grounded them. They could go from Europe to America in like 2-3 hours. Fuck, what were they called?
It was a Concorde.
Yeah, the Concorde. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it was 800 miles per hour. They went past the speed of sound, right? The quote unquote speed of sound.
Yeah,
right?
I flew it in '99. Yeah, all right.
Oh, you flew on a Concorde?
Yeah,
you went on a Concorde.
Sure did. Yep.
I thought they were permanently grounded. Well, fuck, that's awesome.
No, in 1999 I went. That's when they were still active. They got shut down in 2000.
And how did you find that experience? Where did you go? From where to where?
Oh man,
New York City to London.
And how long did it take?
I don't remember. It was not a long flight.
So if you're flying on the Concorde,
Helio. I just posted some pictures. No, just hold on. Just give me a second here. So I just went ahead and posted some pictures in antithesis of an attempt of the person that made a video. So I've now used cartoon maps and drawn lines on them, and I have claims. And now the problem is solved.
That
for
was
Geo.
quick.
I even tagged him in there.
Yeah,
so
I'm
he
looking
can
at
see
it now.
my claim. And now there's nothing to worry about. And now you've been convinced again, right?
No, well,
Just kidding. Just relax. Hold on. Real quick. Hold on. The point of this, my crescendo, Geo, is that anybody can do that. I could have had my 7-year-old cousin come over here and do that, and that's what Globers do. They'll hide from reality by showing you cartoons like this, and we can both do that and say that this is my evidence for my religion. More cartoons, and that's the whole problem.
Let me point this out really quick. If you
that's a good point.
Hold on. If you want to travel from Santiago on an airplane to Perth, Australia, you got to have some big balls.
I just didn't
you
know
have
that
to have
manipulatable.
you have to have a big plane and a big fuel tank.
I just didn't know
Because
that
if you're going to travel across the South Pacific from Santiago, Chile to
to the moon, that'd be a difficult flight too. Yeah.
Or to the moon. You guys big balls together.
How long does it take to get from Santiago to the moon on the globe Earth? That's what I'd like to know.
Santiago to the moon.
It's only possible on a flat Earth.
Because as soon as listen, Gio, as soon as that flight
People
comes on,
have
I'm gonna
claimed
fight.
this, but they can't prove it.
Helio, watch this. So to Gio, once we get that flight to the moon, I'll be paying for every Glober to go. Okay, sounds good.
I love the humor on most occasions, but I was about to go to sleep and then a little bit of research, and now my hair is sticking straight up because I'm just pushing my fingers through it. And I expect, I don't want you guys to be worried. I expect myself to go back and forth a whole bunch, but I also feel like there's so much to look at and to process. Like, okay, I thought I found a video that gave me something to think about, and then I come back here and share it with you guys, and you go, oh no, look, this is the issue, and I'm like, oh
yeah,
why
some
did I think
some people some people claim that there's a flight from Santiago to Perth.
Well, just let them get it out.
Well, I think that's all I'm trying to say is like, there's a lot, man.
There's a lot of claims, Gio, from them. Notice they have claims in cartoons, but you don't have a claim of them measuring the curvature of the Earth. That you will not find.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something, Gio?
Yeah, please.
Is water flat?
I mean, boy, oh boy,
Wavy.
yes. I know if I drop enough drops on a penny, it beads up, and then there's a beautiful little curve on the edges. But
that's
it's absolutely flat.
Oh my god!
I'm not trying to be a dick here. I'm really not.
Yeah.
I'm just
All right,
telling.
So when you put a drop of water on top of a penny, then it curves. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no,
a water droplet.
Yeah, if you put somewhere around 20 to 30 drops of water, however many it takes until it.
All right, so you have a bigger penny, and then it starts to curve. That's called meniscus. Are you familiar with that term?
Yeah, well, I guess I should have even brought that up. Is water flat? Yes, with enough of it, it absolutely levels flat. That's what it does.
No,
so
it's not necessarily.
It will take the shape. Yeah, I was going to say it takes the shape of whatever you put it in. So if you put it on, even if you put it on a penny, the penny is not like you have to. A penny has got grooves in it and all the rest of it. It will go in the grooves. So your penny is not. It is not flat. It will go on the penny and make the penny actually flat. Because you've got, whatever face on there or whatever.
To my bridge argument earlier, the penny on a small scale would be like big. How do you build a bridge across the penny with? I'm just playing. I'm about to pass out, guys. Thanks for the talk tonight. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, love you, Helio.
Peace, brothers.
Yeah. So if water takes the shape of whatever containment it's in, and it's level, flat. So I did structural engineering and I did civil engineering. If water takes on its containment, and by their claim, 73% of the Earth is water, then if 73% of the Earth is flat, how do you get a ball? So take that.
I would answer. Do you want me to answer, or is that just the thing that I should follow on with?
Well, I would say think about it. So if water is level, it takes the shape of its containment, and this is across engineering and everything. So if 73% of the Earth is water, and it's level, and everything gets measured from sea level, and you use, devices with water in them to make sure it's level, like a level, it's got water in there. How do you make a ball from 73% of it being flat? That's what I'm asking. How do you wrap that in? Like, how do you contemplate
I didn't even think 1% of a ball could be flat, let alone 72% of it.
The way I would say that is, if I'm holding a basketball in front of me and I look at it, that is clearly a circle or a sphere, But if I get really close to it, okay, now it looks more like this, massive C shape, because my eyes are super close to it. But if I was the size of an ant, now it still probably is going to look like a circle, but I'm on this huge giant plane that I don't really know what's underneath me. But if I'm the size of maybe a bacterium, and I'm sitting on that basketball, I don't think I'm able to process just with what I can trust with my eyes and ears. If a little bacterium had that,
it doesn't negate the fact that it's it's
now, let me continue here with this idea. I want you guys to know where I'm at here.
I've heard that. We've heard that before. It doesn't negate the fact that you can make yourself out to be as small as you want. In natural science, natural law, it is what it is. You can make yourself to be 300 foot tall or 2 centimeters. It doesn't negate the fact of what is. Every time, whatever experiment you do with the water, however you want to do it, it always ends up the same. So you can continue. If you want to convince yourself, that's fine. I'm just telling you what it is, and now you can tell me what you think. Go on.
Oh man, that felt a little bit aggressive.
It was. It's okay, Gio, but think of it this way as well. Remember that we do have abilities beyond ants, right? We do fly in planes. We do travel. We do have the waypoints of the other locations. The continents have to be only a certain distance apart, so that negates the possibility that the Earth can be a certain size bigger, right, than already said described religious belief system that we're given on TV. So the issue is that we've already experienced this, and everybody depends on a flat state Earth. There isn't even a claim that anybody's adjusting for curvature. The reason I use air flight is because we can all do it. We can all spend $250 and get up into an aircraft that's going to travel 500 miles an hour for a couple hours, and you're going to see 2,000 miles of Earth. It's going to be flat. That's it. It ends there. There's not even a challenge to.
I'm sorry if I meant to be aggressive. The whole point of that was don't.
No apologies. No apologies.
Yeah, I do want to apologize because it wasn't meant to be like that. I was trying to say as it doesn't negate the facts. And why do you put yourself down to a microbe or something? You are a man with abilities.
Yeah,
beyond
in the same way a microbe is a microbe and a basketball is a basketball. I am a man with abilities, but the Earth is this massive, huge creation.
Plane of existence.
Yeah, and so I have to put it in perspective because we talk a lot in metaphors here on the server, but we're also, having a discussion, and I don't want to come off like I know things or but I am going to share what I think, which there's going to be flaws in that because know where I'm coming from. Just talk to me a few weeks ago, I would have told you that the Earth is a ball. So, I'm going to use terms like convinced because that's what I know to use. I'm going to use terms like basketball. But, without talking about the basketball anymore, I just, I look at the fact that, okay, if I negate everything else that I know about or I think I know about gravity, and I just look at the conversation we had about the plane, now is the variable that the pilot in the front is adjusting the plane speed. Hopefully nobody notices the jets get quieter and now it's going 400 and and nobody's really noticing, but he's just like but then on the way back he's like, well, we got to keep up. It could be the same person on the flight trying to test the flat earth theory, and he boosts it up to 600 and nobody notices that the whole plane is shaking and going the speed of
Don't you think we'd notice being a little late to our destination?
Or a little early.
Yeah. Well, most people, if you're switched off mentally, you don't notice it. The pilot's been given commands on, what to do. He's another dummy, too. He gets told fly at 400 knots an hour, and he does it.
Is there some paperwork somewhere that mentions, like, to a pilot, if you're going from this place to this place, make sure you're going this speed, and this place to this place, make sure you're going this speed, or is it just something that they're doing ignorantly? Like, they're actually flying the same speed. You know,
There's no claim. There's no claim to flying over anything but a flat, non-rotating Earth. That claim is from NASA, 1988, the Dried Up Flight Research Center.
And
You know, if Earth were a globe, you know how many fucking pilots would be in here trying to destroy us and actually doing it? You know how many of those motherfuckers would be in here? Pilots, bro. They're up in the air all the time. They're seeing whether or not they're seeing what it is from up there.
Yeah,
hold on. If they're traveling that fast, what?
That fast?
700 miles an hour plus. Wouldn't they notice that and airplanes, you know, when they're doing that, whether it's it's fighter jets, I guess, that would travel that fast. Wouldn't they notice that they're not traveling in a straight line? If they are,
Yes, they would. I've spent over 45 minutes hovering in the same spot, over the same spot of ground, with my stepdad in a helicopter. He was trying to teach me how to hover. 45 minutes. Nothing moved under me.
yeah, but we're talking about jet aircraft that traveling 700 miles
I'm just saying,
an hour.
all the way up there to all the way down to 8 feet off the ground. It's the same story. Shit ain't moving.
Exactly. Remember I posted the fighter jets, bro? Gladflow?
What was this?
The
Yeah.
supersonic ones? The ones that go like, up to, they can go into the so-called stratosphere, whatever dumb shit they say. And when you look at from their cameras, it's all flat. From their own cameras.
Right.
You know, like, I don't get it. Like in all my engineering books, for what is it for construction, it says it gives you the formula for for gravity. Yeah, it's written in red, which if you know anything about writing, negates that. Means doesn't use it, but in brackets it says, "Don't worry about this formula; it does not apply to this." So they write it down, they tell you there's some fucking magical formula, and they say don't use it. So when you're building something,
yeah, it's like the formula for the globe exists, but when you use it in practicality, you don't have to apply it.
Yeah, exactly. It actually says it's in red and in italics, which means it's not on the page. But it even says do not apply this to your calculation.
Can I ask about the hovering thing?
Yeah.
So something I would come back with is, okay, based on the globe model, I mean nobody's saying that the molecules of the air are static, or at least are not moving, and it's just the Earth itself that's moving. They would say, oh, the molecules of the air are also moving, which is why.
So it's impossible it's impossible to not be moving with the Earth, no matter what you're doing on the surface, attached to the surface or not, right? That's why they try to bring up the fucking train thing. I don't know if you've seen the train analogy yet, tossing balls on trains and dumb shit. Listen, when I'm in an aircraft and I leave the ground, I become a separate reference frame. Now, it's not like when you jump real high, the Earth's going to turn under you. No. That's not what I would expect. I would expect at all movement that a plane or helicopter, especially plane though, because it's doing a linear movement, would have to keep up with. It would have to keep up with it. Again, 45 minutes in the same spot in a separate reference frame from the thing that's supposed to be spinning.
You
Tell
are
me
in a
about it.
separate reference frame in the sense that there's nothing connecting you to the ground, but that is if you consider the air to be nothing.
No, it's not.
It's
not nothing. There's competing air patterns in the sky.
Okay, I understand. Then I get you.
The
So
problem,
then
the
let's
problem
move
with
on
that
to
is that
the.
when we just got to
Sorry,
realize
go
this one
ahead.
last thing. When air is moving, you can push. So that's how everything works that way. So this claim that air goes with the Earth and it makes me go with the magical spin, but I can't feel it, is another psychosis that just leads into
Well, can I talk about the experiment I saw in school where they take, dominoes and stack it around in a circle, and then they, swing the pendulum back and forth, and the pendulum isn't knocking over any dominoes, it's going right between the gap, and then slowly but surely.
Are you talking about Foucault's pendulum?
I'm just describing this experiment we saw in school. So they stack.
Yeah, Foucault.
Yeah. So then eventually the pendulum knocks over one of the dominoes, and then the other, and then the other, and so on.
Sure. Okay. Let's go through the details of Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, real quick. My favorite one. Favorite one.
Go ahead.
Is just how do you? Yeah, my favorite one is: can this thing work without humans building it and starting it?
Yes, putting it into motion. Yeah.
Don't go too far. Hold on.
Yeah.
Don't go
Hold
too
on.
far.
I want to understand what he's.
That's all.
Let him.
How he's describing Foucault's knocking down these dominoes.
No. We can't do this. Listen, Helio, I'm going to go to bed instead of you. You stay here.
I know I should go to bed.
Just relax. I got to do this last thing before I go, guys. Okay, so thanks for having me, guys. But Gio, real quick, this experiment that you witnessed, right? And there's supposedly some movement, right? And the pendulum is adjusting for it. Well, that would be a complete contradiction, because 2 minutes ago we said that things wouldn't divert because the atmosphere goes with the Earth, and now we're saying the opposite. So I rest my case. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, it's the same reference frame. Earth and the air are the same reference frame. And this is where people get lost. Am I right, Exo? Before you check
number one, he just took off, but
he took off. But that's basically what they're saying. Earth, the land, and the air are in the same reference frame.
I know that's what they're saying, but that is not correct. No matter how you slice it.
No, I get that. I want to find out from the person that would make this argument if they're saying that is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Earth and the atmosphere, or the air, same thing, are in the same reference frame. Is this what you're claiming?
No, I mean the thing that's making the pendulum slightly shift is not the air shifting around it and blowing it slightly to the left or right.
But what is it then?
No, hold on.
I don't know.
In the Foucault pendulum, that's not what the claim is.
Let me ask you
the claim
this.
is the Earth is moving.
Why does
what happen?
Why does it start to knock over the dominoes?
Because that's the way it was built.
What?
It's attached to the ground, and somebody's
He's apparently very new to this argument, so let's be patient, guys.
Check this out. It was built under the presupposition of a globe, and it was built by men. This is not a device that God sent down here and said, this is how you empirically, devoid of human error, prove that the Earth is moving. Okay? Humans built it, and it's attached to the thing they're supposed to be detecting motion on. How the fuck does that work?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. That's what I wanted to really kind of.
I said that 5 minutes ago, but
yeah, go ahead.
Well, interferometers help you detect the motion, even if they are attached to an object.
Yeah, it's like because the car. Well, no. Go ahead, Helio. Go ahead.
No. Well, I was going to say. I mean, just like Black Flobe just said, the Foucault pendulum is attached to the Earth. How can it prove the spin of the Earth when it's attached to Earth, and it's supposedly moving independently from the reference frame? When you're trying to differentiate between two reference frames, when you're saying they're both attached and work with each other.
Exactly.
I mean, it's here's how it's just a freaking weird ass belief, man, that people have.
Here's how I explain it to somebody. I'd say, they're like, well, I don't understand. I'll be like, okay, so if I'm in a car and I'm driving a certain amount of I'm going a certain speed, what is my speedometer measuring? It's measuring the speed that I'm going in relation to the reference frame below, the ground. So you have car not on ground. I mean, it's using friction to travel with the ground, but you see what I'm saying. It's not a part of the ground. So it is its own reference frame. And that's how you can get a speed measurement. But if I attach a speedometer to a tree, I'm not going to get anything.
And can I ask?
Does that make sense?
I appreciate the metaphor because I think the metaphor is really
This
useful.
isn't a metaphor. This is physical reality. But
Well,
go
that
ahead.
was a metaphor, Helio, that I did.
that
It was a poor sloppy one because I just came up with it.
Okay.
But I think he
yeah, but
understands.
when it comes to this Foucault shit, I mean, it's not a metaphor. Go ahead. What
Right.
were you
So
gonna
I guess what I'm asking is, would the answer to why the pendulum knocks over the dominoes not, well, it wasn't made by God, or let's talk about a car and a speedometer. But what I'm asking is, like, is it because the string gets pulled on, which eventually makes it turn slightly, or what? Why
Who
is
knows?
it?
That's the
All
thing.
right.
Man built it.
Hold on.
Can
Hold
I
on.
answer this, please?
It built it that way. A man
What?
said, "Hey, I'm going to
Yeah.
build it so that this thing performs this function." So it was built under the presupposition.
If you
of being
really
on the
look
ball.
into how this thing was built, somebody else wanted to answer that. Who was that?
Yeah, I was going to say, so it's put on the ground and then a man puts it into motion. So even if you just left it there, the thing would not move if nobody put it into motion. So you're putting it onto the surface that you want to detect the motion on, which is a fallacy in its own. But
And then you're creating the motion.
Yeah.
Hold on, let Iggs
then
finish
you
his
take-
thing, and I have
yeah.
something to say about it after this. Go ahead, Iggs.
Yep. So then you take the pendulum yourself and give it a whirl. So you put, motion onto it and force.
Yep.
You're not letting it do its own thing. And go ahead, Helio.
Yeah, if you took the Foucault's pendulum, it's essentially a plumb bob at the bottom.
Exactly.
It's attached to the ground. It's attached to the ground. If the Earth was spinning and the way that they say it works, it would start spinning by itself. It would take a while for it to start, like diverting, and then once it, if the Earth was spinning, it would eventually start
on its own
knocking
accord.
over the dominoes by itself. You don't have to start it. But, in Foucault's test, they have to pull it back and let it go. And then it starts knocking down the dominoes. But if the Earth was actually spinning, you wouldn't even have to start it.
I think you've once again avoided the principle of the question I'm asking. Now, I once again agree with you. Yes, a man put it into motion, but I could devise a bob. Pretty simply, I take the same principle where I put the bob up on a 2x4 and I just remove the 2x4. And so the 2x4 goes directly downward and moves out of the way that stops the pendulum. So I'm not actually putting a spin on it. I'm not giving it a whirl or anything. And now,
Well, I think you misunderstand this Foucault's idea then.
Yeah.
You're just wrong about that, bro.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's the helicopter thing. If it's not attached, then you have to listen to what Glasslobe was saying. That's the only thing that's not attached to the Earth, and you're just hovering around it. Otherwise, the Foucault's pendulum is attached to the Earth, and somebody is putting it into motion. Even a helium balloon.
You wouldn't even have to start it. It was like if Foucault had the right idea, you wouldn't even have to start it. You just put it straight
You just
down.
set it and forget it. Yeah, we got a guy in the YouTube chat. Listen to this. We got a guy in YouTube chat right now saying, man does not put it in motion. You attach the pendulum with a rope to the side and you burn the rope. And then I go, right. The human does nothing to start the machine. You're right. No, that's not anybody doing it. That's just setting it and forgetting it, isn't it? Yeah, just let the rotation do the rest.
It sets itself on
All
fire.
these guys are so ignorant, man.
Spontaneously combusting. You know what it is. Spontaneous combustion just happens fucking on its own. What is wrong with these people, man?
There's a lot
Can't
wrong with
use-
them.
Yeah.
They're brainwashed, man. They don't really understand the. I wouldn't even call it experiment. It's just a test. It's like you swing something back and forth. If you really understand the Foucault test, they can't leave the pendulum spinning because they have to continually make it spin around.
Yep.
And they have to
100%.
put it in a certain direction. So I mean, it doesn't prove anything about globe or flat. It's just it's so dumb.
So maybe I'm just gonna drop this question because this has happened a number of times now. Here I'm gonna try one more time and then I'll drop it. All right. If I tie a string to the ceiling and I have a plumb bob at the bottom, and then around the plumb bob I put up dominoes in a circle. Okay, and I have equal gaps between all of the dominoes, let's say about an inch between each domino, and I pull
There's 24 of them, right?
hear me out,
Or
man.
it could be a division of. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so then I pull that plumb bob back, and I know I could accidentally give it a twist here and a push and all that, right? But let's say I pull the plumb bob straight back, as straight as I possibly can, or I have a robot that pulls it back, whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is I pull it straight back, and it goes back and forth. And yeah, there's probably a variable of just a little bit left or right, but as straight as it possibly can, and I drop it, and it goes back and forth and back and forth. It slowly, if it has enough of a inertia, goes back and forth until it shifts slightly to the right, and then on the swing back slightly to the left, and then swing forward slightly to the right, and it starts to actually knock over that first domino. And
Have you done this?
Yeah.
Not only, dude, what does that prove to you?
Well, I'm just asking, not what does this prove. I'm saying, what does that mean? Why is it doing that? It's just
nothing.
Who knows, man? It's a function of angular mechanics. Like, it's going to go whatever.
That's all it is.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like,
the end.
Yeah.
I need to stop asking dumb questions because
No.
You're asking good questions. You're asking good questions, and that's why we're taking time to explain this. Because
and I apologize if I sound shitty when I'm answering, because I'm used to answering to troglodytes. So
no, that's cool. I mean, he's actually asking good questions because people will come in with this as a proof of globe Earth, and we're trying to point out that it doesn't prove anything about globe Earth.
And you're not wrong. When my teacher showed me that, they did that thing, and then they said, see, this proves that the Earth shifts, and they moved on in class. And I sat there and I stared at it, and I didn't understand because although I didn't have the college know-how to use the term angular momentum, I just thought, well, that doesn't make sense. But we moved on. And,
exactly.
And I'm not saying it proves
They do that on purpose.
Right.
They do that on purpose.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't at all. It seems like there's 10,000 variables. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page here. But,
we're patient. A lot of people will say, "Hey, man, you guys aren't patient with the globe. You're just like you're an echo chamber." It's like, dude, man, we welcome freaking hundreds of globies here all the time, and we're not impatient with them. When it comes to some of these type of arguments, no, of course not.
Yep.
So
I was going to ask him, did your teacher do the experiment when he puts the water in the bucket and whirls it around?
No, tell me about this.
Well, and I pulled my teacher up. This was this is 20 years ago. More than 20
you're talking
years
about
ago.
centrifugal force. Centrifugal force.
He goes, this is why,
All right, cool.
We live on a globe.
Hold on, let him finish.
My bad.
He puts water in a bucket, and then he starts twirling it around and goes, see, the water doesn't fall off. And I went, wait a second. I go, you put the water in the bucket. I go, it's inside the bucket. And I go, you're twirling it. I go, you're twirling it around yourself. I go, start twirling it a bit slower, or put the water outside the bucket and show me that water can stick on the bucket.
And he went absolutely bananas.
Fill the bucket up and put the chain on the bottom of it instead.
He went bananas, bro.
See where the water goes.
I got kicked out of class.
Oh, I'm sure that's perfect. The chain on the bottom. Fucking do it then. That's Earth.
Yeah, he went absolutely spastic. I got kicked out of class. It wasn't the first time because I pulled him up on a few other things, and yeah, I had to do an IQ test for whatever reason. But
man.
Hey, what
That's why I didn't even go to class when I was in high school, man.
All right. Well, I came back in here to ask
I was teaching the class this shit.
I came back in here to ask that question and to show you guys that video, and I spent another hour on here because I love it here, but it's so early in the morning now, and I have to wake up in about 4 hours to go do a full day.
Hey,
of work.
did you get your answer on the Foucault's pendulum?
I did get an answer, but I got a lot more than that. I really got
I recommend you look up some of the tests of the Foucault's pendulum. Go look at some of the tests, across the world. Man, there are people there. You can go to museums and Foucault's knocking down dominoes and shit. Oh yeah, but you'll find out there are machines that make that happen. The pendulum and the Earth are in the same reference frame, so it doesn't prove anything.
I got a lot of information on the human condition just from hearing you guys speak, and the amount of trauma you guys must have been through based on just having Globus come in here and want to fight so hard.
It's no big deal.
I
usually put on my.
We're used to it. We've been doing this for years.
Yeah, man. I've been.
Don't feel sorry for us because we're the veterans, man.
All right, you guys have a good night.
Yeah, get some rest, brother. We'll be here 24/7. This information is eternal, so just let it, marinate in it, brother.
You the bombs. Bye, guys.
Hey, I appreciate you, Joe. See you, brother. Yeah, that Foucault's thing is. It's like look at. I mean, do you guys think that, if this was a real thing, this idea of Earth spinning, I mean, you guys agree with me? And all you would have to do is just make sure it's plumb, then it would start spinning itself and knock the blocks down.
Of course. Even if it's attached to the Earth itself,
Well, not our claim. This is their claim. Not our claim. Yeah,
exactly. It doesn't happen.
All right, on a flat Earth, if you set up this to test the Foucault's pendulum, it's a flat Earth. You set it plumb, shit ain't gonna move.
Oh, that's why you use a plumb to measure that it's straight all the way down. We'll use it in engineering.
Holy shit! It's almost like people do that every fucking day.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Use a freaking plumb one. You drop it down 20 meters.
Like, damn it, Earth is spinning. How can I use this damn plumb? It keeps moving because the Earth is spinning. I can't even build a building because of shit.
Yeah. And we built buildings, bro, that were like, for, I don't know, 40, 50 stories.
I didn't want to take the piss out of the kid that was just saying it, but it just like, bro, man. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the Foucault's pendulum is essentially a plumb line, and you wouldn't even have to start it if the Earth was spinning, and the way they claim it is, so whatever. And I've been saying that for years now, and it's just like, that's okay. I don't mind repeating myself.
Oh, it's okay when somebody is asking it properly, with no malice, with no. Not in a smart way.
No, malice of forethought is
exactly.
But someone, it wasn't malice. He was just asking a genuine question about the Foucault.
Honestly, yeah, exactly, and that's fair enough. That's fair enough. If we can accept that, we've accepted a lot, less. But when somebody's just asking, honestly, that's fair enough.
Yeah, we also deal with a lot of malice of forethought when it comes to Foucault with all these freaking globe numpty dipshits. all the time.
Yeah, it's retarded.
It is, but at the same time, I'm not obligated to respond to those fucking assholes.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets a bit overbearing when you fucking hear them because they just come in with this
actually, what they're actually trying to do is, this is why a lot of us get pissed off at them, is because they know these guys don't know these arguments, and they'll try to distract. That's why we get so pissed off, and then they, when we get pissed off and start cursing at them and shit, they will use that instead of actually what we were saying about the argument at first, because we know that they're trying to divert from the original question, so that we can show them why this is not plausible. Just like that Foucault argument.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the bucket with the thing. Like it's and as
the bucket. It's like centrifugal force. Yeah, you swing a bucket around. Put a fucking chain on the bottom of the bucket, put some water in it, and swing it around. Where's the water going to go?
Or put some water on the side of it and see where it's going to go.
Put it on the side. Yeah, it's going to be like swinging around. It's going to swing in an arc. The water's going to go everywhere, bro.
Bro, my teacher lost his shit, bro. He started having fits first. Like he was like, and I'm like, come on, I gotta do it. I go, this is stupid. Everybody's looking at me. He's stuttering. And then he just said, get lost.
I have a slow motion GIF that's like a little tennis ball. You just spin that motherfucker. You put some water on it, spin it, and you take a slow motion image. That fucking shit spins off everywhere. Where's this spinning Earth holding water to a ball? I mean, that only exists in your mind.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. And the guy just had a nervous breakdown, and he kicked me out. He didn't even tell me why. He's like, get out, get out. I'm like, why? Why are you kicking me out? He's like, oh, get out. Go to principal. I tell him, and he looked at me. He's like, okay. And even he sat there for like 15 minutes. Thinking about the question that I posed to the science teacher. And I just went back into class, he said 2 words to him, and that was it. And then there was another thing with the evolution. I had a
even at that point, exactly. I feel bad for the science teacher. I mean, they have to deal with people like us sometimes. But hopefully they'll have to deal with more people like us in the future.
Well, I hope so.
I do too. So. Because, I mean, if there's teenagers starting to go, hey, science teacher, what about this Foucault bullshit? It's just like the whole class time is going to be filled. If they bring up Foucault's pendulum for proof of freaking spinning of Earth in a classroom, and there's 2 people in the class of 30, that'll be like, all right, so hey, teach, how can this happen? Is this test plausible when it comes to this? And this is why I think we're here, because a lot of young people, I'm an old person. Not old. I'm halfway there. I mean, I think I'll probably die before I'm 100, but I'm gonna try to make it to 100. But it would be so cool for me to hang out with a lot of people here and hear a lot of young people come in here and say, "Hey, I'm gonna go question my teacher on this Foucault bullshit." It only takes 2 in the class of 20 to 30 people and just go, yeah, I heard about this Foucault stuff. I just where's the science behind this?
Mm-hmm. No, I brought up what's his name? Copernicus principle. I go, his third principle, that because I went to do some research straight away because he pissed me off, and I get stubborn. I'm one of those people. As soon as he pissed me off, I get stubborn. And I pull him up. I go, even Copernicus says in his own writing, a heliocentric model doesn't work because what's it called? The axis of the Earth. It's not allowed to bobble in any form because, yeah, you know, the tilt.
Oh, the
tilt of the Earth. Because it has to wobble.
Causing seasons, right?
Yeah, exactly. He even states in his own writing it doesn't work because if it tilts, wobbles, whatever you want to call it, you use all the constellations and everything. Everything goes out of whack. Okay, that's in his own writing, and then he had an even bigger fit. Like, what do you mean? No, Copernicus. I'm like, dude, it's in his own fucking writing. He admits it.
Wouldn't it be awesome if all the young people started questioning this shit? We got to get this fucking information out there. So bad.
Yeah, I know. That's my hope. You know, for the younger ones to come in, at least be stubborn.
Why,
you know, like,
why are you telling me that the tilt of the Earth causes seasons? What? That's kind of weird. I mean, you're telling me Earth is 93 million miles from the sun, and that's what causes the seasons, just on a base, axis, tilt of the Earth. I mean, anyway,
yeah,
I'm just
it's
being
a atrocity.
Yeah,
but yeah, you lose all the constellations.
In physics, it can't. Well, yeah, you lose. Well, I mean, just with just the cause of the seasons, that idea can't even possibly work for just fall, winter, spring, summer. Fucking ridiculous, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you? Some physicist? Some freaking no. Dude, this 23.4 degree tilt cannot fucking possibly cause, what we experience on Earth. Call me some dipshit, it's just like, oh, you're just uneducated. Okay, well, all I've done for the past 10 years is just listen to everything you guys say and read their articles. And so I'm ignorant now. Okay.
No, you can't. That's the thing. They want to use all these. I've got a piece of paper and blah 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 blah. But it's all crap. Like, I did this over 20 years ago, and if I can fucking do it, anybody can. You know what I mean? So it's just, I wish that people use their stubbornness to their advantage. Like,
they should.
Stubbornnness against
Dude,
yeah.
That's it. That's it. Stubborn. Be obstinate, man. Be obstinate.
Yeah.
Yep.
I used it to my advantage in a lot of ways. I found that for some things it was not good, but then
even if you're wrong, sometimes that'll help people.
Yes. Exactly. Realize
see what you're saying. Yeah.
Exactly right. And then you realize how to use that stubbornness. You apply it in places where, you will figure out without doing any
you can help
damage.
You can help other people at least think for themselves and figure out whether or not they're being fed a line of bullshit.
Yep, exactly right. Now, I finished my schooling like 3 years early because of that. It was all crap. It was all nonsense. I found it funny. Well, this is just...
And it's like some of the funny stuff makes you really sad. It's just like, it's funny, but holy shit, my whole family has been like manipulated by these fucking retards that, it's just pardon my French. I mean, it's really just, vernacular, but it's not retard. These people are twisting reality into convincing people into a certain position where they almost have no choice And that shit pisses me off.
It pisses me off right too, bro. Fucking right off.
And then your family and the government and other people, if you try to express this on social media, then you're rejected, and you're just like, oh, you're just a freaking weirdo because you promote.
It's not consensus. Yeah.
Oh, it's not consensus. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, what the fuck is consensus?
Yeah, I know. A bunch of dudes that I don't know, that I have not met, that I can't verify what they've done or any, if they've done anything, proper with the scientific method, get it together and deciding.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, that's you're exactly right. I think that what the people that support this would say consensus is the right thing. They don't realize necessarily they're supporting it, but consensus is the right thing. And everyone like us that would say, hey, I completely disagree with some version of what you believe about this general consensus, they'll call us conspiratards or conspiracy theorists, and there are aspects that we just run through. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different veins that we could go through. It's hard to really capture every aspect of it, but I don't want to label everyone, blue-pilled normies, and a lot of people say blue-pilled normies. You can't necessarily put that label on most people, but hey, no secret. For the most part, you can. They're blue-pilled normies. But, and I would consider the blue-pilled normies are in America at least, to be Republicans, Democrats, and the Canada, whatever. It's just people that don't really care about, they care about politics as long as they get their information from the mainstream media. It's like left, right, left, right, left, right.
They only care if it affects them. That's the problem, bro. This is only affects me.
Hold on. We have access to them through certain means. I mean, it's just like even amongst the left, right, the red, blue, right, all of that, there's a vein of influence where we can, find people that are actually like sick of that shit, and it's like, oh,
yep.
But at the end of the day, I'll say this: people that want to find this information that we've been expressing for several years now, they'll find it. So
yeah.
I mean, as much as we want to promulgate it, if you try to express it to people, I know I'm not doing this well. If you try to express this information to people that really are never gonna, you're never gonna get it, never ever gonna get it.
You're gonna get it.
Then you're just. I won't say you're wasting your time, because ultimately it does trickle down, through a certain knowledge. But people that do get it, going to hit them hard, and it hit me hard, and I'm here now for that reason. And I'm done preaching my freaking gospel of
I'm
nonsense.
going to do a bit of a monologue, just a quick one.
Go for it.
Even like mainstream history, if it's taught us anything, is people have been trying to control other people the whole time. Just take an example of people going to America wanting to live their own lives without political prosecution, without the state or the queen or the king have exerting influence and religious prosecution. So just taking that little nugget of mainstream history tells you that these people are just parasites. They want to control you in every single way. They want to tell you what to think, how to think. Not for you to come to an understanding of anything. Whether it's comes from empirical, scientific things, or even a belief. They have to tell you the belief. They have to tell you the science. They're just all pervasive in every way in your life, and it's like just F off.
No. Yeah, I do know, and that's what it is. It's like the ignorance of the population who grew up through the education system will pretty much buy it. Now, there is a movement growing. I'm not totally confident that most people will actually see what I was just talking about, because for the most part, they're probably going to watch the news and believe that bullshit, and so they're not going to actually follow the movement of pure humanity. And I'm not even going to go. It's like it's hard for me to say why can't you see how they're manipulating you? It's a form of Stockholm syndrome, and I know you know about that, right?
Yep.
You've heard about that, right? This is what they're doing. This is how they put us into a position where we have no choice but to honor our enslavement. Yeah. So that's not me, but anyway. But a lot of people they're just like, hey, I almost don't have a choice but to be enslaved.
Yeah. Oh, what are you gonna do? Blah blah. The whole point of anything and what's happened in any period of time, American Revolution, any revolution, is people trying to get free of whatever.
This is a mind revolution. This one is a mind revolution.
Yeah, it is, because if people, I'm fairly sure you'll get this. I keep on saying it. Every single disease or virus comes from the brain. Yeah, it's not using it properly, and that's how you get to these states of.
Why are we talking about disease now? I mean, yeah.
No, I'm just saying.
I haven't been sick from this supposed.
No. I know you haven't. I'm saying these people. That's
because I don't. I just don't. I refuse to be sick, so that's why I'm not sick.
No. I'm saying everything comes from the brain. Like, if, as you said, you don't believe that you're going to get sick, so you won't get sick. If you keep on telling yourself you're going to be sick,
it doesn't always work, but it works most of the time.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. It's a form of mental psychosis that people don't want to think about. If you keep on repeating, the same thing, it's like the what's it called? What's that experiment called? What was the guy's name in Russia?
I have no idea. You're gonna have to tell me.
Wait a second. What was his name? Not the king of Russia. One of them.
One of the kings of Russia had some mental experiment.
It's called the chicken experiment. I forget his name.
The chicken experiment.
Yeah, the guy was a nutter. I forget his name. Anyway, so what he did was he had a chicken and he'd feed it. Yeah, give it some corn, and then he'd pluck the feathers off the chicken like a mental dude, and then put bird feed out for it again, and then the chicken will come and then grab it again and pluck more feathers out of it, and then he'll give.
Shit! It sounds like what they do to lambs every year. I'm just.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I forget his name. He was a king of Russia. I can't remember.
Where do you think you get wool from?
Yeah, I know. It's from the sheep. Till there's sheep, there's going to be wool. No sheep, no wool.
I mean, I don't really think there's anything wrong with that, because if you didn't freaking shave sheep to get their wool off, they're gonna get all kinds of freaking weird diseases and shit, well, I mean, as far as farm sheep, I mean, they might exist in the wild. It could have been an animal that we're not talking about sheep right now.
No.
Shit, we are talking about sheep. Oh shit, it's back to sheep.
The whole point
is... No, but I love I love that people farm sheep and gather their wool. I think the sheep probably are comfortable with it, because their wool gets so nasty sometimes. They're so glad when their shavers freaking shave them, Okay.
I don't know. Maybe not. I wouldn't have a.
No, I don't know. I'm not a sheep in that way, But I think I've seen some videos. It was like sheep getting shaven, and they're like,
"What? They have a smile."
They shake around. They run around the field. They're just like, "Hell yeah! I got all this freaking shit all over me." And the sheep. I think the sheep like to be shaven sometimes. Just like you're a man, right? You shave yourself, right? Do you want your fucking hair all over you all the time? I mean, you have to shave sometimes, That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like, don't the sheep like to be shaven sometimes? Shit, what the hell's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Dude, have you ever seen a unshaven sheep? They're fucking miserable. I mean, they have fucking maggots and gnats and shit in their fur. I mean, what the hell? Yeah. See? That's why we do what we do. That's why men do what they do. That's why God gave us sheep.
Yeah, maybe it's time for us to start shearing them.
Oh, we've been shearing them for a long fucking time. So, where do you think
we need to get a bigger herd of them? We need to get a bigger herd of them.
No. Well, maybe. Yeah. I mean, I think sheep should be used more often for that. I think sheep like to be shaven. I mean, if they're shaven right. I mean, I'm sure like factory farms of sheep shaving is probably not that
maybe
great.
We can teach them to shave themselves.
But if you don't, I mean, hey, I'm a fan of the Bible. So, I mean, if you treat sheep right, they'll treat you right. Whatever.
Yeah. The only way you can keep a person down is by mentally stunting them. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And I think we're both on the same page as far as that goes. I think I was saying that earlier too. I was just being facetious, and I like I like to make things really sarcastic because I try to be funny, even if I'm not.
Ah, you are. That's the whole point. Otherwise, you go mental, bro. Like I've been dealing with this since I was like 14, bro, and I'm like 37. So it's like 23 years worth of bullshit. You know, it's yeah. So the only way to do it, you have to be sarcastic. You can have a laugh about it. Otherwise, you will go crazy. You will go mental.
No, sarcasm actually is healthy, man. But anyway, I actually have to jump out. Eggs.
All right, brother.
Continue
Thank you
on
very much for
here.
the chat, bro.
I will see you on the morrow and in the future. Good to talk to you
Done deal,
again.
brother.
Peace,
You
brother.
too, bro. Peace, brother. Awesome. Who else is on? Or he's going to sleep.
Earth is flat.
evil rising powers fills the sky. Pestilence and mass deception, serving corrupted lives. A great reset, a newfound normal, all in the name of power. One of the snake, make no mistake, the taste of the venom sour. What's down here, venomous and pure, take the separate spine, alive and shore. Control the population, forcing vaccination, you take the genocide and world domination. Will never stand me, no threat to humanity. No security being on a rack for laugh. You can jump for run, transfusion, but your life is short if you take that jab. Agent the poison, the one that consumes you now, killing the soul, but the sands will ride. Just like a sheep being led to the slaughter, now take the serpent's fight. Follow the crowd, you must keep your servant now. Evil will come like a thief in the night. You become what you fear, they can cheer you. The fire is now formed, the serpent's fight. Feed on the insurrection, systematic game. Take on the lethal injection that courses through your veins. Evil's coming for sure, taking that impure. Loss of common sense, and serenity. 6 feet won't stop the spread of a virus, but it won't stop your stupidity. Once down here, then that's secure. Take the savage fight, life is short. Control the population, forcing vaccination. You take the genocide and world domination. Will never stand me, no threat to humanity. No security being on a rack for laugh. You can jump for run, transfusion, but you'll die. So go, agent the poison, the one that consumes you now, killing the soul, but the sands will ride. Just like a sheep being led to the slaughter, now take the serpent's fight. Follow the crowd, you must keep your servant now. Evil will come like a thief in the night. You become what you fear, they can cheer you. The fire is now formed, the serpent's fight.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy
Ms. Downs,
information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
correct.
Okay.
is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment Day or to the last demolition. You can see this is an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave?
It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet.
What makes you think that?
I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they?
Well, I don't know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on decks 6 and 7 believed that we were.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical. Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is the best way to find cloaked scout ships in an asteroid field.
I don't know. I always thought that pattern Sierra 1 was better.
No. Finding cloaked ships in asteroid fields is essential if you're defending supply convoys. Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is where you set the Tetryon threshold at level 4 and the anti-lepton permissivity level at maximum. Then dial up the former as you dial down the latter.
Okay.
Defending convoys is very important when cloaked ships may be around, so it's best to use sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 to detect any cloaked ships in asteroid fields.
Oh, I see.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ignoratio elenchi, also known as the irrelevant conclusion.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Mr. Sulu's argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion that is not pertinent and quite different from the intended or required conclusion. A valid argument is one in which a number of premise statements are presented that support the acceptance of a conclusion statement. Helmsman, your argument was invalid because your premises were irrelevant to your conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ignoratio elenchi, the irrelevant conclusion. It's only logical. What an escape. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command to the Federation's flagship. He's great, all right, but I don't know that he's the best. They gave him command of the flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. Captain Kirk is the Enterprise's commander, and the Enterprise is the Federation's flagship, isn't it? Well, yeah, I guess so. Well, that proves it. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command to the Federation's flagship. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of petitio principii, also known as circular reasoning or begging the question. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy all assume a premise statement which has the same meaning as the conclusion. You essentially were saying that Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet, and assigned to Starfleet's flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. You employed circular reasoning because the phrase no other captain was as good as he is the same as saying he is the best starship captain in the fleet. Oh, indeed. That is not to say that Captain Kirk is not the best captain in the fleet, Lieutenant. I believe he is. It's just that your argument does nothing to prove it. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as petitio principii, or begging the question. It's only logical. Have you heard that the landing tractor beam in the shuttlecraft hangar deck is malfunctioning again? No, I hadn't. It takes quite a while to repair it each time. Yes. I wish we would stop landing the heavy shuttles on patrol first, before the scout ships. Why? Because every time we land the heavy shuttles before the scout ships, the landing tractor beam soon breaks down? I don't know. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of cum hoc ergo propter hoc. In other words, false cause, or correlation is not causality. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. An argument committing this fallacy attempts to establish a causal connection between one event and another event that just happens to occur before it. Just because one event follows another on a number of occasions does not mean that the first event caused the second. Your argument commits this fallacy and is therefore not valid. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as cum hoc ergo propter hoc, or false cause. It's only logical. Lieutenant Clayton said we should begin the calibration of the transporter system by confirming the alignment of some of the Heisenberg compensators. That won't work. If we realign all the Heisenberg compensators, we won't finish the calibration during our shift. With all due respect to Lieutenant Clayton, we'll have to do it a different way, because his idea is all wrong. Is that right? Is that what Clayton meant? Realign all the compensators. That would take all day. Lieutenant Clayton is wrong then. The whole cal shouldn't take but 3 hours. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the straw man fallacy. In other words, misrepresenting the opposing argument. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy attack a position via a misrepresentation of the opponent's viewpoint. The strawman argument restates and often oversimplifies an opponent's position, and then attacks that hollow argument. Lieutenant Kyle, you stated that Lieutenant Clayton was wrong because he suggested realigning all of the Heisenberg compensators. In fact, Mr. Clayton's contention was that the alignment of some of the compensators should be checked. Some of them checked, not all of them realigned. The strawman argument is also a fallacy of relevance, since it fails to address the actual proposition in question. That makes sense. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the strawman argument, or misrepresenting the opposing argument. It's only logical. You don't believe in the theory that protostars come from dark matter nebula explosions, do you?
I believe there's evidence that supports.
I heard that all the top Klingon cosmologists believe in that theory. You don't agree with the Klingons, do you? They killed Lieutenant Stevens back on Grignor 7.
I guess I shouldn't agree with him. Stevens was a friend of mine.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ad hominem. In other words, attack the man. Or in this case, the Klingon.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy attacks the character of individuals who advance a statement, instead of trying to disprove the truth of that statement. The fact that Klingon cosmologists believe in a theory does not make that theory false. Recall that Klingon engineers believe in warp propulsion theory, just as we do. That is not to say that your conclusion is not correct. It is just that your argument does nothing to prove it.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ad hominem, or attacking the person advocating a particular idea. It's only logical.
Get ready to take down the communication system. I'm getting ready to run the periodic calibration of the subspace transstator array. Remember, the 100% frequency scan takes 6 hours.
But I thought the update to the comm system calibration procedure now only requires a bracketed duty cycle run-in, with the system still online and functional. It's more efficient and faster. Only takes 2 hours.
No, the old way to run the cal works great. No reason to change to some untried new method. I'll just run the 100% frequency scan just like we always do. It'll be fine.
Okay. I guess you're right. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Austin, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad antiquatum, also known as appeal to tradition. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Just because something has always been done a certain way does not mean that that way is or will always be the right way. A method is not a good method just because it is an old method. Similarly, a method is not a better method just because it is a new method. Rather, a method is good only because it is sufficiently effective for the task. Over time, outdated methodologies must give way to improved techniques. Otherwise, there could be no progress. Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as argumentum ad antiquatum, the appeal to tradition. It's only logical. Chekhov, what do you think of my plan to improve security aboard ship by implementing daily searches of all low-ranking crew members for contraband?
Well, I don't think it'll work. I believe it'll be counterproductive.
How would you like to spend a week in sickbay with low-power phaser burns to your fingers? Well, or perhaps an hour in the agony booth would change your mind, eh?
Upon reflection, I think frequent searches is a great idea.
I, of course, overheard your remarks. Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad baculum, also known as the appeal to force.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator Chekhov, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy is an argument where force, coercion, or the threat of force is given as a justification for accepting the conclusion. But sir, I only... If I may continue. While your tactic of physical intimidation and domination of your subordinate through force are to be commended as effective means of serving the Empire's objectives, your statements are still technically a logical fallacy, since you provide no evidence that your plan to improve security aboard ship is a good one. The ad baculum argument is a special case of argumentum ad consequentium, or appeal to consequences. In this case, painful consequences.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will ensure I have valid reasons behind my security plans in the future. That would be very advisable if you value your position and your life. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad baculum or the appeal to force. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
Why do you keep trying to restart the auxiliary power generators using the anion bypass injector method? It depletes the dilithium crystals by 50 milligrams every time.
It'll be more efficient. When you run the generator under the anion injector, it produces 3% more energy output after the first 100 hours.
But you've tried unsuccessfully to start it 5 times. All of that depleted dilithium isn't worth a few percent of extra output.
Well, I'll give it a few more tries. So, how's your research into a better process to reduce carbon scoring in the reactor chambers?
Oh, I prefer an adaptive baryon collimator beam to regulate the carbon buildup. I've looked at all the tests that show it works. There's plenty of them.
What about those other beams? Cation delta ray or anti-lepton nanopulse? And are there any tests where the baryon collimator beam doesn't work?
I didn't look into those other beams. And it's probably a waste of time to check any negative test results for the baryon beam.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you're both employing is not logical. In fact, you both are exhibiting cognitive biases.
I thought we were making very good sense.
That may seem so, but bias is affecting your judgment. Lieutenant Austin, when you wish to continue to start the generator via the anion bypass injector for a number of more times after 5 failures, rather than switching to another method, you are exhibiting the sunk cost fallacy. This is the phenomenon where people justify increased investment of time, money, lives, etc. in a decision based on the cumulative prior investment, despite new evidence suggesting that the cost, beginning immediately, of continuing the decision outweighs the expected benefit.
Oh, well that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, and Mr. Yeager, when researching if an adaptive baryon collimator was an effective means to regulate carbon scoring, you showed a confirmation bias, since you only sought out confirming evidence for your position, instead of equally researching contradicting evidence or looking into alternatives. This will lead you to base your decision upon information skewed toward one result over the other.
Yeah, I never realized. I should rethink my point of view.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as confirmation bias or the sunk cost fallacy. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality in judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical. I tell you, the reason there are so many binary stars in this sector is because of the local high density of interstellar dark matter.
Really? Because of dark matter.
It must be. Chief Engineer Scott thinks that's probably the reason. And if it weren't for Commander Scott's expertise during our last encounter with the Romulans, we wouldn't be here.
Well, I guess you're correct.
I, of course, overheard your remarks. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Chief Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad verecundium, also known as appeal to authority.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Navigator, but the form of the argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of appealing to the testimony of an authority outside his special field. This is not a convincing argument because the expert, Mr. Scott, while an expert engineer, is not an expert on astrophysics, and thus his views about the prevalence of binary stars is only one person's opinion. Your argument, Mr. Sulu, commits this fallacy and is therefore invalid.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad verecundium, the appeal to authority. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
Did I hear right? Is the ship an MCON Alpha? That's right. Complete radio silence while we're within 1 parsec of the Klingon colony on Rhinax 3. But Commodore Winter needs to send his daily operating orders to the 10 star bases that are in his chain of command. We can't transmit anything. None, eh? Why don't we compromise? I need to make 10 transmissions and you say we make none. Why don't we meet in the middle and let the Commodore send 5 messages out? I don't know. That seems to break MCON. Our positions are at extremes, so splitting the difference will give the best solution. Well, I guess so.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad temperantium, or argument to moderation, also known as the false compromise.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. The argument to moderation, or middle ground, is an informal fallacy which asserts that the truth must be found as a compromise between 2 opposite positions. Individuals making a false compromise are fallaciously asserting that the positions being considered represent extremes of a continuum of options, whereas sometimes there is only a binary choice possible. This argument is incorrect as there are many situations where the middle ground does not achieve an acceptable outcome, such as in the case you were contemplating, that of sending any messages while in total emission control.
Thank you, Mr. Spock. Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the argument to moderation or the false compromise. It's only logical.
Well, the ionic bypass compensator flux readings have been low for 3 straight shifts. 21, 19, and 23 picocochrons. Maybe you ought to adjust circadian delta ray collimator.
Nah, the flux reading is bound to come up. The system's designed to run right around 30 picocochrons, give or take a little. The law of averages says it'll come up soon, especially since it's been below average for so long.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It cannot stay low forever.
Nope. So, How are the performance evaluations for the geology department coming, Klaus?
Almost done, Tex. Just one more to do. Lieutenant Cronin. Impressive guy.
He's the one who got the captain's award for the best time on the ship's track team, right?
Yeah, and he always keeps a neat appearance. He will get a good review, all right. No need for me to even check into his work performance.
That's right. Saves you some time.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you're both employing is not logical. In fact, you both are exhibiting cognitive biases.
I thought we were making very good sense.
That may seem so, but bias is affecting your judgment. Lieutenant Austin, when you trusted that the flux would soon return to a higher value, to make it average to the usual value, you were exhibiting the gambler's fallacy. This is a misleading belief that if something happens at a higher than average rate or value during some period, it will then happen at a lower rate or value in the future to maintain the average, or vice versa. When the occurrence is truly random, this belief, though appealing, is false. The gambler's fallacy is a particular application of the so-called law of averages. There is no such law.
Oh, well that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, and Mr. Yeager, when contemplating Mr. Cronin's performance, you exhibited the halo effect when you considered certain cosmetic and unrelated positive attributes of him, which you assumed also meant he must be competent in his geology duties, without checking his actual job performance.
Jawohl, I never realized. I should rethink my way of doing these reviews.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as the halo effect or the gambler's fallacy. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality in judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical.
Have a cold, huh?
Yeah.
Too bad they'll never find a cure for the common cold.
What makes you say that?
Well, if they were going to find a cure for it, they would have by now. Why haven't they cured it yet? They have never found a cure, and they never will.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That's too bad.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad ignorantium, also known as arguing from ignorance.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy suggests that a proposition is true simply on the basis that it has not been proved false, or that something is false simply because it has not been proven true. Clearly, just because a problem hasn't yet been solved does not mean it will never be solved. Recall that the speed of light was long held to be impossible to exceed, but then warp drive was invented.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad ignorantium or arguing from ignorance. It's only logical.
That was a long shift. You're assigned to auxiliary control, right? Wow, have you been in the lower engineering deck lately? It's real hot. That will cause even more dilithium crystal fracturing. That's too bad. With the hostilities as they are with the Klingons, the fleet will need every crystal they can get. Yeah, they should cool down the engine room. That should slow down the fragmentation. Surely it's the high power mode that fragments the crystals.
Every time the engine room, which contains the crystals, gets hot, the crystal fracturing gets worse. That's the cause, clearly.
I guess that's true. But...
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the single cause, also known as the complex cause.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Single cause is an instance of the fallacy of questionable cause. It occurs when one assumes that there is a single, simple cause of an outcome, when in reality it may have been caused by a number of only jointly sufficient causes. Individuals making this fallacious argument are ignoring additional causal factors to the outcome. In the case you are discussing, the actual cause of the fracturing of the dilithium crystals is operating the warp engines at high power mode, which we do when we are above warp factor 6. High power mode also causes the engine room to heat up, so you see both the fracturing and the heating were caused by high power mode, which was caused by high speed. All causes must be considered, Ensign Walking Bear, or the argument to cause is invalid.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the single cause fallacy. It's only logical.
So, Ensign Gert has colic. As a Tellarite, that's a serious condition.
Yeah, but I bet Dr. McCoy will treat him successfully.
He's a great surgeon. I wonder what surgical technique is the best to restore full functioning of the Tellarite quad stomach after a bout of colic.
I don't know. Surgery is tricky. I'm not sure what surgical procedure is best.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of complex question, also known as the false dilemma.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. This is the fallacy of phrasing a question that, by the way it is worded, assumes something not contextually granted, assumes something not true, or assumes a false dichotomy. Your argument assumes a false dichotomy. Asking what surgical technique is best assumes the proposition that the needed technique is a surgical one. Ensign Gert's colic might be treated by medicine or a change of diet.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as complex question or the false dilemma. It's only logical.
Any luck finding who made off with the Grignor 7 artifact from the chem lab?
Oh yes, it was Ensign Stevens. He's in the agony booth right now.
He was caught with the item?
Not exactly. The stolen artifact was found in the corridor on Deck 5 by the crew quarters, obviously dropped by him in his haste to get away from my security forces. It must be Stevens. What's more likely, that the thief's cabin was on Deck 5, or that his cabin was on Deck 5 and he was part of the staff of the chem lab?
That he worked in the chem lab and lived on Deck 5, of course.
Stevens is a chemist. A lot of the chem staff have cabins on Deck 5, including Stevens. It's got to be him.
I guess so.
I, of course, overheard your remarks. Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Security Chief, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the conjunction fallacy.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator Chekhov, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy occurs when it is assumed that specific conditions are more probable than a single general one. But sir, I only... If I may continue. The probability of the thief living on Deck 5 and being a chemist is clearly less than the probability that he just lives on Deck 5, because the set of chemists living on Deck 5 is obviously a subset of all the inhabitants of Deck 5. What occurs with the conjunction fallacy is that in the presence of uncertainty, when attempting to determine the probability of an option, persons substitute what is more plausible with what is more probable, since it fits the story better. This is the error you two were making, due to Deck 5 having so many chemist cabins on it.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will use better judgment in the future. That would be advisable, and you may wish to release Stevens from the agony booth until his guilt is better established.
Right away, sir.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the conjunction fallacy. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
The captain said that tensions are so high that if we discover that the Federation colony on Apollo 3 was destroyed by the Klingons, there will be war between the Federation and the Empire. I know. That was a daunting possibility. But the survey landing party just returned. They're pretty sure the colony was actually wiped out by a collision with a passing comet. Well, that's great news. Now we won't be going to war with the Klingons. What? How can you say that? Well, the captain said that if the colony on Apollo 3 was attacked by the Klingons, there'd be war for sure. But they didn't attack the colony, so no war. Okay, yeah. It's too bad about the colony, but at least we know there won't be war. Yeah, I was getting worried.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the inverse, also known as denying the antecedent.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Denying the antecedent is a formal fallacy of inferring the inverse from the original statement. It is committed by reasoning in the form, if P, then Q. Therefore, if not P, then not Q. The invalidity of arguments with this form is most readily demonstrated by forming a counterexample with true premises, but an obviously false conclusion, such as, if you are traveling at warp speed, then you are aboard a starship. You are not traveling at warp speed, therefore you are not aboard a starship. Consequently, just because the Klingons weren't responsible for destroying the Apollo 3 colony does not mean that the current tensions won't still ultimately lead to war for some other reason.
Thank you, Mr. Spock. Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as denying the antecedent or the inverse fallacy. It's only logical.
So, you have the flu, huh?
Not sure. I wish Dr. McCoy would see me soon. This sore throat is really bad.
No need to wait for the doc. You've got a flu, all right.
What makes you say that?
Well, when you have the flu, you'll get a sore throat. Since you clearly have a sore throat, you must have the flu.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Hope it won't last too long.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of affirming the consequent, also known as the fallacy of the converse.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Affirming the consequent is the formal fallacy of inferring the converse from the original statement. Arguments employing this error have the general form, if P, then Q. Q, therefore, P. In your statement, you suggest if one has the flu, then they have a sore throat. Given that they have a sore throat, therefore, they have the flu. But having the flu is clearly not the only cause of a sore throat, since many conditions can lead to throat irritation, such as the common cold, tonsillitis, strep throat, or simply straining your voice.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as affirming the consequent or the fallacy of the converse. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. The Binghamton has entered our sector and is signaling us to coordinate the transfer of medical supplies.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. Tell them I'll speak to them from the bridge. I'm on my way. Let's go, Bones.
Well, the Tellarite colony on Arpod 4 will definitely be able to use our supplies. That attack wiped out their main supply depot.
I just can't believe that Andorian forces would openly attack the Tellarites like that. It makes no sense. I know their ambassadors argue a lot, but how could one actually invade the other?
But both governments have claimed all the colony worlds along the Hundley expanse since they were discovered a decade ago.
It's just impossible. Invasion by the Andorians? Common sense says they wouldn't attack just like that. Argue and bluster during negotiations? Maybe. Or even threaten. But invade with ground forces? Never.
It is surprising. Maybe there's some mistake, huh?
There must be some mistake.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it is an argument from incredulity, or an appeal to common sense. A logical fallacy.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. An appeal to common sense asserts that because something is so incredible or difficult to imagine, it must be wrong. Arguments from incredulity happen when people make their inability to comprehend or make sense of a concept their argument. Nurse Chapel, you employed this fallacy when you stated the very idea that Andorians could actually invade the Tellarite colony was ridiculous, and thus was not to be believed. The fact that any one of us cannot conceive of a particular occurrence does not make that event or phenomenon impossible. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of relying on what we believe or feel.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the argument from incredulity or the appeal to common sense. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. The Enterprise has arrived at Hermes 2.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. Assume standard orbit. I'm on my way. Let's go, Scotty. Aye.
So what do you think happened to the colonists that went missing after the attack by that Andorian marauder? 3 of the missing colonists were children. I hope they're okay.
They're probably hiding somewhere safe and sound. It would be horrible if they were killed. They must be safe.
Maybe the reason they haven't been found yet is because they're buried under the rubble.
That couldn't be. Imagine those poor kids dead. They have to be safe and just waiting for our search party to find them.
I guess you're right. I hope the rescuers find them soon.
Me too.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it is an appeal to emotion. a logical fallacy.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. An appeal to emotion is a type of argument which attempts to arouse the emotions of its audience in order to gain acceptance of its conclusion. Emotion is not always out of place in logical thinking. However, because strong emotions can subvert rational thought, playing upon emotions in an argument is often fallacious. Appeals to emotion are always fallacious when intended to influence our beliefs. Nurse Chapel, you employ this fallacy when you stated the missing colonists, particularly the children, must be alive because the thought of them dead was horrible. In doing so, you were appealing to Yeoman Rand's desire for a positive outcome. The fact that we desire something to be true gives not the slightest reason to believe it. Just as the fact that we fear something being true is no reason to think it false.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best. But I too hope they are all safe. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as an appeal to emotion. It's only logical. Mr. Thrax, please ensure the partial pressure of argon in cell J14 is increased by 15%.
Understood, sir.
I tell you, Cyrano, my good man, as far as duping convincing a mark customer, it is always best to prey on their greed. It always pays off, don't you know?
I find that leveraging upon their sympathy works better.
No, CJ. Greed. Greed is much more effective. Better than any other emotion, sir.
Harry, I would say using their own honesty against them is also an excellent ploy. Or how about preying on their weaknesses? These have worked for me.
Cyrano, you are a fair merchant, sir, but you must listen to me about this. Each person's desire for profit is the biggest motivator. Greed.
Oh, all right then. Greed, I guess. Okay.
Yes, greed always wins out. Greed, my good sir. Greed. Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad nauseum, also known as the argument from repetition.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of stating a position repeatedly until one's opponent gives in and accepts the argument or simply walks away. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you stated that a salesman should use a person's greed against them over and over again without addressing any of Mr. Jones's attempted refutations of your point. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual support of those premises, instead of simply stating and restating your position over and over again until your listener gives in.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad nauseum, or the argument from repetition. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. All departments report ready to begin helm and navigation calibration maneuvers.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. We'll begin at 1400 hours. I'm on my way. Let's go, Chekhov.
Aye, sir.
is that new medical technician working out? Everett, right?
Oh, I sent him back right away. He had transferred from Computer Systems Division.
Oh, okay. So you didn't even give him a try?
Nope, those computer guys are never nurturing enough.
Why do you say that?
I've had 2 med techs from Computer Systems before. Tipton last year and Ali back in March. They didn't work out. Just not very empathetic.
Okay then. Well, maybe you should look for med techs from engineering, or perhaps security department next time?
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it employs the fallacy of insufficient sample, also known as the hasty generalization, or colloquially, as jumping to a conclusion.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. The fallacy of insufficient sample is an informal fallacy of faulty generalization by which a person reaches an inductive generalization based on insufficient evidence, essentially making a rushed conclusion without considering all of the variables. Nurse Chapel, you employed this fallacy when you stated that former computer systems technicians make poor medtechs because they are not nurturing enough, after noting that 2 previous transfers, Tipton and Ali, were insufficiently empathetic. While inferring a rule from the examining of examples is the hallmark of inductive reasoning, one must take care to ensure that the examples are sufficient to represent all instances and that they are not special cases. Likely, technicians Tipton and Ali were not compassionate enough because of their upbringing or their respective cultural norms, not because of a general rule that computer systems personnel are all that way.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best, and perhaps give Everett another chance.
Oh, of course.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the fallacy of insufficient sample or making a hasty generalization. It's only logical. Mr. Gerd, please determine the feasibility of placing the occupants of cells J4 and J5 into one cell.
I will look into that, sir.
It was infernally annoying being held prisoner by all those androids, Cyrano. Especially because androids are inherently inferior to human beings, don't you know? In every way.
Oh, really? Inferior? Why do you say that?
But of course they're inferior, my good sir. It goes without argument. They simply are.
I may agree with you, but exactly why do you think they are?
They're intrinsically not as good as people. That's just the way it is and always will be.
Oh, all right then. I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ipse dixit.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of dogmatically expressing an opinion as if it were indisputable fact. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you stated without proof that androids are inferior to humans in all ways. You further stated that it was true because that's the way things are. Such unsupported assertions are not valid arguments since they provide no proof of their contentions. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual support of those premises, instead of simply stating a conclusion and expecting it to be accepted as somehow intrinsic.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ipse dixit, also known as the fallacy of the bare assertion. It's only logical. Lieutenant Jacaro, please prepare for the release of the occupant of cell K7.
Yes, sir. I will take care of that right away. Hattie, I find that small, valuable items such as spick and flame gems or flasks of Antarian glow water are excellent items to sell.
Ah, Cyrano, why do you say that?
Well, because everyone thinks that they are. Ask any person and he'll agree that small, valuable items are excellent items to sell.
You are wrong there, Cyrano. You are using the ad populum fallacy by saying everyone knows that small items are excellent trade goods. That's a logical fallacy, so you are wrong, sir.
So, small, valuable items aren't excellent trade goods?
No, they cannot be good products to trade in, my good man. Your argument was invalid. Thus, your conclusion can't be true. Simple logic, sir.
Oh, all right then. I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happened to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the argument from fallacy, also known as the bad reasons fallacy.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the formal fallacy of analyzing an argument and inferring that, since it contains a fallacy, its conclusion must be false. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you rejected Mr. Jones's conclusion that small valuable items are excellent trade goods, because he fallaciously reasoned that everyone thought they were. However, fallacious arguments can arrive at true conclusions, so even though he did not prove his conclusion, you did not disprove it either, especially since you gave no argument other than stating that his argument was incorrect.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the argument from fallacy, or the bad reasons fallacy. It's only logical. I can't believe the chemistry section won the efficiency award.
Why? They improved efficiency by 21%. Your section improved by 19%.
Yes, but we lost. They won.
You should be happy that both sections improved efficiency by so much over last quarter. Plus,
But our section lost the competition.
Plus, your astronomy section also increased efficiency by almost as much. That's really good for the ship.
If our improvement were only a bit better, we would have won.
Well, that's true, but...
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, Mr. Spock? The argument you are employing, Mr. Jacaro, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting a cognitive bias.
I thought he was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Mr. Thrax, but bias is affecting his judgment. Mr. Jacaro, when you expressed your displeasure at losing the competition for most efficient section in the science department, you showed a zero-sum bias since you were thinking that the competition was like a race in which there was one winner with all the others being losers. Zero-sum bias is a cognitive bias that manifests when people tend to intuitively judge that a situation is zero-sum, that is, one winner and one loser, even when this is not the case. Mr. Jakarl, you exhibited the zero-sum bias when you stated that your section's losing of the efficiency competition was a bad thing, when in reality both departments increased efficiency, albeit one section saw a greater increase in efficiency than the other. Crew efficiency is not a relay race. Zero-sum bias sees the situation as win-lose, when it may be possible to be win-win.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as the zero-sum bias. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality and judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical. Mr. Alicombe, please ensure that the personal effects for the occupant of cell M7 are forwarded to Centauri Prime.
Yes, right away, sir.
Harry, are you certain?
Yes, CJ. I think the merchants from Federation planets should have their cargo inspected upon entering Federation space.
Oh, I thought you had previously said that merchants from non-Federation worlds shouldn't have to submit their cargo for inspection.
You are correct there, Cyrano. They shouldn't have to.
So, Federation-based merchants should undergo inspection, but not those from non-Federation worlds?
Indubitably, sir.
I guess so. Doesn't seem fair, though.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacious reasoning practice of the double standard.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the informal fallacy of applying a double standard. Mr. Mudd, you employed this biased and unjust reasoning practice, in which hypocritical, biased, and/or unfair attitudes are used, whereby different sets of principles are applied for situations that are in principle the same. When two or more people, groups, organizations, circumstances, or events are treated differently, even though they should be treated the same, it is considered improper reasoning. Having a double standard is not fair because two different standards are applied to two different groups.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit improper reasoning practices, such as applying an unfair double standard. It's only logical.
Lieutenant Commander Stevens thinks that a larger percentage of the prize money given out after captured ships are plundered by the Empire should be given to the department that discovered the opportunity.
That's Stevens. In his eyes, the old way of distributing prize money to members of the ship's crew, according to rank, wasn't good enough. No, Stevens favors the new way because most of the time, it is his intelligence department that discovers new conquest opportunities.
So, Stevens thinks that maybe a greater share should go to the section of the crew that identified the potential prize in the first place. That seems fair.
Sure he does. His department of spies stands to make a huge profit most of the time. Stevens is transparent.
Well, I guess you're right.
I, of course, overheard your remarks. Yes, sir.
Sir,
The argument you are employing, Chief Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the appeal to motive, or arguing that there's a vested interest.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator, but the form of the argument is invalid. The appeal to motive seeks to refute an opposing arguer's contention, simply on the basis that the arguer may benefit in some way from their contention being adopted.
But sir, I only...
If I may continue. The fact that a person may gain a benefit from a situation does not mean that any case they make for that situation is necessarily in error. When reasoning correctly, Chief Sulu, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of simply dismissing the opposing argument because the opponent may have a vested interest. The appeal to motive is also a fallacy of relevance since it fails to address the actual proposition in question. Your argument, Mr. Sulu, commits this fallacy and is therefore invalid.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will use better judgment in the future.
That would be advisable. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the appeal to motive or suggesting there's a vested interest. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
All right, you all have your orders.
Captain, we've just achieved standard orbit of Ouroboros 2. All decks report ready to begin the operation.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. We'll begin at 1400 hours. I'm on my way. Let's go, Uhura.
Yes, sir.
Captain Kirk, what a leader, in charge of the entire ship and crew. We should all take turns commanding the ship.
How come?
It would be great if we could all lead the crew, wouldn't it?
I guess. But wouldn't we risk failing a mission? Because only the senior command staff is qualified to be the leader.
It doesn't matter. Each of us being a leader would be amazing. Imagine that.
I guess so. It would be exciting.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Nurse, is not logical. In fact,
it exhibits the fallacy of wishful thinking, or unrealistic optimism.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid.
Wishful thinking is the formation of beliefs and making decisions according to what might be pleasing to imagine, instead of by appealing to rationality, evidence, or reality. It is a product of resolving conflicts between belief and desire, in addition to being a cognitive bias and a poor way of making decisions. Wishful thinking is commonly held to be a specific informal fallacy in an argument when it is assumed that because we wish something to be true or false, it is actually true or false. This fallacy has the form, I wish that P were true or false. Therefore, P is true or false.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as wishful thinking or unrealistic optimism.
It's only logical.
We should change to 4 shifts per day instead of 3.
Why'd you say that?
3 shifts a day would be better. Safety aboard ship is key and should never be sidelined even for personnel staffing decisions.
Safety, huh? Yeah, that's important. But what does that have to do with the number of shifts?
That's right. 3 shifts instead of 4. You can't compromise safety.
I guess you're right.
I'll mention it to the department head when we get back to the ship.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Jacaro, is not logical.
In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the red herring, also known as a diversionary tactic.
I thought he was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Mr. Thrax, but the form of the argument is invalid. Red herrings are statements mentioned in an argument that mislead or distract from a relevant or important issue. As an informal fallacy, the red herring falls into a broad class of relevance fallacies. Unlike the straw man, which is premised on a distortion of the other party's position, the red herring is a seemingly plausible, though ultimately irrelevant, diversionary tactic. The fallacy is due to the fact that the misleading or distractionary statements used within the argument are not relevant to the issue being discussed, and therefore not valid premises.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the red herring fallacy, which is a diversionary tactic.
It's only logical.
Lieutenant Gam, please verify that the navigation department provides an updated course to the homeworld of the occupant of cell H2 prior to his release.
Yes, Mr. Spock. I'll take care of that right away.
So, Cyrano, you're back from sickbay. What did the good doctor have to say about your heart?
Dr. McCoy said I have to make sure and get plenty of rest after my heart surgery. He emphasized that medicine can only go so far.
I don't think that's true, Cyrano. The body in medical terms is very much like a machine. You have to give the proper fuel. To keep it running, you have to replace worn-out parts, or repair those parts. But where do you improve any machine by letting it sit idle?
Well, I don't know about that. But he stressed that getting plenty of rest was crucial if I was to get back to full health.
That's nonsense, Cyrano. You don't rest a machine to make it run better.
I guess that's right. But,
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the false analogy, or the fallacy of the incorrect comparison.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. A false analogy is an incorrect application of the valid reasoning method of reasoning via analogy. Analogies are commonly used for illustrative purposes to make a complex process or idea easier to understand. Correct analogical reasoning draws a comparison on the basis of what is known, and proceeds to assume that the unknown parts may also be similar. The fallacy consists in assuming that because two things are alike in one or more respects, they are necessarily alike in some other respect, with that added aspect going beyond the apt comparison that prompted the analogy. Further, analogies become false or faulty when they are thus overextended or presented as conclusive proof. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you suggested that because the body was in some respects like a machine, and since one does not repair a machine by resting it, one should also not need to rest a body to recuperate. But the analogy breaks down, since machines are incapable of healing as human bodies can, and that healing is aided by rest and lack of exertion.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the faulty analogy or the false comparison. It's only logical.
what engine design specs state that if the dilithium crystals weren't fractured and the test equipment used is within calibration, then the only way the engine efficiency could be below 20% would be if the articulation array was out of alignment.
Sir, the engines have been operating at less than 20% efficiency over the last duty shift.
Aye, then the only way the engines can be operating at less than 20% would be if the articulation array was out of alignment. Well, the dilithium crystals aren't fractured, and we just checked, and if the test equipment is in calibration, therefore, the articulation array must be out of alignment.
That's right. The procedure to conduct a realignment of the articulation array states that we need to remove the crystals temporarily, make sure that we haven't been at warp for more than 2 hours, and we have to first reduce power consumption by 15%.
Aye. Well, we haven't been at warp for more than 3 hours, and therefore, all we have to do is reduce power by 15%, remove the crystals, and then we can perform the realignment of the articulation frame.
Right. I'll contact the bridge to reduce power by at least 15%. Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Commander.
I am very impressed. The logical arguments you two were employing were perfectly valid, and in fact, are exemplars of sound reasoning. Why, thank you, sir. Mr. Scott and Mr. Sulu, the reasoning you exhibited was perfectly valid. The two of you each put forth a logical argument containing 2 or more premise statements and a conclusion statement. In your arguments, the premises logically imply the conclusion. Then, in each case, you put forth evidential statements attesting to the truth of each premise in your respective arguments. Finally, you stated since your premises were true and implied your conclusions, therefore your conclusions were true. Once again, you are to be commended, gentlemen, on your perfect use of logic. I appreciate that, Mr. Spock.
Aye, in engineering especially, proper logical reasoning is essential.
Well said, Mr. Scott. When reasoning correctly, one must use a correct form of an argument, which contains 2 or more premise statements that logically imply the concluding statement. Then, one must show that each premise is true. If this is done, the conclusion must be true. It's only logical.